Good morning. We're going to call the meeting to order. So all of today's bills have had a public hearing, an act. Thank you. All of today's bills have had a public hearing, and these are the bills that come to committee for further action. So that's what we'll be doing today. I'll give an opportunity for my chairs and my ranking to make remarks.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just want to wish everybody a good Thursday morning and hope that we have a quicker agenda than expected. We have, I think 13 items to go over, and hopefully we can find common ground on a few of them and get our gripes out here on the floor. Thank you, Madam Chair.
My House ranking.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I think we're going to have a lively debate today on some of these bills. We heard a lot of stuff in public hearing. I want to thank the public for coming out. We had one long public hearing, but those voices that we're hearing, and we'll be having those debates based on what we heard at the public hearing from folks. And I look forward to having that today, and then we'll be able to hopefully have further conversations as we continue on, not just today, but into the rest of the session. So thank you.
So today's the 29th, so it's an extra day. So let's look at it that way. We have an extra day today. So looking at the agenda, I just want to make a remark that we'll be not going in numerical order. We'll be skipping over 2, number 6, and number 13. And we'll be holding number 5. Number 2 is, let me read the numbers. Number 2 is Senate Bill 143. Number 6 is Senate Bill 207. And number 13 is House Bill 5242. And holding number 5, Senate Bill 146. So number 1, Senate Bill 142, an act establishing a housing authority resident quality of life improvement grant program and a housing choice voucher task force, a JF to the floor. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
So a summary of this bill. It establishes a housing authority resident quality of life program, improvement program, grant program to provide funds to housing authorities for purposes of making improvements to residential buildings managed by an authority as may be recommended by such housing authorities resident advisory board. And it also establishes a task force to study the federal housing choice voucher program and its implementation in the state. Any remarks, questions? Representative?
Thank you, Madam Chair. A quick question on this one in terms of the Section 1 part. There's grants that will be awarded that not to exceed $250,000 in aggregate. So my question is that per grant? Can't go above 250? Is it in totality? Can't go above 250,000 per fiscal year?
Thank you for the question. It actually says shall not exceed 250,000 in the aggregate per fiscal year.
So in totality, it
In
can't be more.
totality.
Okay. And then where is those funds coming from? Are they appropriated already? Is there a fund that's already have where these dollars are sitting? Or is that going to be something that's going to be additionally appropriated?
It's within available appropriations
Available appropriations through the DOH?
through the DOH.
Okay. Okay. Thank you so much. That's all I have.
Any other questions? Shall we do a roll call vote on this?
This is a roll call vote for SB 142, an act establishing a housing authority resident quality of life improvement grant program and a housing choice voucher task force. Representative Felipe,
Representative Felipe votes yes.
Senator Moore,
Senator Moore votes yes.
Representative Scott,
Representative Scott votes yes.
Senator Sampson,
Forgive me, I got tied up outside.
Did we already debate?
Representative Khan,
Yes, Representative Cotton votes yes.
Senator Lesser, Senator Fanfara, Senator Hockendahl, Representative Brown,
Representative Brown votes yes.
Representative Butler,
Representative Butler votes yes.
Representative Gonzalez, Representative Roberts, Representative Paletta, Representative Weir,
I have some questions on this, so I'm gonna vote no to flag it for the time being.
Representative Zula, Representative Belton,
Belton votes yes.
Sampson is no.
Thank you. Votes will be held open. We'll determine what time later. Number 3, Senate Bill 144, an act concerning reserve funds and common interest ownership communities. It's a JF to the floor. Motion? Is there a
So
motion?
moved.
Second? Moved and seconded? Comments? Representative?
Really quick, just a procedural thing, Senator Moore, can you repeat, since ranking member Senator Sampson was not here when you originally called out the order that we're going to go in and stuff like that, just so we have some clarity, if you can repeat that. I know you said number 5 was being held totally, and then we're going to skip, just confirming, we're going to skip for now 2, 6 on the agenda, and number 13 to the afterwards. We're not holding them, but we're just going to skip. We're not going to go in that order. Is that correct?
Correct.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
All right, so I had a motion. It was second. I'm looking for questions on Senate Bill 144. Senator Sampson.
Madam Chairman, can you just describe for us what this bill attempts to accomplish?
No problem. It's to require the executive board of any common interest ownership community to perform an annual study of the association's funds in reserve and to make recommendations concerning the allocation of fund reserves.
And Madam Chairman, where does this bill come to us from?
I believe this comes from us, some advocates. I can't tell you right now exactly who.
Was there any testimony on this bill, Madam Chairman?
There may have been one or two pieces of testimony. I didn't keep a list of everybody who spoke on every bill in front of me, but there might have been.
Yeah, thank you. Do you know if that testimony was in favor or in opposition?
I know that there was perhaps 2 people who mentioned that it was quite a task to be able to take this on. That's what I recall.
I appreciate that. Thank you. And so the way I'm understanding this is that we're going to ask the board to not only produce their usual statement showing their reserves and how they're funded and so forth. Now we're going to ask them to actually make recommendations. Do we know what generated the impetus to put this legislation forward? I mean, is there something that's happened across the state in some particular condo or common interest community that brought this to us?
Well, since I mentioned that I'm not sure who presented it, I do know in the city of Bridgeport that I have received many calls from people who live in condo associations regarding things that needed to be updated, but there was not enough funds in the reserve to be able to accommodate some of the changes that need to take place.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. Yeah, I'm pretty sure since it looks like Senator Looney is the only co-sponsor on the bill item that the bill may have come from him. I'm not positive of that. And he definitely was the testimony and support. But just looking at the list of, it looks like 12 people that testified, I would say that it's about even, but there are a few more in opposition than in support. Do you have any recollection of what their opposition was?
I'm sorry, I don't.
Do you know what the supporting testimony indicated?
I do recall Senator Looney giving testimony, but I don't have any recollection of individual. We did hear over 200 people that day.
Do you know, Madam Chairman, how this is going to impact these boards? Can you give me any idea how this will improve the operation of these boards? I mean, beyond they're already having to produce the financial data that can be reviewed and looked at and is a requirement for any, transaction involving the purchase of one of these units. Having that to produce recommendations seems like they're injecting, some of the board members' opinions and what might happen. I don't know if that's really relevant, which is, I think, the reason why it's never been required in the past. Can you tell me, how adding these board member suggestions is going to improve the financial stability of these communities or increase the quality of life for the unit owners?
Well, when you think about if you're living in a common interest community and it needs to have work done, and people find out at the last moment that there's not enough reserves, I would think for the people who live there, it would be a benefit. Board members usually become a member of a board because they're interested. They usually live in the same complex. And I think it's about transparency, knowing what you have and knowing what's available and anticipating if something goes wrong, you have the reserves to handle it.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. I mean, that makes perfect sense, which is why they're required to provide the financial data. I would also say that in order to be on one of these boards, you most definitely have to be a unit owner. So I guess I have some concerns about whether or not we're putting the members of the boards in a difficult position to have to generate these suggestions beyond simply providing the data, which I think is more relevant. But I'm completely sympathetic to the point you just made, which is that, when someone enters into a common interest community, they need to know what the financial solvency and stability of that particular complex is, so that they know that their investment is going to be maintained or increase in value, hopefully, and that the association fees are not going to increase disproportionately, that kind of thing. We're all after that. I'm not suggesting anything to the contrary. What I'm trying to understand from you, Madam Chairman, this is a bill that you're putting forward, and I'm looking for an argument in favor of how this is going to solve that problem, and I'm not hearing that. Can you give me any indication of why you feel this particular language in this bill is going to end up solving that result?
Well, I believe anytime you provide someone who's a partial owner in a property, full transparency and security that you can maintain the properties and take care of them, I think it brings a level of comfort to people living there. But also, I think it's the responsibility of the board to be able to provide as much information as possible to the members.
Yeah, again, thank you. I mean, I appreciate your answer, although I don't think you really got to the heart of my question. We're in agreement on everything that you said. I'm just trying to understand how these board recommendations, this is effectively a mandate on these boards. We're telling these boards that they now have to do an additional step. I like the idea of a condo association being kind of a mini government. I mean, these people are unit owners. They live in a common community and they self-govern. They write their own policies, they elect their own members, and they decide how they're going to run their complex. They could easily make it a requirement in their um, individual small condo community to do this. But instead, we're much like this building. We do it all the time. We put mandates on towns. We put mandates on boards of education. Now we're putting mandate on a private entity to get involved in creating recommendations. I don't know that the members of a condo board are um, capable of doing that. I mean, these are financial recommendations that I think, are best left to a financial planner or somebody that does investments and so forth. Um, I just think it's a burden to create such a mandate and then to ask this of just unit owners, which may come from any walk of life, to be able to come up with this recommendation. And I don't see, to your point, how this changes the transparency factor. The transparency is already there based on the existing statute, which does already require the data necessary about the solvency and financial records of the association. I don't know that I have any more questions. I'll leave it up to my colleagues to see if they want to ask anything else about this, Bill. But at the moment, I have a tough time creating another burden on a private entity, and without hearing a good reason. I did not hear a good reason for this policy. We all agree that we want to make sure that these associations remain solvent, and I believe that's already accomplished within the existing law. And I don't know how this changes it other than asking somebody who may not be qualified to be put in a position where they have to produce financial recommendations. It just doesn't seem fair to me. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you. Representative Ware.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I do have a few questions, some of which kind of piggyback what my colleague Senator Sampson noted. What the first question is, how do we know that the adequacy or the amount of the funds, how are those determined? In other words, when a board is coming up with, when they're determining what amounts need to be in reserve, how is the adequacy? Whatever number they come up with in their report, how is that determined? How do we know that that's enough to cover those repairs?
Well, it's not written in this legislation. I would think that the board would know based on past history, the cost of repairing some things within the complex, but also when you think about upgrades and things that need to take place to keep the property up to standard, that they would know the cost of what those are. And thinking back to a comment by Senator Sampson, that's similar to what you're asking, is that perhaps they do need more qualified people going to the board to help them on the board in making some of these decisions. It's up to the board to make sure that they have the people who are best suited to make these decisions and understand. So you usually have a treasurer, right? You usually have someone who knows maintenance, who can give you estimates on what it would cost and projecting out what may be needed in the future.
Okay, thank you. And again, I think the point of my line of questioning is just to make sure that we're not creating we're asking the right questions today, so we're not putting some of these unit owners or boards in a compromising position with some of our unintended consequences. So I recognize you talked about the boards are made up of volunteers and that there's interest in order to serve on the board. My concern is that that's not, just because someone has interest in serving does not mean that they're necessarily experts. So I don't see in the bill anywhere that it requires a professional to create this reserve study. And so I'm concerned that we're putting, again, the board is made up of volunteers who are acting in the best interests of themselves and of the rest of the greater community. and that we're putting more of a workload on a volunteer who may not have that expertise. On the other hand, if we require them to have a professional, now we've added additional costs. So I'm struggling with that we're just adding more work for volunteers, somebody with the right intentions to step up. So I guess I don't know, do you think that we should consider, language that would revolve around a professional?
Well, I don't want to add any additional mandates. I would think that the board could seek out additional help on their own without us mandating it.
Okay, and I would just say that I guess I'll just close with a couple of statements that, in having done work in these communities, sometimes there are, you mentioned that there's a history of repairs and maintenance, which may be, plumbing X number, every year we have X number of interior pipes fail, or the septic fails on average, or the roof is good for 30 years. So my thought is that when you have something that may not be an insurable event, but it's a sudden and accidental damage that they don't plan for, it's not that you can't, and I'm trying to come to an example of that, but maybe there's plow damage to the parking lot, or that they can't put back on somehow that the responsibility of the damage is not covered by insurance, but it's also not something that's calculated. There is financing for that. So when we talk about owners, somebody buying into a property where they can't plan out the expenses, and all of a sudden they've got this damage, and I have an assessment for $5,000 that I wasn't expecting. I would like to point out that there is financing for those types of, and bonding that associations can take to spread that out, where people don't have to reach into their pockets today for $5,000. They can spread that out through the vote of the board and of the members. So I'm concerned that we're adding work to people who are stepping up to volunteer and do the right thing by their community, but that we're adding workload through this legislation. So I'm going to be probably oppose this. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Speaking to that they may not have something that's not expected or planned. That's part of the reason we're doing this, to make sure that there is a reserve for those instances. I mean, some things could be covered by insurance. Some things they could go out and take a loan, but I think it would be a little bit more responsible to plan ahead for some of the things that that are going to happen, and have that money in reserve. Representative, thank you for your question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We talk about an adequate amount of reserve. What is the adequate amount of reserve that a common interest ownership community should have?
There's no dollar amount in here, but based on planning for your own house and anything that might take place, and as I said earlier, based on history of having problems, what it's going to cost, planning out if your roof is, more than 25 years old, start thinking about what it's going to cost to place roof. There's not a dollar amount in here, but I would think the board would be planning those type of things to understand what the reserve should be.
Thank you for that. My one big issue with this overall is we didn't really hear anybody come and talk to us about a complaint that an issue's happened. I know Senator Looney did come here and he might have talked about it. I saw some testimony from him in there, but we don't have people lined up to say, hey, this is an issue. We were underfunded because we didn't do a study to make sure we had the right amount of funds. So it's going to be a burden on these associations that they're going to, not just from a financial standpoint, which is a big piece, but also the fact that these are elected officials. They're within their community. They're elected officials, not state officials. They're elected officials within their community. And the fact that we're adding an extra burden to them, but also not just from a financial standpoint, but people are trusting them to do this. I'm not saying that there are not bad actors out there that would potentially not plan properly or understand that, but that's up to that community to kind of figure that out. And without an adequate amount that's supposed to be there, we don't know necessarily especially if they don't hire one, which a good representative to my right over here mentioned, they don't have a financial advisor or something like that. They're not going to spend that additional extra money. What what is the adequate amount? And I just don't know if they're going to understand that, what that means. And just do a study, or understand on that, yearly. So because of those reasons, I think I'm thinking I'm going to be a no on this one, because it's really, again, we're trying to solve a problem that might not exist. Because again, people had a chance to come and speak, and we didn't really hear anybody who had this specific problem, that we're trying to solve. The one side note I do want to say is, I would like to consider moving this to the, referring this after if we JF it to, insurance and real estate. We've had conversations in screening, but also multiple times when we talk about, common interest ownership, that there's a little bit of gray area, right? In terms of, does that, live in housing? Does it live insurance, real estate? We tend to talk about when it's not specifically housing related, like really structured housing related, that it does tend to live in the insurance and real estate world. So I would like to, I don't know if I can make a motion to, if we're going to JF this, to move it to, not to the floor, but to the insurance and real estate, committee.
I'll second.
This could be taken care of in screening. It could be referred to another committee. And normally when we're in screening, we do look at, doesn't it need to go to another committee? That's another way of doing it. Let me just check to find out about JFSing it, changing it. I'm going to recess for just a moment. Thank you. I'm agreeable. We'll ask for the motion to be withdrawn.
I withdraw my motion.
Thank you, sir. And now the motion on the floor is with JFS language. JF2 insurance. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
It's moved in second. It'll be JF2 insurance. We're going to do a roll call vote.
This is a roll call vote to JF2 Insurance, SB 144. Representative Felipe,
Representative Felipe votes yes.
Senator Moore, Representative Scott,
Representative Scott will vote yes.
Senator Sampson,
Sampson votes no.
Representative Khan,
Representative Khan votes yes.
Senator Lesser, Senator Fanfara, Senator Hockadell, Representative Brown,
Rep. Brown votes yes.
Representative Butler,
Representative Butler votes yes.
Representative Gonzalez, Representative Roberts,
Representative Roberts votes yes.
Representative Paletta, Representative Weir,
Weir is no.
Representative Zula,
Rep. Zula votes yes.
Representative Belton.
Belton votes yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on to number 140, Senate Bill 145. A raised bill, an act appropriating funds for the homeless response system. Is there a motion?
Motion.
Second,
Second.
moved in second. Comments, questions? Let me just give you a little summary, please.
Oh, yes, please. Thank you.
The sum of $18,600,000 is appropriated to the Department of Housing. $1,400,000 appropriated to Department of Mental Health and Addiction Services. And it requires the Commissioner of Housing and Mental Health and Addiction Service to submit a report on the expenditure of such funds. Question?
Madam Chair, just for clarity, the motion was JF to appropriations, correct?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Certainly, obviously, all of us on the committee, I think, have expressed at one time or another our concern over the homeless population in the state of Connecticut and our desire to prevent that from occurring and to solve that problem. And I'm going to support this legislation today, but I don't do it without some concerns. My focus is really accountability. I want to make sure this money is actually going to be used properly, and that it's going to go to people in need. The bill does have some language that asks for a report about how the money is utilized, but I don't know what kind of detail is going to be in that report. And my fear is that this is going to be money that's handed off to some nonprofit, and I'm quite certain there are many very good ones that will actually use the money wisely to improve the lives of the people they come in contact with. But that's not true of all of them. And to me, the taxpayers that I represent, I feel like I'm supposed to be a steward of their dollars. And when we spend their money on various programs, it is critically important that we make sure that those funds are actually utilized in the way that they're intended. So I'm hopeful that we work together on this legislation to make sure that there is true accountability about how these funds are expended and that they are actually used for the intended purpose, and that there is accountability for that and a way for us to track it and make sure that, the people that are in receipt of the funds are doing good work. And with that, I will support the legislation today. Thank you.
Please. Thank you. I have been to multiple press conferences, multiple events where we've talked about doing what we need to do to support those that are in most need. This is our chance to do it again this session. We did it last session. This committee voted unanimously to support $50 million. Every single one of us supported that. Unfortunately, they, based on appropriation, only got 5, right? This is our chance to go back to that well one more time, try to get some more additional dollars for those who are literally in the most need of their life, and potentially fighting for their life. So, I echo the same concerns as my fellow ranking member. These dollars need to be made sure we're spent properly, not just because these are the taxpayer dollars, but because these dollars are supposed to go to those who need the money. It's supposed to help them find a home, find a bed. So that's why, of course, it's taxpayer dollars is number one, there, but we're literally trying to help people save lives, children and families. So, I appreciate the support of this committee who's all going to stand behind this. I also echo the fact that let's make sure we show after the fact how these dollars were spent well. And I think if you do that, we can also make sure down the road that these kind of asks could maybe, be a little bit more easily approved and passed through when we see that these dollars are actually being spent properly and actually making a dent and making a difference and bringing that number down. That's too high right now. We're over 2,000 people that are homeless this winter. We need to get that number down, goal to 0, but let's make that dent. And if we don't see a dent and we're not seeing this dollars use anything, it's gonna be very tough to come back to. There's so many good places where dollars can go. It's gonna be very hard to come back and get additional dollars. So let's make sure those dollars are spent as good as possible. And then we can know that we're doing well with these dollars, but also saving people's lives potentially. So thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I completely agree with my colleagues on both sides of the field. Definitely, I'm happy that we're gonna hopefully get this through. It's very important, but most importantly, when we did, see the data and a lot did touch all our surrounding towns and cities. One thing that stood out was the people that work for the services aren't properly paid to help these people, and that's a major key for me when thinking about this, because someone that is in need could be on the phone with a 211 and spend 87 minutes on hold and not have access to equitable housing or whatever the case may be. Very much, it hurts you. And definitely for me to come from this type of atmosphere, it hurts to see that. So like Rep Scott did say, you know, we asked for 50 last time, got 5. It was really tough. And you got to understand 5 to be spread between 169 towns and cities is not at all helping homelessness. It's you're starving them. So to see this now, it really is key. So I'm in full support of this today. Thank you.
So I'd like to say, is this enough? I don't know that it's enough. But it's a place for us to begin, and I hope that the governor will award this. This will be going to appropriations. So we still have to fight for it when it gets there to make sure it gets in the budget. But like Senator Sampson, this is a moment, Senator Sampson, we totally agree on holding people accountable for the funds that we put out in the community. I am a huge supporter of transparency and reporting and knowing where the dollars, and I've even been called a stickler when it comes to funds, but I think that's a positive thing. So I'm aligned with you, and I'm glad that we can do this in a bipartisan manner. I'm going to ask for a roll call vote if there's no more questions.
This is a roll call vote to JF2 appropriations, SB 145, an act appropriating funds for the homeless response system. Representative Felipe,
Representative Felipe votes yes.
Senator Moore, Representative Scott,
Representative Scott votes yes.
Senator Sampson,
Sampson is yes.
Representative Khan,
Representative Khan votes yes.
Senator Lesser, Senator Fanfara, Senator Hockenell, Representative Brown,
Representative Brown votes yes.
Representative Butler,
Representative Butler votes yes.
Representative Gonzalez, Representative Roberts,
Representative Roberts votes yes.
Representative Paletta,
Rep Paletta votes yes.
Representative Weir,
Weir is yes.
Representative Zula,
Reb Zula votes yes.
Representative Belton,
Belton votes yes.
Thank you. We'll be holding the votes open. We'll determine the time later. So we're holding number 5, Senate Bill 146. And number 6 is Senate Bill 2007. We're going to save that to the end. So next is House Bill 5153, an act concerning project eligibility for the Workforce Housing Opportunity Development Program. It's the JFS to the floor. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
Moved and seconded.
Senator Moore, thank you. So this came up last year on the floor. We realized when this bill was actually being debated on the floor that some numbers were transposed. We had one that was supposed to be 40%, it was actually 50%. Another one was 50%, it was supposed to be 40%. That's literally what happened. We caught it at the time while we were there. We felt at the time it was best just to let it go, and we'll come back at a later time next session to fix it. We are here now to fix that time. So I just want to make it very clear what this is. It's a transposing of those two numbers. So that's what this change will be. That's what the technical change is. So I just want to clarify that for everybody. This was caught last year in session.
Thank you. Senator Sam. For the record, there is a title change, so it's LCO 02298. 2298. 02298. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. I appreciate my House colleague who just explained the purpose of the legislation before you. And I'll just say for the record that I've had some concerns about this policy since last year. I'm not, wouldn't say opposed to it, but I've always questioned where these percentages come from anyway. I mean, just looking at the bill, what we're doing is we're changing the workforce population part of the housing from 40 to 50% to increase that, and reducing the amount of units rented at market rate from 50 to 40. But only 10% of the units are identified for affordable housing. I have never felt that it was appropriate for government to interject itself in housing, period. I don't agree with the notion of government housing. I don't agree even with the notion of government subsidized housing. I'm a small government constitutionalist. I believe that the marketplace solves all these problems, and the injection of government programs, policies, and mostly politicians means that things are less efficient and less likely to succeed, because politicians are not driven by results necessarily or good policy. They are often driven by what makes sense for them to score points with various interest groups to do well in their next election. And that is never a good motive to generate good policy. The market, on the other hand, solves market problems. If there is a need for some thing, whether it's a certain type of housing, or a certain type of, a food, or you name it, the market finds a way to solve that because someone will recognize the need and come up with a solution to provide a supply. If you don't agree with market politics and capitalism, you haven't been paying attention to history or economics. And I am planning on having that conversation a little bit later today when we get into some of these other bills. But it just surprised me looking at this, the way these percentages are divvied up, and I don't think it's wise. I think that the best solution would be to have a thriving economy and less government intervention. And I think that housing for people of all walks of life and strata will naturally result. You don't need to divvy it up and say this is going to be at market rate. Effectively, there is no more market rate once you have the government dictating how certain housing is used. The market doesn't exist anymore. So I'll support this change because I did support the concept of the workforce housing bill last year. But I think we all ought to have significant pause when it comes to allowing politicians to dictate what type of housing needs and policies exist in the state. They have not done a good job. The proof is out there right now. You know, I hear every day, driving in on the radio today, they were talking about a housing shortage and, the different factors in communities all across Connecticut. And, who's been making policy for these things in the past? The same folks that will be making that policy in the future and are here attempting to make policy today. And I don't think that the things that we're attempting to do as a committee, as a whole, are going to be beneficial to the residents of Connecticut. And that means everyone. A lot of times people try and portray, members of this committee as either being on the side of the tenants or on the side of the landlords. Well, I'm not on anybody's side. I'm on everyone's side. I'm on the side of fairness, freedom, equality, and equal protection under the law. That's the way our country was born and devised. It's not perfect. We had problems. We've been working to overcome them throughout our history, but this is not an attempt to overcome an inequality. This is creating more inequality. This is creating more government policy that doesn't allow equal protection of the citizens that we represent. And more on that later. I just wanted to get that on the record for this particular bill, Madam Chairman. Thank you.
Anyone else? We'll do a roll call vote on this.
This is a roll call vote to JFS to the floor, HB 5153, an act concerning eligibility for workforce housing development projects. Representative Felipe.
Madam Chair,
Yeah, yes, Representative Butler, did you have a comment?
Yes, I had my hand raised for a while there.
I'm sorry, Representative Butler. I didn't see you. Would you like to make a comment?
Yes, I would.
You've got
Uh,
the floor, sir.
Thank you. First of all, I just wanted to respond to the good senator's commentary about politicians, elected officials, if you will, and categorizing the purpose of which they actually vote or promote bills. I take great exception to that because people listening to this might transfer that perspective on us in terms of what we're doing here today. So I will hope that, we would reserve the right of questioning what motivates us to actually support bills, promote bills, or vote for bills in the future. I believe that is the decorum that we have established in terms of not questioning what motivates each of us to vote. So I hope that's carried forward. And for this particular issue, marketplace certainly isn't the solution to all of these problems in housing or anything else in government. That's why we're here. We're here to invoke some kind of reason to good policy in the absence of the marketplace accommodating what is good policy in anything, whether it's housing or any other committee here. So yes, I'm supporting this because my vote is a vote to support this initiative in finding solution in housing. And I think this is a step towards achieving that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative Butler. All right, we'll continue with the roll call vote.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I just want to respond since Representative Butler mentioned my name. I certainly was not referring to all lawmakers, without exception. I'm just saying in general terms, politicians naturally make policy that appeals to their constituencies. That's an obvious thing, and that is not necessarily the best solution sometimes. And I'll leave the comments about decorum later, but I'll just say that that's his comments and my comments are a very good description of what the difference between the political parties generally are, which is that I don't believe as a Republican that government has the answers. That is the solution to things. And I believe that Democrats more likely than Republicans anyway. And again, I don't want to ascribe any type of position to everyone globally, but I think that generally they think that government is the answer and that creating more government to solve problems is the answer. I just disagree. And I believe that I've got the proof of the last 40 years of Connecticut's governance on my side to make my point. Thank you.
All right, so if we could get on with the bill, I'm going to ask for a roll.
No, we can't.
Sir, I'm not going to do debate back and forth between legislators, but I want to stick to the subject of the bill. I allowed Senator Sampson to comment because his name was mentioned, but we have a long day ahead of us, and I'd like to do the business of the people. Thank you. Roll call vote.
This is a roll call vote to JFS to the floor, HB 5153, LCO number 2298, an act concerning eligibility for workforce housing development projects. Representative Felipe.
Representative Felipe votes yes.
Senator Moore.
Senator Moore votes yes.
Representative Scott.
Representative Scott votes yes.
Senator Sampson.
Sampson votes yes.
Representative Khan.
Representative Khan votes yes.
Senator Lesser. Senator Fanfara. Senator Hockedel. Representative Brown.
Representative Brown votes yes.
Representative Butler.
Representative Butler votes yes.
Representative Gonzalez. Representative Roberts.
Representative Roberts votes yes.
Representative Paletta.
Paletta, yes.
Representative Weir.
Weir is yes.
Representative Zula.
Reb Zula votes yes.
Representative Belton.
Belton votes yes.
Thank you. Number 8, House Bill 5154, enact appropriating funds for the Security Deposit Guarantee Program, JF to the appropriations. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second,
Second.
moved in second. Questions? Comments? The summary of it is the sum of $10 million is appropriated to the Department of Housing for the Security Deposit Guarantee Program.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. Yeah, this is a very straightforward bill. Basically, it is an appropriation of $10 million for this housing subsidy. I'll be opposing it today. It's another $10 million in spending and therefore another $10 million in taxes. And I believe that the people I represent feel that they are overtaxed already, and this program will not be beneficial to our state policy. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So a quick question on the funds already. How many dollars are already appropriated for the Security Deposit Guarantee Program?
I'm sorry, sir, I do not know.
'Cause I do
Are
remember.
you asking in their budget right now?
Yeah, currently year over year, is there a dollar amount that's already appropriated, or is this an incremental new every year? This will be $10 million.
I'm going to recess for a moment. Calling it back to order. So this is a 1 year, and in the past, it's been according to the budget.
Okay, I do have the same concerns that my fellow ranking member does have. And I'll be honest, the biggest concern for me is that we're also asking for a good chunk of money for the homelessness bill that we just JF just recently, just a couple minutes ago, $18.6 million. I would be personally up. I know the budgets are very tight this year. We've heard that, with much money that's available to be done. I'd be very upset if this happened to be picked over that number. And for that reason, I'm probably going to be a no, because I don't want to risk those dollars to the housing or to the homelessness that we had. Now, this is another appropriation that's sitting out there. I would be very disappointed if this was picked over that. There's no way to rank these, right? When you come out, like the money is going to be all dressed from the appropriations, and we can obviously have conversation with them and the governor. But if it wasn't there, then it would be a better chance that those homelessness dollars will be funded. So I'm going to be a no here for this. It is additional money that hasn't been done in the past based on a regular basis. So that's it. Thank you.
So thank you for that comment, but as you mentioned, it would have to go before appropriations and they would make that determination. I do want to say that I know personally of people who have been able to get help with this with a deposit to get into apartment. And I think helps us address homelessness. So I don't see one or the other. I see it working together to support people who couldn't afford a deposit. Representative Scott, OFA let us know that it's not a line item in the budget, but this is for this year, and it is according to what's available. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So for my own understanding, it's according to the budget, has that money been set, 10 million already been set aside in the budget specifically for this purpose?
The bill hasn't been sent to appropriations yet, so I would say it's not set aside in the budget.
Maybe I should be more clear. Historically, have we had a set aside for this type of appropriation? Have we, I guess the question, maybe I should rephrase. Did we have 10 million in there last year and we're just trying to keep up? Do we know what the number was last year?
That's not the number that we had last year.
Okay, then, Madam Chair, so just a statement, I am concerned with all the, we have, we're trying as a state, as a legislature, to be fiscally prudent. And if this is going to add to spending, possibly tax the budget that we have, I have concerns about that. So, thank you.
I see no other questions or comments. We could do a roll call vote, please.
This is a roll call vote to JF2 Appropriations, HB 5154, an act appropriating funds for the Security Deposit Guarantee Program. Representative Felipe,
Representative Felipe votes yes.
Senator Moore, Representative Scott,
Representative Scott votes no.
Senator Sampson,
Sampson is no.
Representative Khan,
Representative Khan votes yes.
Senator Lesser, Senator Fanfara, Senator Hockadell, Representative Brown,
Representative Brown votes yes.
Representative Butler, Representative Gonzalez, Representative Roberts,
Representative Roberts votes yes.
Representative Paletta,
Paletta votes no.
Representative Weir,
Weir's no.
Representative Zulo,
Rep. Zula votes no.
Representative Belton.
Rep. Belton votes yes.
Next is House Bill 5155, an act concerning the Legislative Commissioner's recommendations for technical change revisions to the housing statutes. It's JF to the floor. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second,
Second.
moved and seconded. Questions? Senator Sampson.
And thank you, Madam Chairman. Can you go through each detail of this bill with a fine tooth comb? I'm just kidding. I support the technical changes. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
We'll do a roll call vote if there's no other questions or comments.
This is a roll call vote to JF to the floor, HB 5155, an act concerning the Legislative Commissioner's recommendations for technical revisions to the housing statutes. Representative Felipe,
Representative Felipe votes yes.
Senator Moore, Representative Scott,
Representative Scott votes yes.
Senator Sampson,
Sampson is yes.
Representative Khan,
Representative Khan votes yes.
Senator Lesser, Senator Fanfara, Senator Hockadell, Representative Brown,
Representative Brown votes yes.
Representative Butler, Representative Gonzalez, Representative Roberts,
Representative Roberts votes yes.
Representative Paletta,
Yes.
Representative Weir,
Weir is yes.
Representative Zulo,
Rep. Zula votes yes.
Representative Belton.
Belton votes yes.
Thank you. Next is House Bill 5156, an act requiring notice of rent increases. The JF to the floor. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Moved in second. The purpose of this is to prohibit any rental agreement from providing a tenant with less than 60 days notice of any increase in rent, and a landlord from issuing a notice to quit based on a tenant's refusal to accept an increase in rent unless such tenant has been provided not less than 60 days notice of such increase in rent.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman, for the indulgence. I do have a few questions on this piece of legislation. Wonder if you can help me through you. So with the 60 days, is that for any rent increase or just for eviction?
That's for any increase of rent.
Okay, so if a housing provider wants to go up $10 in a year, they have to give the tenant 60 days notice for you?
Yes.
And what if the housing provider does not provide that notice? What happens?
They can go, it's my understanding they can go to, if they have a commission, they can go to a rent commission. If not, they can pursue legal action.
Okay, so for a town less than 25,000 residents, there is no fair rent commission. I think we've established that in this committee the last several years. So by legal action, would that mean the tenant hiring an attorney and then suing the housing provider for the increase to get it reversed?
I believe so.
Yes.
That is uncharted territory, I must say. Never quite heard anything like that. And it's very concerning. But just to flesh this out a little bit, because it's a proposal that I think is going to take a lot of discussion and a lot of debate. So back to the tenant, who would then pay for the legal fees for this tenant that is claiming that they cannot afford the increase in rent, or claiming that they did not receive sufficient notice?
In any case, I believe that goes before a judge. The judge would determine what the legal fees are and what the fine would be. It's not demonstrated in here what the fine would be.
So if I'm a tenant and I'm not given 60 days notice of my rent increase, even if it was, as little as 2% or few, let's just say $100 a year, I could pursue legal action against my housing provider. And if I'm found in court to not have the proper argument, or not a lawyer, so I'm not sure what the word would be. I'm not sure what the legal term would be, but let's just say I don't win in court. I'm then responsible to pay the increase plus the legal fee. So tenants would now be taking on landlords for lack of notice. And then if they were found, the judgment was not in their favor, they would then be charged not only with the legal fees to pursue in court, but also to now pay the increase. And would they, if that's correct, would they also be paying the landlord's legal fees?
I think it's determined upon the judge, whether or not they would pay the landlord's legal fees, but it is incumbent on the tenant to figure out whether or not it would be worth it to pursue legal action for a small increase in rent. And if they are to do so, it's incumbent on them to pay their legal fees.
And what if the landlord gives written notice to the tenant via mail and the tenant says that they never received it? Who would determine who's correct? Would that go to court automatically?
I don't know if it would automatically go to court, but I'm sure it would be determined in whatever determination would go before the judge. So yes, they could take it to court, but
Is
that
there
would
any,
be
thank you. Is there any specific language in this piece of legislation that shows exactly how a landlord should notify a tenant? Is it text? Is it mail? Is it certified mail? Through you?
Excuse me, it's not in this legislation, but we did cover it in the last session on how a tenant had to be contacted. So this legislation doesn't change anything that's existing. It just speaks to the rent increases.
And just to refresh my memory, how would a tenant be notified of a rent increase through you?
Thank you. It's written notice. It's in line 41 of the bill. 60 days written notice of proposed increase in rent.
I'm sorry, that's line 41 of this bill or a previous bill?
Line 41 of this bill.
Okay, so it is in this bill.
It
then.
is in this.
Okay. Originally it said it wasn't.
Well,
Yes.
excuse me, let me just clarify. What's not in this bill is how people are communicated on all of their rentals. In this bill, we're including it because of the rent increase specifically. We're saying not less than 60 days written notice for notice that you're increasing the rent.
If a landlord does not, or housing provider does not provide this written letter within 60 days, what is the ramification?
I believe they're in violation of the law if this passes, and the tenant has the right to take them to court.
Okay, the tenant, understood. Thank you for your response. So the tenant has a right to take the landlord to court. But for what purpose? Because they're in violation of the written, so there has to be some sort of fine, fee for not providing this written. Is it the reversal of the increase? Would you now not see the increase if you don't give 60 days notice?
I don't believe that's laid out in the bill, but I think if the tenant was not given the notice and not given in the time that we've put in the bill, then he could take that person to court and the judge would make that decision.
Okay, so I guess the crux of my questioning is, if I'm a tenant and I did not receive legal notice, or I said I did not receive legal notice, which legal notice can mean a lot of different things. Legal notice can mean an email, it can mean a text message, it can mean a certified letter, which I would prefer. It could mean a mailed letter, but as we know nowadays with the mail sometimes never gets there. How many times have we heard the check is in the mail and then you never get the check? So back to this. If the tenant takes the housing provider to court and says they did not receive sufficient notice of the rent increase, there has to be some sort of penalty for the housing provider. And you're saying that it's not laid out in this bill. So am I to assume that if a tenant is in housing court with a housing provider and they win judgment, they would then get their rental increase or proposed increase reversed? Or would they just go for a judgment against the landlord for X amount of dollars of legal fees and just spend 4 or 5 days in court through you?
I'm sorry, I want you to repeat that.
So if I'm a tenant
Mm-hmm.
and I'm going to housing court with my housing provider, and I've stated under the provisions of this bill that I did not receive 60 days notice of a rental increase, what is the ramification for not following the law? And if there isn't a ramification specified in this bill, which it appears there isn't, which is why it's deeply flawed, would the ramification be, in your opinion, the reversal of the rent increase? Or would it just be some damages and fines to the landlord for not providing sufficient notice through you?
I don't see the fine or any of that laid out in this bill. But I would say if you're going to a court, that the judge would make that decision on the outcome.
Okay, so this bill, while, it's deeply flawed, I really think this should be referred to judiciary. I am going to make that motion because I don't see how this committee, without the answers on this specific piece of legislation, with all that's built in and what the precedent that we're setting right here, that a tenant could take their housing provider to court because they did not receive a notice.
far beyond this committee, needs to be looked at by judici. So I will make a motion that this gets referred to judiciary immediately. Thank you.
Second, it's moved in second.
I'll second the motion. I would support this going to judiciary.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
I have experience here. I will,
It's-
I'm going to ask you to withdraw your motion.
I withdraw my motion.
Thank you. Now I can do the roll call vote. I want to clarify the motion. The motion is to refer this bill to judiciary. JF to judiciary.
This is a roll call vote to JF to Judiciary, HB 5156, an act requiring notices of rent increases. Representative Felipe,
Representative Felipe votes no.
Senator Moore,
No.
Representative Scott,
Representative Scott votes yes.
Senator Sampson, Representative Khan, Senator Lesser, Senator Fanfara, Senator Hockadell, Representative Brown,
Representative Brown votes no.
Representative Butler, Representative Gonzalez, Representative Roberts,
Representative Roberts votes no.
Representative Paletta,
Yes.
Representative Weir,
Weir is yes.
Representative Zulo, Representative Belton,
Belton votes no.
Four yeas.
What was the vote tally, Austin?
Yeah, oh, yeah.
Total voting
I never worry.
9, total voting yay 4, total voting nay 5.
It fails. Thank you. We'll close the vote. So the bill before us now is still House Bill 5156, an act requiring notices of rent increases, a JF to the floor.
Motion.
Second.
On the bill, Senator Sa-
Thank you very, very much, Madam Chairman. Yeah, so where to begin? I was hoping that we were going to do this agenda in order today because this bill is somewhat related to other bills that are on this agenda. And I think is going to be impacted by what happens on some other votes. So if we end up adopting these bills and they pass into law, I think that Senate Bill 143, for example, is going to impact this legislation in a significant way. But maybe we'll talk about that in a minute. I just want to state for the record that in my experience, which is considerable in the housing industry, in real estate, in rentals, as everyone has pointed out numerous times on this committee, I'm a landlord. I want to point out, by the way, I'm not the only housing provider that is on this committee. And it's not a conflict of interest, despite the fact that was brought up in the press. I mean, we have doctors on the public health committee. We have teachers on the education committee. I mean, it's, in order for something to be a conflict of interest, you have to be benefiting from something or being harmed from it individually. And in fact, none of this particular bill might actually impact me, but the one that was described before, Senate Bill 143, has no impact on me. The property I own are all single family houses. So I just wanted to get that on the record, because I mean that's just kind of out there. But in my experience, and working as a realtor, dealing with a lot of investors that purchase and manage all kinds of properties, from single family rentals to 25, 50, 100 unit buildings. My experience is that almost every lease is done in a way that protects both the landlord and the tenant for the term of that lease. And if there is a rental increase potential, it is written into the lease. And it's generally does have 60 days notice. I know that the leases that I provide my tenants basically say that, we need to talk 60 days before the expiration of the lease to determine whether you're going to renew and whether I'm going to make any changes or you have any requested changes, that kind of thing. And I think that's customary. I mean, my experience is that that's what most people do. I think that some of the dialogue that we've been hearing in this committee is misleading, in that somehow a lease is only beneficial to a housing provider. It's extremely beneficial to the tenant as well. This is how the tenant is protected, to know that the terms of their agreement are not going to change without their consent for some period of time. And again, we've talked about how these are private contracts and that they're able to be negotiated. I mean, much more than anything else that you could ever negotiate. I mean, if you try and negotiate the terms of your cell phone contract, good luck. I mean, T-Mobile's not going to be tweaking it for you. Or anything else, or your electric service, or the many contracts that we get involved in all the time. A lease with a landlord, you can talk to them, and chances are you can come up with something that is fair and reasonable, and yes, equitable. The thing is, you've got to know to do that. And I think maybe that's something that comes out of this committee. I hope is that people have the education to know that they're in a position to negotiate the terms. I was saying to some folks out in the hallway earlier that, in my experience, housing providers care only about two things. And that is, are you going to pay the rent, and are you not going to wreck my place? That's it. Outside of that, they don't care about anything else. They don't care about the personal lifestyle choices of their tenants, or what race they are, or any of that stuff. I mean, I think a lot of that is contrived. The only color that I've ever heard any landlords ever refer to is green. That's what that matters to them, is whether or not the tenant actually has the ability to make the rental payments. And I think that's how commerce works. In fact, I could go into a long conversation, which maybe I'll save for later, about how capitalism is the great equalizer, and that the fact of the matter is that when you have a marketplace with competition and options, people forget all about their differences, because the fact is making commerce and connections and business work. This bill that's before us, I think is somewhat confusing, and I'm not, after reading it several times, and it's not a complex bill. I mean, the language is relatively limited. It's only a couple of pages. I'm still having trouble figuring out how it impacts the current rental market. Madam Chairman, let me ask you a question. Is it possible for a landlord, or a tenant for that matter, to adjust the amount of rent during the term of a 1-year lease currently under Connecticut statute.
If there's a written lease, they adhere to the lease if they don't have the agreement of the tenant and the landlord, if there's not some other agreement. If there is a lease, it's in the lease, what the rent is, that's what they're obligated to charge that person for the rental. If the amount is changed, there has to be an agreement between the landlord and the tenant. Otherwise, there would be a new lease. If they're going to raise the rent, according to this bill, they would need to give them 60 days notice before raising the rent.
I appreciate that answer. I might suggest that anytime there is an agreement between a landlord and tenant, there is a lease. It might be an oral lease, might be month to month, might be something like that, but there is a lease agreement. But I do follow what the good chairman was saying, which is that if you have a written lease document, it would specify the terms of the rent, and that the only way it could be changed is if both parties mutually agreed to those changes. And that goes right to the point I made a moment ago about the protection for both parties. This is how the tenant makes sure they're not going to have an increase. Month to month terms are a separate issue. And that's something I want to get into in just a second. But let me just ask this. Would this bill, if it passed, allow a landlord to notify their tenant of a rent increase inside a lease agreement as long as they provided 60 days notice?
I believe they would be changing the lease, the original agreement. That, going back to your first question, if they're changing the agreement between the tenant and the landlord, then there's a new lease, and both parties would have to agree to the new lease.
I don't want to disagree with you, Madam Chairman, but I believe the language is not so clear. In lines 27 and lines 28, when we add the language there, which is governed by, going back to line 5, it says a rental agreement shall not provide that the tenant, and then it gives a list of things. And this is number 11, agrees to pay any increase in rent unless such tenant is given not less than 60 days written notice of such increase. I don't see anything in there that says that it would depend on the other terms of the lease. It seems to me that now you're enabling a landlord to increase the rent at any point during an occupancy, as long as the landlord provides 60 days. Can you show me where I'm getting that wrong, or is that in fact the case?
A lease is a binding agreement that's already existing. We're discussing when the lease is changing from the amount that was in the original lease to a new amount, which I would believe would constitute either another agreement, whether it's written or oral, with the tenant.
I thank you for that answer, Madam Chairman, but I'm maybe I'm not following the terms that you're using. I mean, are you suggesting that this can only happen upon the expiration of a current lease term? Because I'm looking for language or something to show me that a landlord under this language would be prohibited if they have a 1-year lease with their tenant. Maybe it's, many years down the road, they've been there for years, each renewing a 1-year lease. But at any point, it looks to me like they can ask the tenant to increase as long as they, give the 60 days notice. I'm not seeing where it says anything about during, that's prohibited during a lease term. And that's what I'm looking for.
I believe that might be in other parts of the legislation, that's already established on agreements between a tenant and landlord. This speaks specifically to increasing a rent and giving 60-day notice. But I can look up the whole section of lease if you'd like to, if that's what you're looking for me to do. Be glad to pull up my computer and pull that out. And read that. Go ahead.
Madam Chairman, I'm not trying to put you on the spot, but let me just repeat one more time. The line 5 says a rental agreement. Okay. So we're talking about a lease agreement that is in place, not a renewal of a rental agreement, not a month-to-month agreement, that you couldn't possibly provide 60 days in a one-month agreement. We're talking about a traditional, typical one-year lease. A rental agreement shall not provide that the tenant agrees to pay any increase in rent unless such tenant is given not less than 60 days written notice of such increase. That reads to me that that rental agreement is allowed to be modified by the property owner as long as they provide that 60 days. And again, I don't want to make you go through, but maybe we can get the nonpartisan staff to interject and clarify my question or provide us with an answer that maybe this exists someplace else in statute. But this to me is quite clear. It says a rental agreement shall not provide that the tenant pay the increase without the notice. But that seems to imply that it's okay if the notice does exist.
I'll recess for a moment. We're going to resume the meeting. Would you like to ask your question and I'll respond?
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. Yeah, so we had a nice conversation about this, but I would really like to get the response on the record to my question, which is based on the language in the bill before us, which is LCO 218. It says on line 5, a rental agreement shall not provide that the tenant, and then it goes to the new language on lines 27 and 28, number 11, agrees to pay any increase in rent unless such tenant is given not less than 60 days written notice of such increase. This reads to me that a landlord, a housing provider, could increase the rent during a lease term as long as they provided 60 days notice to the tenant. And they could do that unilaterally versus what is understood, which is that a lease is a mutually agreed to contract. And I would just like to confirm that I'm reading this correctly. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
You are reading it correctly. I think that for the purposes of my colleagues, we should look at this language further, but I would suggest that we JF it today and make sure that we have an amendment before it hits the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Is it the intention of this committee to alter this language in the future based on me bringing this to light?
Yes, Senator Sampson. Anything else?
Can I ask in which way you plan to modify the bill, Madam Chairman?
We will discuss it further before it goes, we'll do substitute language. We'll speak to our attorneys to get the wording and perhaps confer with you on what you think we could do to strengthen it, since you'll probably be voting on this now. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I have several other issues with this proposal, and I think we should discuss those before we get too deep into the conversation. And it would be my hope that the committee takes no action on this policy. I think that the way that it's drafted unintentionally by the majority actually benefits housing providers. In some ways, it's still an impediment in other ways, including Section 2. But I don't think it's what was intended, and I don't think it's good policy in either way. I think that a lease, as I mentioned, is intended as protection for both parties, and I don't like the idea of allowing either party to unilaterally change the agreement without the consent of the other. And what concerns me is that, we have other items on this agenda, particularly Senate Bill 143, which we're going to talk about at length, that undermines the whole notion of that protection. And that's why it was very important that we did that bill before this one. But let me move on to Section 2 of this bill, which does have to do with lapse of time or renewal situations. This is new language that says, including upon a tenant's refusal to accept an increase in rent in connection with a renewed or extended rental agreement, provided such tenant has received not less than 60 days written notice. So my concern here is that what about month-to-month leases? If you do have a month-to-month agreement, which is something that tenants very often ask for because they don't want to sign a lease because they're attempting to buy a home, in a few months, something like that, or they're, only going to be in a certain location temporarily due to a job or who knows. So month-to-month leases do exist in the world. How on earth could you put a provision into law that says that you require 60 days notice to a tenant when the term of the agreement would only be 30 days? So my question would be, based on the language here, if I had a month-to-month agreement as a tenant, can my landlord change the rent each month, or could they only change it every 60 days? Remembering that these are all individual new agreements each month.
To your point, I don't know how you would do it on a month-to-month if someone's doing a 30-day lease and there's not 60 days involved in it.
Would it make sense to change the time frame in Section 2 to 30 days so that at least the understanding is there that both parties agreed only to a 30-day situation, and that it's subject to change at the end of 30 days. But we're going to provide a notice at that right from the start. Any thoughts on that, Madam Chairman?
Thank you for that. You know, that's a good consideration, that perhaps not change it from 60 to 30, but put something in the bill that would say 30 days on month-to-month leases.
I appreciate your willingness to have that conversation. And I was just actually noticing some testimony from Bob DeCosmo of the Connecticut Property Owners Alliance. And he's the one that brought this to my attention, that says notification of a rent increase is currently not set in statute, but most leases already have some renewal, holdover, or rent escalator clause right inside the lease itself. The thing about this is that sometimes landlords, it says property owners who will risk renting to a marginal tenant do so on an oral month-to-month lease, which is based on 30 days. And requiring 60 days notice is not consistent with those oral leases. And if this were to pass, the notice requirement must be changed to 30 days. And I do agree with them. I'm trying to decide what to do. I mean, the language in the bill, I believe, is beneficial as it reads today. But I don't, I think it's only beneficial to one side of the equation. And I'll go back to say that I'm not here to pick sides. I'm not here to advocate for landlords or tenants. I'm here to advocate for fairness in the process. So I'm going to vote no on this, Madam Chairman, because in this particular case, I think it unfairly benefits housing providers by allowing them to arbitrarily increase the rent on tenants merely by providing 60 days notice, regardless of both parties agreeing in advance to a written contract that they both signed of their own free will. I think I'll leave it at that. There were some other questions and concerns, but I'm going to wait and see what happens with this bill after today. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Rep. Zullo, your hand's up.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a couple of quick comments. Firstly, I'm not going to ask the question. I just want to raise the issue. As far as agreements that have automatic rent renewals or escalators. So let's say it's a lease that says, 1 year and it renews with this type of increase. I just want to make sure that whether it's in this iteration of the bill and if it gets out in future iterations, that we address, is there any type of notice requirement, or is the fact that it's in the initial lease sufficient notice to the tenant that the rent's going to go up, in future terms or in future years of the lease? So I want to raise that. And then secondarily, tenants aren't the only people who end up in compromised situations, in these relationships. I work with housing providers all the time who call me because they're in a jam. They say, geez, my tenant just notified me 2 days before I thought they were going to renew that they're leaving, and I don't have anybody to come in. And it's a huge inconvenience to them. So if we're talking about fairness, and I think the good senator got to this point as far as making sure that there's fairness to both sides as far as this bill goes, I would actually offer that the bill should say that the notification period for a rent increase should be the exact same or equivalent to the notification period for a tenant to vacate. So if the tenant has to provide 30 days notice, the landlord can provide 30 days notice of a rent increase, 60 days, 60 days. We know what's fair for one side is fair for the other. So those are my two comments. I hope they'll be taken into account, if and when this bill comes up in the future. I think they're both issues that could be fleshed out and benefit both sides in the equation. So thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, sir. Any other comments? Representative Ware.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My colleagues have asked many of the questions that I had, but I want to make just a few statements. The ongoing understanding or the ongoing sentiment here is that this is a contract between two parties. A couple of years ago, one of my kids needed a car and we went down to the dealer and, there was nobody in the middle there dictating, we agreed to the terms of that purchase. And there are so many other transactions that we have in our daily lives, food, housing, mortgage, rental agreements. These are all, one way or the other, it's a contract, whether written, oral, or otherwise. And it's generally between two parties. And when you've got a violation on one of the parties, you have a remedy, and that's the third party comes in there, and that's the legal system, that's court. And this is not the first time that this argument has been made, but I'm concerned that we're interjecting ourselves. This is a 4-page bill, really 3 pages with a little bunch of, just some fine print at the bottom, right? So this is really a 3-page bill. This should be so simple. And we just spent a half an hour talking because it's confusing. And so I think we have an obligation here not to be putting two parties, the housing provider and the tenant, both at risk of having to sort this out and then end up in front of a judge costing them money to decide who's right and who's wrong because we put forth legislation that is confusing. So I think we're really doing a disservice by bringing this forward at all. Line 38, for instance, references lapse of time. Yet bill number 43, that 143 we're going to discuss later, looks to get rid of lapse of time altogether. So here we're putting there's new language on lapse of time. And lines 38 through 42 references lapse of time. And bill 143, and we will be here a while talking about that, looks to get rid of lapse of time altogether. So I don't even know why it's in here if we're going to talk about getting rid of it, unless 143, we're not going to bring that up, which would be great. Lines 5 through 28 talk about what cannot be included in a rental agreement. But when you go to lines 27 and 28, it talks about that the tenant cannot agree to pay any increase in rent unless the tenant is given not less than 60 days written notice. And again, I just referenced that section is entirely confusing. It may end up benefiting the landlord, the housing provider, and it's not our job here to benefit either party. I don't want a bill that's going to benefit a housing provider, and I don't want a bill that's going to benefit a tenant. I want no bill. I want to leave it to the parties to work it out themselves. You've got two consenting parties who are capable of addressing their own concerns. They're both looking out for their own best interests, as they should. And if the dispute arises, that's what we have the courts for. But here, I think the trial lawyers really would love this bill. That's what I'm thinking. So I would, I'm going to be a no on this today, regardless of what comes out of here, because I think this is confusing. I recognize the intent. I think I do. But again, I went back and forth on a 3-page bill, and I think I'm even more confused than when I walked in here. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you for your comments. Anyone else? If no more comments,
Madam Chair.
yes, Representative.
I'd just like to clarify for the purposes of lines 27, 28. We talked about before this gets to the House floor, that will be changed. We accept the senator's good comments on that, and we understand how confusing it is. We want to make sure that none of this goes towards the breaking of a binding contract, which is a lease agreement. So just keep that in mind.
Roll call vote, please.
This is a roll call vote to JF to the floor, HB 5156, an act requiring notices of rent increases. Representative Felipe,
Representative Felipe votes yes.
Senator Moore,
Senator Moore, yes.
Representative Scott,
Rep. Scott votes no.
Senator Sampson,
Sampson is no.
Representative Khan,
Representative Khan votes yes.
Senator Lesser, Senator Fonfara, Senator Hockedel,
Senator Hockenall votes yes.
Representative Brown,
Representative Brown votes yes.
Representative Butler, Representative Gonzalez. Representative Roberts.
Representative Roberts votes yes.
Representative Paletta.
Rep. Paletta votes no.
Representative Weir.
Weir is no.
Representative Zulo.
Rep. Zula votes no.
Representative Belton.
Thank you. Next, we have item number 11, House Bill 5157, enact repealing provisions concerning the State Assisted Housing Sustainability Fund. Purposes of this are just to standardize the methodology used to determine the present, true, and actual value of real property classified as affordable housing. Any questions? All right. Representative Scott.
Sorry. Just want to get some clarity on, we had one last session. We had a bill that there was a fund that was a defunct fund. But then we ultimately end up taking away a advisory committee of that defunct fund because it wasn't having any fun, but then we end up putting money back in. Right? That happened last session in the housing department or in the housing committee. So I just want to be clear on what specifically is being taken away and get clarity that there is nothing else additional that's going to happen to what's being repealed. For you.
I think what's being taken away is just some of the language that is used to determine what the value is. It's just being clarified in this language. I do not see anything that takes away or establishes any funding.
It talks about
My apologies.
how do you want to?
I was looking at the wrong bill. I was looking at 5158. This is 5157. My apologies. So continue to ask your question. I'm sorry.
No worries. So again, what I'm worried about is we had in the past a fund or a group that was getting dollars that was defunct, hadn't been getting any money, it hasn't been used in a while. They were trying to pull it out. So they got rid of the advisory committee that was tied to that. Then money later came back into that committee or into that fund without an advisory committee. That was discussed last session. I just want to make sure when we're talking about repealing provisions about this, I just want to make sure we're clear what we're repealing, right? And what is going to be done then with that state assisted housing sustainability fund moving forward, if there's anything that's being done. Because again, last time it was not clear, and I just want to make sure we have very clear action and understanding what's being done with the fund, what's being done with repealing, and then ultimately what's being done with the fund. Thank you.
We'll recess for a moment.
Existing definition was just pulled in to a section that's not being repealed.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. That's true. We're gonna call the meeting back to order. And Representative Scott, if you could just repeat your question one more time.
Yes, thank you for having this dialogue here. We'll put it on the record now and in front of everybody. So yeah, so the question is, we had a fund last session that we got rid of the advisory board that ultimately ended up having some dollars that got put into it. My clarity is just wanting to make sure that this fund and the advisory committee, everything is getting pulled
Yes,
clearly
it
from this, and then
repeals
no
the
funds
entire-
will be going back into it.
The entire fund will be repealed, and the only thing that we've changed, we've added definitions that have to do with other things that are in statute.
Great. Thank you. That answers my question. That's clarity. I appreciate that.
Thank you, Representative. Yes, sir. Any other questions? Any online? All right, seeing none. Yeah. Yeah, we're gonna take a quick recess while members are disposed. Do we have a motion on item number 11?
So moved.
Second?
I'll second.
Thank you. Well, now we'll have a roll call vote.
This is a roll call vote to JF to the floor, HB 5157, an act repealing provisions concerning the State Assisted Housing Sustainability Fund. Representative Felipe,
Representative Felipe votes yes.
Senator Moore, Representative Scott,
Representative Scott votes yes.
Senator Sampson,
Sampson is yes.
Representative Khan, Senator Lesser, Senator Fanfara, Senator Hockadell, Representative Brown,
Representative Brown votes yes.
Representative Butler, Representative Gonzalez, Representative Roberts, Representative Paletta,
Yes.
Representative Weir, Representative Zulo,
Rep. Zulo votes yes.
Representative Belton.
For real.
All right, thank you.
All right.
Yeah, moving forward to item number 12, House Bill 5158, an act concerning the standardized valuation of affordable rental housing. Is there a motion?
Motion?
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Now this bill is to standardize the methodology used to determine the present, true, and actual value of real property classified as affordable housing. Pretty straightforward, one page. Any discussion? Senator Sampson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, so, I've looked back and forth through this bill. I read through the testimony on it. And I keep going back and forth on what is actually attempted to be achieved here. I understand that we're trying to alter the way a certain property is valued. But for what purpose? For taxation? Is that the main reason through Mr. Chairman?
Thank you for that. This is from the majority leaders round. It's one of the items that came up during discussion. uh, as it said, the purpose is to have a standard methodology. And perhaps it would increase the amount of affordable housing. But it's really a study to figure out what it is and come up with a method.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Are you, I didn't hear an answer to my question really, which is what was the purpose of changing the way we are determining this value? And second, I don't see language in here that this is a study. It looks like we're actually making policy here. Can you point to that language for me?
Doesn't say it is a study. It just says that it's looking at how to standardize the valuation for affordable housing for housing solely for low and moderate income persons or families. I withdraw the word study. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. I appreciate that. We're halfway there. The other question was, what is the purpose for changing the way we're classifying this? I mean, we're going to, you know, if this policy is adopted into law, there will be a new way of determining the value of these types of real property. And I don't know the reason for it. Is it because of the amount of property taxes that would be levied against these buildings, and there's an attempt to reduce the property taxes on them? Is that correct?
I don't see property tax mentioned in here, so I wouldn't say that was the reason. I think the motivation here is to understand more about what's available for low income housing, that would be the motive.
Thank you for that answer, Madam Chairman, although I think I'm right. I think it is about property taxes. And I think that the reason why it's about property taxes is an attempt to make it easier for developers to be able to put up affordable housing without having such a heavy property tax burden. So in some respects, I can understand your response is it basically indicates that this is to provide more middle and lower income housing. And that may be true. But I have some concerns about this. I mean, you know, first off, I think that ultimately towns determine how they're going to levy property taxes. And while the state certainly has a role to play and things to say about that, I don't know that we should be interfering with their ability to determine the value of property to levy the proper property taxes. But the biggest issue I have is that if you start decreasing the property tax burden by adjusting these values downward, this is basically special treatment for one particular class of taxpayer. And the net result is that all other taxpayers will pay more. You know, it's the same thing as, you know, corporate welfare, for example. You know, we take taxpayer money and we give it to some specific company, and that sounds great. You know, we're creating jobs, this and that. But we have to remember when we do that, we're also taking money out of everyone else's pocket. And that's what's happening here too. I mean, and this is one of my objections to the way government operates, you know, at all levels, which is that, you know, it interjects itself to create special treatment or disparate treatment for different classes of people. The whole concept of America is that we treat people equally, and that laws apply to everyone regardless of any other superficial factors. This is an exception to that, and I understand the motivation behind it, but I'm not in favor of telling the constituents that I represent that they're going to pay more property tax so that we can provide special treatment for one particular class of property owner. So I will be a no today. Thank you, Mr. and Madam Chairman.
For clarity, this is a Department of Housing priority, and I was just told that this bill will only affect a handful of municipalities here in the state. It is not for everybody. Any further discussion? Representative Weir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would just like to just couch on that and then just ask a couple of questions. you know, I hear all the time, and I recognize this will only affect, per the Department of Housing, a few municipalities, but I'm concerned I hear from all my 5 towns that when we create policy up here in Hartford, without funding provided, it ends up being an unfunded mandate on the town and or the municipality. So I'm concerned that by us dictating how this real property can be shall be valued, you know, I'd be open to talking about that. You know, we can allow the municipality to perhaps create their own assessment if that is a authority that we can grant. But I'm concerned, you know, if I look at line 12 talks about capitalized value of the net rental income. And you know, in my experience, there have been many different ways to assess property and to limit a municipality as to the income model only. You know, there are other ways to assess property. So I think I really think this is an overstep. I understand that we have a housing shortage. I recognize that housing is in demand. But if this is going to be an unfunded mandate, even if it's not going to affect one of my towns, you know, if it's going to affect Hartford or Newington, I can't support something just because I know that down the pike it could end up affecting one of my towns. So I think we want to be careful when we're putting mandates and pushing costs down to the towns and municipalities. I'll be a no today, but I will look for what I didn't have time because we got this agenda yesterday. Is I will look for testimony from what does cost and CCM think about this, and definitely do some more listening. But thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Any other questions from the committee? Any online? Seeing none, we'll do a roll call vote.
This is a roll call vote to JF to the floor, HB 5158, an act concerning the standardized valuation of affordable rental housing. Representative Felipe,
Representative Felipe votes yes.
Senator Moore, Representative Scott,
Representative Scott votes no.
Senator Sampson,
Sampson votes no.
Representative Khan, Senator Lesser, Senator Fonfara, Senator Hockadell, Representative Brown,
Representative Brown votes yes.
Representative Butler, Representative Gonzalez, Representative Roberts,
Representative Roberts votes yes.
Representative Paletta,
No.
Representative Weir,
Weir is no.
Representative Zulo, Representative Belton.
The next one that we'll address is Senate Bill 207. An act concerning housing authority jurisdiction. It's a JF to the floor. Is there a motion?
Motion.
Second,
Second.
moved in second. This bill would allow housing authorities to conduct business and do development in cities other than the city that they're in. It would expand their jurisdiction to include other municipalities. Questions, comments?
Let's Steve go. Let's Steve go.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to just start by the first question I have is this bill this year. You know, I do recall this bill coming up last year, and I believe it came up in the past prior to me serving here. And this bill is broader than we've seen in the past. Last year's bill, I believe there was a talk about a 10-mile radius, and there isn't any mileage description in this bill. So through you, Madam Chair, do you know why that was removed? And if this were to go forward, does this mean that a housing authority can just traipse all over the state, can just decide that that they're going to drop anchor in a town 50 miles away and develop housing, Madam Chair?
I don't know about traipsing, but I do know that it does give them the authority to go into other towns. Now, I do want to say that I can't give you a reason why they removed the 10-mile restriction on it. But I do know that I've spoken to housing authorities throughout Connecticut, from Greenwich all the way up the line, to talk about how they felt about this, to understand where would they consider doing. And they're certainly not thinking about going from Greenwich to do something in New Haven, that there is a New Haven Housing Authority there. So I believe that they would like to stay as close as possible to where they are. It's not guaranteed in this, but that is what I got from them when speaking to them.
Okay, thank you. And, you know, I just wanted to, well, I've got some questions. I want to get into some of the maybe more granular. Would this allow a housing authority to go in not only for new construction, but also for renovations or additions? We know.
This is, the housing authority is a developer, and they would be a developer. They would, my understanding is they would be looking for properties that they could develop to convert into affordable housing.
Okay. My understanding, because we've done work for housing authorities, you know, they're not only a developer, but they also manage, they manage the properties, they, you know, handle the rents. So there's more than just a development. There's the maintenance and ongoing care of the property. And yeah, I just kind of want to go back historically. You know, previous legislation has required, when a housing authority wants to be commissioned, the previous legislation required, and I believe that the law states that, you know, if Watertown Housing Authority has to be created in Watertown. So, you know, if there's no, it has to be created in the town that it's in. And I hope that makes sense. And the reason is because that town, there's a connection between the people who are being served. There's a connection between the housing authority, between the mayor or the chief executive of the town, and there's accountability there. So they don't allow, you know, when a new housing authority is starting up, the language and the law says that they'll, yeah, they must be commissioned in the town that they're in. So this, to me, I think it's concerning that we allow a housing authority to then pull up roots and kind of plant another operation in a different town where the commissioners are not there. There's no office for people to go to. You know, the chief executive of, I'll just say New Haven, perhaps, if they're going to open up in Branford, the chief executive of the executive director of New Haven may not be accountable to the people in Branford. So that is a concern, because part of the value of having a housing authority in the jurisdiction that it's in is if there's a violation, you know, the building department, the fire marshal, a concerned resident, concerned tenant has a place to go. They can walk into the main office and voice their concern, voice their complaint, address it right there with the executive director of the housing authority, versus having to try to remedy this from long distance. So I think it was set up that way for a reason. You know, private developers, we have, you know, we recognize there's a need for housing. There's affordable housing being built privately all over the state. So I'm concerned that we're going to give this power to a housing authority that already has, already has a home base. And by the way, a housing authority can change jurisdictions with mutual agreement with the municipality that they wish to move to. So if New Haven wants to move to Brantford, and they reach out to Brantford and say, we want to come into your territory because we recognize there's a shortage of housing and there's abundant land and property to develop there. If Brantford agrees to it, they can agree to that mutually without having any involvement from us. So I want to point that out. I do have a few questions here. So I guess what I don't see that this legislation addresses is how, I think we should consider, how would a resident reach an office if the housing authority develops in another municipality? How would that resident, if they had a complaint or a concern, how would they be able to be heard? How would their concerns be addressed if they can't walk right in and say, I have an issue with, sanitary conditions, or, there's litter in the hallway, or, we heard throughout, some of the testimony, unsanitary conditions, rats. If that exists in a housing authority, what is the remedy for the resident? If they can't walk right in and address that on property with the developer. If that developer is remote or absentee, that's a concern to me. The other, do we know if this is going to be limited to unaffiliated entities or affiliated entities which have instrumentality?
I'm sorry, you'll need to clarify that for me.
Well, there are different type, echo here, there are different types of housing authorities. Anyhow, I'm hearing an echo, which is, I guess, normal for me. But there are different types of housing authorities, and you've got some that are not, you've got nonprofits that can be spun off from that housing authority. And in one case, you've got an affiliated, which is closely tied to the housing authority, and there's I think a distinct advantage there. And then you've got an unaffiliated nonprofit, and I think there's a different level of accountability. And I wonder if this legislation just, addresses, and I think maybe we should consider having that addressed as the affiliated versus the unaffiliated different types of nonprofits which are spun off from the housing authority, because there can be an advantage over the private sector in that case. I don't think we want to be picking winners and losers here, but I think we want to know what is the instrumentality of the housing authority. I would want to see that addressed. And, my next question would be.
Let me do it question by question. My memory's good, but let me go to your first original question. So you mentioned that who would be responsive if a housing authority, let's use New Haven, decided to do something in Brantford. How would those people be able to respond? Now, I live in Bridgeport, one of the poorest cities in Connecticut, and there are many properties that are managed by the housing authority. And in every single one of those properties, there is a person on staff with an office that reports to the people that they have a direct contact. I don't know of any large complex that's built. I know some scattered sites that have individual houses, but in the buildings that I've been to and I've visited, there is someone there. But just like a developer can build in all these different places, and they're not there to be responsive to every single one of their tenants, right? But in the housing authorities, they are. So I think that's even gives more credence to housing authority, because we know that there's going to be someone in all of those complexes to address people. All right. And then what was your second question? See, I told you. Was there a question?
Yes, does this bill address the affiliated nonprofit versus the unaffiliated? And if it doesn't, I think that should be, I think we should clarify that, because the affiliated has a much advantage in the marketplace, potentially, over an unaffiliated in terms of, there's an advantage in the marketplace in terms of how, they derive their funds and income. And so I think we should, get clarification on that and understand that a little bit better.
All right, for that question, I don't see the answer in here regarding affiliated. I could turn to the attorneys to ask, is it addressed?
So as drafted, the bill speaks to authorities or housing authorities as created by section 8-40 of the general statutes. I don't believe that there's any language in this bill concerning affiliates that can exercise such powers.
So, through you, Madam Chair, I don't know if I can ask legal for that. I'll ask you, Madam Chair, so the way that this legislation is written, then it would explicitly exclude affiliated entities and nonprofits, and it would only apply to the housing authority.
Through me, yes.
Thank you. Another couple notes I put on my phone here. Would the Public Housing Authority be able to utilize 830G, that statute, to develop properties?
I don't think there's an exception here that gives them anything different than you give any other developer.
Okay, I think
I'm sorry, I was distracted.
I didn't want to speak out of turn. So, there is a distinction between a private developer and a public housing authority, and several different distinctions. Again, how they derive their funding, vouchers, that sort of thing. So I just want to make sure that we're not giving an advantage, one over the other. So it's concerning to me if the Public Housing Authority is able to utilize 830G, or I guess I want to get a clarification before saying it's concerning, but I would like to get that clarification because there is an advantage in funding, difference in how they derive their funds.
As I look at line 23, they become a developer. Right.
I have no more questions at this time. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator Sampson.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. Just listening to the conversation, we've had this bill a number of times. I don't know ultimately why it stalls out. I'd like to believe it has to do with some of us in the opposition working to prevent this policy. But I think that it's a bigger issue than that. And I think it really has to do with the number of municipalities and their respective leadership across Connecticut objecting to this type of policy. And this year's version is quite an expansion. In previous years, there was a limitation on the radius of operation. 10 miles, I think, was the last one, as we just mentioned. This would effectively allow a housing authority to operate anywhere in the state. The New Haven Housing Authority could, start doing activity in any town, Connecticut, whether it's Brooklyn or New Haven or Wolcott or any other place. And they could do that without the authority of the town that they're operating in. And I think that that is a pretty heavy lift. And I think my colleagues on both sides of the aisle ought to be concerned about that because each one of us represent, at least one or multiple towns. And I know that if I check with my municipal leaders in those towns, they're not going to like this. They're going to say, what are you doing, giving up our autonomy to be involved in this decision-making process? Don't you dare. And under current law, housing authorities can operate outside of their existing city domain and other communities, but they need the permission of those municipal leaders. And to me, that's the way we should leave it. This really does expand the authority of housing authorities in a way that I think is going to create problems for other municipalities, particularly smaller ones around Connecticut. I have some other issues, but to me, that's the number one thing is out of respect for my municipal leaders. I could never support this bill on its face. You can get into the substance of whether this is a good policy or not. And maybe I'll ask that question. Madam Chairman, what is the perceived benefit of allowing a large municipal housing authority, for example, to be able to engage in housing projects outside of their city in other communities without the permission of their local government?
Thank you. Some small towns may not have the capacity to do some of this development, right? And the housing authorities, they've developed a lot of properties within their own and have that experience. I do want to say that housing authorities can't go into a town and just build something without the approval of the town. They've got to go through P&D, they've got to go through planning and zoning, the same as any other developer. It is just another opportunity to have someone focus on building low income and affordable housing.
Yeah, and I appreciate the fact that those protections do exist, and of course they would have to. I mean, you can't imagine that we would allow any entity, whether it is private or government, to circumvent the laws and protections that exist in those communities. Although, ironically, this committee and the Planning and Development Committee in this legislature are often trying to trump those municipal protections that you just spoke of, and maybe that's one of the concerns that I bring to the table also, which is that if you start to get rid of local zoning protections by doing, legislation similar to what we passed on the last night of session last year, and that is expanded, maybe those municipal governments won't have the protections. For me, government is best at the most local level. The folks with the most power in America are individual citizens. We govern ourselves. We are sovereign. We are the kings and queens, so to speak, of America, because we don't have royalty. We don't have kings and queens, and we don't have a divine right of authority or power. We flip that on its head, and that's the benefit of America, that we empower individual citizens, and then government is supposed to work outward from there. And the most power and control that ought to be exercised over someone's property is that person, I believe. And then the second most influential entity ought to be the local government, the people elected in that very community to make the decisions for those people that live there, which is why we all, have boards of education, for example. We have local planning and zoning departments and so forth. This bill throws that for a loop and says, we're going to take away a lot of this authority to craft our community. Whatever town this is, has got their own people elected into public office that are making decisions about what that town's going to look like, from a development perspective, from a housing perspective, and the people that live there have a vested interest in that. And I believe they should have a say. And, for the state government to be empowering not only itself, but also another government entity like a housing authority, to ignore the decision-making authority of those municipal leaders, to me is a big shift and not in the right direction. Can I ask, Madam Chair, what kind of housing are we talking about? What type of buildings do housing authorities construct and produce? Excuse me.
It's usually low income, moderate housing. Are you talking about the physical structure? They vary. As I said earlier, there's some that are scattered housing, might be two family, might be four family, depends on where the properties are. And then there's some in Bridgeport and Crescent Crossing. I'd consider living there. Beautiful facility with a community room, plenty of parking, looking at the water. I think it varies from place to place. I do want to say that I see this as an opportunity, just as you give any developer to come in who has a real understanding of building affordable, decent housing for low income. I think it's another opportunity. And it may address where people are falling short of developing low income housing, that we have someone who's dedicated to that. I see it as a positive move. And I don't see us going into any municipality forcing ourselves on anything. In fact, what I do see is utilizing underused properties to do low income housing and bringing all those wonderful things that come with having a diverse community together. Thank you. I see them as a developer. I don't see them any different than any other consideration from other developers.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. I appreciate the perspective. I disagree, though. I think they're completely different than other developers. I don't like to see government entities competing with the private sector in any industry. I didn't like it when this state government decided that they were going to get in the business of providing retirement savings accounts to people by deducting money from their paycheck against their will, or providing short-term insurance through paid sick days. I mean, these might be good programs for some people, but they should be voluntary programs. You should be able to decide whether you want to participate without having money taken out of your paycheck without you asking. And this is the same thing here, which is I want voluntary participation. The question really boils down to, what's the harm? I mean, the fact of the matter is, if you want to see more development in your community, you can allow it right now. There's nothing stopping a housing authority that wants to operate in another town from approaching that town and speaking with them and either joining I forget what the term is, but it's a joint housing authority. Yeah, I don't remember where I saw it in here. Saw it in the language somewhere, but they can do that now, or they can simply ask for the terms. Going back to the types of buildings, you mentioned, some relatively small buildings. I imagine that there's some larger structures too that have, many units, 100 units or more. Is it? And this is an honest question. I don't know. What are the conditions at these buildings run by housing authorities? You mentioned one in Bridgeport that you described it as being a nice place. And I'll take your word for that. I don't doubt it. But are they all nice places? I mean, are these housing authority projects quality living places? I mean, do they compete with private sector offerings?
Considering that they're new, many of them are new, going up, and they're tearing down to traditional housing project, those are going away. I've seen some beautiful things in Stamford. I've seen some in New Haven, riding the train to go to Boston. I've seen them along the corridor in Connecticut. I haven't been in all of them, but I tell you, the ones that I've seen built recently, I would move into. And I own my own house. And builds a sense of community, something that we've lost when you take down public housing. Many of the people who live in public housing and so-called projects have been there, and it's generations. When you tear those down, those people are scattered, going other places. I think this is another opportunity to build community, and I think it's decent. And I doubt very seriously that anybody would go in and build something intentionally, or that their motive would not to improve on the lives of low income and moderate income. So what I've seen, I'm very proud of what I've seen from housing authorities.
Yeah, thank you very much. I appreciate your insight into that. And it definitely does matter to me. I don't know whether that is a long-term outcome, because I suspect that some of the buildings that are being torn down to make way for these new projects were also government housing, and they declined in quality over time. Um, for me, I mean, I don't know that anyone, is trying to raise themselves to the level of living in government subsidized housing, I guess is my point. And while it may be necessary, I don't think it's what we want to see. I think what we want to see is a thriving economy with plenty of jobs and opportunities so people are making a good income and they can choose to live wherever they want. I think that's what we really want. So, in some ways, perpetuating, a government subsidized housing situation is complex. And certainly when you're dealing with 169 different communities that have different plans and concerns, that sometimes they work on over decades. Every town has long-term projects that they're planning for, that they're trying to determine how they're going to manage. And they are looking at every detail of a project. They're looking at, how they're going to manage traffic, how they're going to manage water and sewer systems. They have some plan that they want to develop an area for some sort of shopping complex or something like that. This could be interrupted. Their plans, their long-term plans that were made locally and for good reason, could be overridden based on the policy that is before us. During the conversation you were having with my good colleague, Representative Weir, he was asking about the availability, I guess, of staff and so forth. And you mentioned that housing authorities have people on site, which is interesting. Does that apply in this bill before us, assuming a big city housing authority decides to develop in a small town? Will they also be required by the statute to have folks on site?
It's not specified in the bill how they have to staff or who needs to be on staff. I'm basing this on the historical perspective and what I've seen and what I've witnessed firsthand. I don't know of any large building. And as I said, in Bridgeport, we have many, many of them. I don't know of anyone where I can't go downstairs and there's not someone there managing the property. Just like any developer that puts in a large building. And I think we should look at this as a housing authority being a developer and going in, trying to put in decent, affordable housing and supporting it. Nobody builds a house and they want it torn down right away. And I do want to speak to, if you don't mind, housing projects. I grew up across the street from a housing project, and that's housing project is 70 years old. 70 years old. If they're tearing them down, it's because of aging, right? Also because of trying to change the environment of having people in smaller places, better parking, better environmental upgrading. Sometimes it's better just to tear it down and start all over again to make it environmentally safe and to make it energy efficient, right? And that's some of the reasons why they're torn down. But I go back to my original statement that when you do that, families scatter. And I think that's a detriment to all of our communities when people lose contact with people they've grown up with and their friends. You think about teenagers when they have to leave the high school. So, I mean, so if we're building, this housing crisis is more than one thing. I think it's a combination of many. But I think before we start tearing down people's houses, and we need to make sure that people have a place to move to. And I know that the housing authorities that I've been exposed to have experience in that area, want to build housing, affordable housing for people, and want to maintain it.
Thank you again, Madam Chairman. I genuinely appreciate your insight. I mean, you very clearly have a lot of expertise in this area, and I don't doubt that you know exactly what you're talking about. Although your comments are somewhat focused on what's happening inside the city environments where older project style housing is being replaced with projects from housing authorities. And that makes sense. This bill is focused on something that's different though, and that is those same housing authorities being able to move into suburban and rural communities and to do so without the permission or approval of their local governments and the plans that they have developed over time. You know, we all want to see the best possible outcome for the people that we represent, and we also want to see, you know, available, quality, safe, affordable housing everywhere in Connecticut. There are so many topics that we could get into on this subject. I mean, you just mentioned the word safety. I mean, we have a crime issue in this state, you know, that's being affected by government policy, and as a result, it brings me to a point that I discovered in this bill too, which is that in local housing authorities that are built locally, New Haven, I'll keep using as that as an example because I think it's the most likely thing to happen as a result of this legislation. They're required by law to have their own police force on site. Are they required to have that police force in another jurisdiction? Through you, Madam Chairman.
It actually states in the bill, there's no police force in the extended area. And that's in line 226, 227, 228.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I knew that. I always know the answer to the questions I'm going to ask, but I appreciate that you have that information at your fingertips. I appreciate you had that at the fingertips also. And I asked you not to, because I doubt your knowledge of the bill, because I wanted to prove a point that here we are setting different rules. We're saying that, you know, if you're going to build your building project is going to be in New Haven, then you've got to provide certain amenities. You've got to provide a police force. You've got to go through certain hoops, but you are going to be allowed to skip over some of those. So, I mean, this bill is very clearly written from the perspective of the housing authorities. I don't know that it's written from the perspective of what's good policy for the state of Connecticut. And that's what my main concern is. And for me, the only way to fix this is either to not enact this policy at all, or to try and ameliorate my concerns. And the way to do that really is to make sure that we have some checks and balances. And the check and balance that I would suggest is that the towns that are going to be impacted have to have a say. And again, I'm just going to remind my colleagues all around the room and later in the whole legislature, you have municipal leaders that you answer to, and they're going to want a say in this policy. I would be afraid to vote for this bill and tell my 5 municipal governments that I'm ignoring what they think about this. And I think any of us would be smart to do so also. And based on that, Madam Chairman, I have an amendment. And I've just had it distributed to the members of the committee, and you'll see it before you. It's LCO 2430. And I'd like to move that this amendment be adopted, and I'd like the opportunity to discuss it. And at the appointed time, I'd like a roll call vote.
I've had the amendment. Would you like to explain it?
Yeah, thank you very much, Madam Chairman. Yeah, so by way of explaining the amendment, it's very straightforward. You'll see the very first lines strike the definition in the bill proposal about expanded area of operation and stipulate in new language, lines 3 through 7 of my amendment, that the expanded area of operation is only if provided such other municipality has adopted an agreement. In other words, the other town has to participate in the decision. And the rest of the language reads pretty much the same. Lines 8 and 9 strike the existing lines 213 to 223. which basically is the operative language of the bill, which basically says that any housing authority or regional housing authority established may adopt an expanded area. This says only under those same circumstances. And if you read my underlined language in lines 23 through the end, it basically says they have to adopt an agreement authorizing such a housing authority to operate in that municipality. And it also says that if that municipality does not adopt such an agreement, that would not be a violation of 830G. Again, I move adoption. I'll just say one other word about this, which is, imagine one of your small towns has a big city housing authority put up a building in that district, and then they're not taking care of it, or there are issues at that building. How is the local police force, local health department, local, building enforcement person, how are they going to manage to deal with this, especially when they're not dealing with a private entity that they can properly fine or hold accountable to some government penalty, and you're dealing with another town's housing authority? We see it all the time that governments do not hold each other accountable very well for things. And for me, that's the reason for this amendment. Again, I encourage my colleagues to support it. Loop your municipal leaders in and give them a seat at the table about deciding whether this is good policy. Thank you.
Any other comments? Representative Ware.
For a second time, I thank you for indulging me. I missed one of my notes, and it was to just I guess now reinforce what Senator Sampson said. But yes, each housing authorities have a plan, and up until recent history, that plan had to be signed off by the mayor or the CEO of the municipality, and that ensured that the housing authority interests were in line with those of the city. And I think if you take away that accountability by having a town, a housing authority may enter a town without any relationship between the mayor or the executive officer of that municipality. If they don't have a good working, I guess if there's no accountability between the two parties, it could really devolve into a poor working relationship. So I think it's important that we maintain that accountability, grant them. Certainly there's the opportunity for development by permitting this, but we shouldn't mandate this upon the town to just accept it without input and some understanding of what the ramifications would be to the town. So I think it should be by mutual consent, and I thank you for allowing me a second time.
I'm not going to accept this amendment. I believe that, as we said earlier, anyone who decides to go into another town or municipality to develop through this housing authority, that they would have to go through the process of going to all of the boards within that city to be able to develop. We'll do a roll call vote.
This is a roll call vote on Amendment A, LCO number 2430. Representative Felipe,
Representative Felipe votes no.
Senator Moore,
No.
Representative Scott,
Representative Scott votes yes.
Senator Sampson,
Sampson is yes.
Representative Khan,
Representative Khan votes no.
Senator Lesser,
Senator Lesser votes no.
Senator Fanfara, Senator Hockedal,
Senator Hockedal votes no.
Representative Brown,
Representative Brown votes no.
Representative Butler, Representative Gonzalez, Representative Roberts,
Representative Roberts votes no.
Representative Paletta,
Yes.
Representative Weir,
Weir is yes.
Representative Zula,
Reb Zula votes yes.
Representative Belton.
Belton votes no.
Photo voting 14, yay 5, nay 9, abstain 0, absent not voting 2.
The amendment fails. We'll go back to the bill. Senator Sampson still has the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. I just wanted to say a final word about this too, which is that, one of the focuses of this committee this year, we hear it repeated over and over again, is that, we have a shortage of available affordable housing. And, my argument would be that I don't think that there's really a shortage of affordable housing. There may be a shortage of available affordable housing. And I think that's a result of a lot of factors. I mean, the population of Connecticut is not growing leaps and bounds, and the buildings aren't disappearing. So if there was, enough property to house the citizens of Connecticut a couple of years ago, why is it different now? And I think it's different for a number of reasons. But the common factor is the state government imposing more and more regulation and impediments to private housing development. We have bills on our agenda today, the couple of items that we have not touched on yet, which I'm hopeful that the chairs are going to decide to hold. Although that might be asking for a lot. Keep hope alive, I was advised. But those bills are going to create further impediments to folks that are in the private housing market. It's going to convince people not to engage in that business activity any longer. And so is this. If you want private housing development, you can't be competing with private housing developers with government housing developers. I mean, it's very hard for a private entity to compete with the government. The government has an unlimited supply of money. They just keep taxing and taxing. They don't care what it costs. And they can outspend their opponents in business, which is why we don't allow governments generally to compete with the private sector for manufacturing things. And, effectively, every time you start to go down the road of enabling government to go into different areas of industry, to control the levers of industry, that is socialism. Socialism, if you look it up in the dictionary, is when the government controls commerce and the entities of commerce. And that's what's happening here on a methodical, incremental scale. And for me, I think it's dangerous to our future. And I'm going to talk about this much more this afternoon, that people are under this misguided belief that somehow all of these government interjections into the marketplace are going to improve the lives of certain segments of the population. I promise you, pick up a history book and you will find out that the more government engages in this activity, the more government authority in the redistribution of wealth and opportunity that occurs. Ultimately, things decline. They don't get better. And I'm adding that caution on this bill, and I will certainly do it on the other ones as well. We should not enable private. Why does the big city housing authorities? How do they come about having so many resources to be able to invest outside of their own communities, that they want to, be big housing developers across the state? I just don't understand that. I don't think it makes sense. I don't think that was ever the intent of our state government when it was founded, was to find a way to allow the government of the state of Connecticut to be competing with private individuals in providing housing across the state. And I don't see that it is going to be a benefit to the people in any community to see this happen. They have a role to play, certainly, the existing housing authorities that we have already in the towns where they exist and function. But to see them going outside of their boundaries without permission from municipal leaders, and without all of the necessary protections, I think is dangerous. I could say a lot more, Madam Chairman, but I'll leave this one go for now. And I will definitely vote no, and I'll be pleased to report back to my municipal leaders that I did so. Thank you.
For me, this is an actual good bill for me within my community. I got about 9 low-income housing facilities in my actual city. I was raised in 3 of them. And with those housing facilities, they gave me the opportunity to not only be just someone from there, but most importantly, they had scholarship funds for us to go to college. They gave parents access to after-school programs, gave parents access to actually want to go get jobs to provide for their families, to actually seek home ownership. So that was a big thing for me. And knowing that we had in my city, the oldest one in the state of Connecticut, that was knocked down. And as the good senator stated, built up to give people access to now a better living is a ultimate plus. The plan is not to actually stay in these forever. The plan is to actually give you that access, get you the tools to move out and to seek home ownership. And that was the big thing for me growing up. And to have probably the most in the state in my city is a big thing for me to see this. A lot of people might see this as, oh, you don't want to build in other cities. And that's a big thing too. But for me, the access of creating affordable low income is really big, and it's sufficient because not too many people come from access to have a parent that'll pass a home down to you, or just generational wealth. We don't come from that. We don't have that. So this is actually a big situation in my community. And I probably represent the 6th largest city in the state of Connecticut. So just to understand what we're doing right now, it is key.
Thank you, Madam Chair. When I look at this piece of legislation in particular, I think about our role here and the kind of conversations that we have with each other as legislators, that we have with folks from various municipalities when their legislators bring them up here to talk to us. And, we have a responsibility, obviously, to the entire state of Connecticut. And this is a result, I think, of listening to some of the things that we've heard, specifically coming from a place like Bridgeport, hearing folks from neighboring and suburban towns say, we don't know how to develop this affordable housing in our communities. We don't know how that works. And the things that our housing authorities have done. Senator Moore talked about Crescent Crossings, and I will say, Senator Moore, when you're done here, if you want to come to the 130th district, we'd love to have you. They have the same after-school programs that Representative Roberts just spoke about. I actually helped fund one of those programs, as well as aquatic training for our South End members, because we have Seaside Park just right there. We make sure that we put in for the community, and when these places are there, they make it that sense of community. There are all these folks that are together that then come out of these places better. And I want to speak to as well. Senator Moore talked about some of our housing projects that were 70+ years old. We're phasing those out. I have a place called Windward Commons in my district that used to be Marina Village, and Marina Village is one of the places that you didn't want to live in. It wasn't well taken care of. It was run down because of the practices that we had when they existed in the 80s, 90s, and early 2000s. But then our housing authorities changed. They made sure that there were people on site. They made sure that they were cleaning up. They made sure that facade improvements were made. They made sure that they were doing landscaping outside of the buildings. These are beautiful places to live. If you look off of the highway, coming past Bridgeport, you'll see a few of these places. You'll certainly see Crescent Crossings and Windward Commons. And we want to make sure that folks who are in other municipalities that don't have the capacity to build this, whether it be the developers that they're dealing with or just the municipalities themselves, if they're serious about not having the capacity, we do, and we want to help you. And that's all that we look to do, is to make sure that this legislation goes into effect so we can help when folks need it. We are listening to what we have heard. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Excuse me. Thank you for that. I appreciate that. My one comeback on that topic is, if that municipality was looking for that, they could always reach out. There's always an agreement that could be made in the current law, current statute, that they can reach out to any housing authority and they can come and help them build it if they truly wanted to do so. I don't think that is the hurdle right now. I don't think the hurdle is that, oh, there's not a way to make that happen. just don't think those municipalities want it. That's my opinion. You know, I've definitely talked to some of the same folks you have. That's my issue. I do want to go back, and I'm not going to be very long here, but I do want to go back to the establishment of what a housing authority is. I looked this up. It's an OLR report from, you know, one of the people in this room who did a good job of recapping it. And I just want to just read a sentence that says, a housing authority may only operate if the municipality governing body declares by resolution that there's a need for authority. So again, the municipality's governing body declares a resolution that there's a need for the authority. My issue is that that's now being totally blown up, right? That is not, we are literally throwing that away. The original purpose of what the housing authority was for is not being valid anymore. So I don't want to say bait and switch, but it's changing the whole purpose of what what was set up for. And that's frustrating to me. You know, the intent of what this was back whenever, whoever passed it, whatever year it was, it's being changed now, you know. And who's going to change against is some of the smaller towns, right? You know, I represent, that don't necessarily want that in their community, you know, don't want a bigger facilities like the couple that you talked about. I don't know if that they want. Now, would they come in and do that in that town? I don't know. But I think that's the worry. You know, I hear it from our residents. We don't want, you know, Bridgeport, New Haven to come in and build what they have there here in my town. That's what I hear. And I need to speak for those folks that are in my district that I think are worried about that. I think if there could be deals made with the town, I'm all supportive of that. Like that's how it is currently written today. It's just not happening. Why isn't it happening? Because I don't think there wants to be that, you know, to happen. So, again, that's my biggest worry is it's literally going against the original intent of why we were doing this, why this housing authority even was set up. And because of that, I'm going to stand by the original intent of it. And I'm going to be a no today. I've had multiple conversations with people who are supportive of this, and I'm more than willing to have continued conversations on how can we find a way that it might be able to work out. What can we do to make those towns or municipalities work better with housing authorities? Sure, we can have those conversations, but where we're at right now, I just don't think I'm there. So I'm gonna be a no. Thank you.
So I represent two of the same towns that Representative Scott represents. Trumbull, all of Trumbull I represent, part of Monroe, only 25% of Bridgeport. But when I look at this, I'm not, you know, there's some, and I often have to explain this to my constituents. Unless I'm doing something specific to the town, I'm thinking about the bigger picture of Connecticut and what's going on, right? Especially in a position like this. If I just focused on Trumbull, which is a beautiful town, it's been identified as one of the places you'd want to live, then that would be fine. But I did hear Representative Scott said people don't want this, you know, the pushback. They don't want it. And I don't see us changing what housing authorities do because there is a housing authority in Trumbull, right? And maybe they want to do this. And you wouldn't need another one to come in and do it. So I think there's a need. I don't think we're taking away anything from developers. What I stand on again is that housing authorities understand the needs and the conditions of low-income people. Developers, and before I was a legislator, I was in city council chambers complaining about giving away everything to developers who don't know our town, who don't live there, who come in, develop, get all the credits. After 20 years, they're out. Housing authorities stay committed to the people. It's been my experience. They stay committed to the towns and their people. And going back to Representative Ware, I don't see Bridgeport Housing Authority jumping down to Greenwich where there is already a housing authority or any of these other places. I think it's an expansion of what the possibilities are. And, you know, and speaking to Senator Sampson about the availability of housing, you know, it's every place but in my backyard. That's what it comes down to. And I've heard it over and over again. I want it, we want to do it, but not my backyard. Developers don't make a lot of money oftentimes from doing some certain types of housing. But I think housing authorities as a nonprofit might, I'm not saying they will, might have more considerations and understand the neighborhoods that they're building in or the type of client that they're building. That's what I know. And I've been here a long time and I've seen a lot. And I'm saying that I think that this is a good bill and we should move forward on it. Thank you. Rep. Zulo.
Madam Chair, thank you. And I appreciate the indulgence after you. I try to defer the chairs to have some of the last words. So I certainly do appreciate the indulgence. I apologize. I just want to briefly run through a couple of my thoughts on it. I've seen this bill for a number of years now, and I've expressed concerns on the bill for a number of years now. And I have a real problem with the contradiction that this bill represents. As a state, we require towns to pass these plans of conservation and development, right? To spend lots of time and lots of resources saying, plan out how you want your town to be developed, plan out where you want to put your transit-oriented development, your commercial development, your residential development. And by the way, if you don't do that, we're going to penalize you. And if you don't get them in fast enough, we're going to make you get waivers for grants and then potentially withhold grant funding. But then the contradiction of this bill is that we don't care as a state if this bill passes what you put in your plan of conservation and development. We don't care if you planned on a housing authority coming in and building in a certain area. We don't care if you planned for it at all. We're going to say they can do it, despite the fact that we make you pass these 10-year plans and we fine you if you don't pass them. It's a huge contradiction. And right now, towns can do all kinds of things by agreement. They can do this by agreement. They can make law enforcement compacts. They can make animal control compacts, regional planning compacts, and they do it. They do it where it's advantageous. They do it where there's mutual benefit on each side. And the problem with this is that it's going to induce and it's going to create situations where there isn't mutual benefit on both sides. There are going to be winners and there are going to be losers. And what we're doing is we're making huge winners out of housing authorities. We're turning them not from being nonprofits, we're turning them into super developers. Because the difference between a housing authority and a private developer is that a private developer has nowhere near the resources that a housing authority has. Hundreds of millions of dollars run through some of these nonprofits. And when one of these nonprofits comes into a town that may not be ready to support this type of housing because it's not in their plan of conservation and development, they're going to be up against huge odds and huge resources to explain that and defend it. And at the end of the day, they're not going to be able to defend it. And they're not going to be able to defend it in most cases because most towns don't reach that 10% 8-30G threshold. And most towns are going to be forced to allow this, even though their plans of conservation and development, which the state, again, harps on and insists that they develop, haven't planned for it. In the end, also, I worry about the contradiction of this bill with other bills. You have a bill from Desegregate Connecticut that is trying to get towns to create more transit-oriented development, which we certainly want. We've seen other bills, including one from Rep. O'Day, looking to do the same thing. But this bill, in conjunction with that bill, may end up with an unintended consequence of allowing, dense, perhaps more dense housing than one would expect in one of these TOD zones. Again, I worry about the contradiction and the unforeseen consequences of all this. I really do appreciate the opportunity to weigh in after you. I mean no disrespect by it. I really do appreciate the need for the chairs to have the last word. But again, I've seen this bill for a number of years and I'd be remiss if I didn't comment on it. So thank you, Madam Chair, for the indulgence. I very much do appreciate it.
Thank you, Representative Zulo. And as I said earlier, you'd have to have the permission of the municipality to go in and do anything. And you'd have to take into consideration their plans. I don't think they would allow someone to come in that's contradictory to what they're planning. And then that's so I can have the last word. If there's no other, we'll do a roll call vote.
This is a roll call vote to JF to the floor, SB 207. An act concerning housing authority jurisdiction. Representative Felipe,
Representative Felipe votes yes.
Senator Moore, Representative Scott,
Representative Scott votes no.
Senator Sampson,
Sampson is no.
Representative Khan,
Representative Khan votes yes.
Senator Lesser. Senator Fanfara. Senator Hockendahl.
Senator Hockendahl votes yes.
Representative Brown.
Representative Brown votes yes.
Representative Butler.
Representative Butler votes yes.
Representative Gonzalez. Representative Roberts.
Representative Roberts votes yes.
Representative Paletta.
Rep. Fleta votes no.
Representative Weir.
Weir is no.
Representative Zula.
Rep. Zula votes no.
Representative Belton.
Your stuff gone anywhere? No, I haven't.
Senator Lesser, did you want to vote?
Yes.
Yeah.
Madam Chair, is this on an amendment or on the bill?
This is the bill, sir.
Senator Lester votes in the affirmative.
Thank you. As we said earlier, the votes will be held open. We're just not sure until what time. Next is number 2, Senate Bill 143, an act concerning evictions for a cause. It's a JF to the floor. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Senator.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. Let me tighten this microphone. It's falling down. Anyway, I was disappointed at the start of the meeting because I really did want to have the opportunity to talk about Senate Bill 142. And I was outside the room talking with some advocates, and we started very close to on time, which doesn't usually happen. And so I missed the opportunity. I came in as the vote had already begun, and it was very disappointing for me because I had a great many questions to ask, and I really wanted to use the opportunity for the debate on that bill to kind of connect with the bill that we're debating right now. So there's a few topics that we're going to get into today. But I think that the first thing that we have to ask ourselves about this legislation is the first question we should be asking. And that's, whose property is it? The bill that's before us effectively says, just for the edification of the people listening, that the agreement that they have both signed into voluntarily of their own free will is no longer valid. I heard our House Chairman a few minutes ago on another bill suggest that it would be wrong to break a binding contract, and that was on the conversation regarding the changing of a rental fee during the term of a lease. Well, one of the terms of a lease agreement is the effective date and the expiration date of that lease. And what this bill aims to do is negate the fact that both parties have agreed to the term of the contract, that the date that it's supposed to end is no longer relevant. And I take issue with that because what it does is it deprives the owner of the property from their own property by virtue of setting up a scheme where they have to meet certain criteria in order to reclaim their own property. And there are so many aspects of this bill that I want to talk about and get into, but to me, that's the number one factor. We have an obligation as lawmakers. We take an oath to our state and our U.S. Constitution. And in the process, we validate the importance of the rights of our constituents. We swear to protect and uphold their rights. And one of their rights is the right to private property. And any legislation that interferes with the rights of our constituents, the people that effectively vote for us to come up here and make policy, when we're making policy that interferes with their rights, I think we're making a mistake. During the last debate, I wrote down the phrase freedom versus force. And I wrote that down because I think that's what we're looking at with a lot of these bills. And the previous discussion was about these housing authorities, and the argument was made that housing authorities can enter into other jurisdictions freely with the approval of the receiving destination jurisdiction. That's freedom. That is the way things are supposed to work in our society. We allow people, individuals, towns to interact with one another and decide what they what agreements they want to make of their own free will. And instead of freedom, what we're getting from this body and many of the committees that are writing policy right now in this building is force. We're getting the government taking away the freedom of the people to engage in commerce and exercise their rights freely. And what's frustrating is that many of these bills are always framed as if they're doing something positive. And that one, the last conversation was all about, well, these housing authorities are great and they can do all these amazing things. Well, and that's true. They can, but they should only be able to do that in the places they're authorized and with the freedom and of partners that want to be involved. And since that's not happening to the degree that some folks would like to see happening, they're using this state government to create law and policy that imposes force on the receiving municipality in that particular case. And so I'll connect that with this bill by saying that that's what this bill is about. You know, that there is this constant refrain that we're by enacting such a policy, we're benefiting the lives of tenants or tenant applicants, and that we're making things better for them. The fact of the matter is this body doesn't have the power to do that. I mean, the government doesn't make things better. You know, the minimum wage, I always use an example. The minimum wage gave people a wage. No, it did not. It did not. All it did was ban opportunities for jobs that paid less than that wage. And of course, some people did certainly benefit and ultimately ended up getting a higher wage, but not for the same job. Their job changed because it's just a fact of nature. People don't give up things for free. None of us would pay more for an item than we actually feel it's worth. I'm not gonna, pay $300 for a pair of shoes that I think are worth $50. I'm just not gonna do it. Nobody would pay, $500 for a $100 dress or $50,000 for a $20,000 car and so on. And that applies to everything in our society. Things have a value and people are free to decide what that value is unless, and the unless is the important part, the government comes along to dictate certain terms of those agreements. And that's what's happening in this bill is that is no longer a free agreement anymore. When it comes to a lease agreement. I think that everyone who applies for an apartment to rent has an opportunity to look at the document and discuss the terms with the landlord. Now, maybe the landlord's unreasonable and doesn't want to change the terms, or maybe they are. But at the end of the day, the tenant and the landlord both are going to put their signature down on that document to say that they're living with the terms of that agreement. And of course, not every agreement is completely fair. And I'm the first one to acknowledge that. Sometimes people are in a bind. They have to force terms that they don't like. I don't like how much I pay for my cable service. I can tell you that much. But I got no choice. I mean, they're the only game in town. And if I want to have it, I gotta pay. And, that's the driving force for change in the marketplace, by the way, is when you have pressure created by people that are unhappy with their circumstances. That creates opportunity for others to jump in there and say, well, I can offer the same service for less. The problem is that when government becomes one of your competitors, it's very difficult to challenge them because the government has so many more advantages. Not only can they write laws to benefit their success and hurt the competition, they also have unlimited resources, as I mentioned. I'm going to just say a few words about this bill before we get really rolling, and then I'm going to go through the language of the bill in some detail. But I want to say just a few things. First off, I mentioned private property rights. I think this also affects freedom of association, which is another constitutional protection that we have that says that people should not be forced into relationships that they don't want to be in, and they should be able to leave relationships if they choose as well. I believe that this is a direct violation of what was termed a binding contract. And I think this will have an unbelievably negative effect on the way rental real estate transactions occur in the future. I think this policy shows a lack of understanding of American principles and why America is a successful country. And we can talk about that at much more length, but I'll leave it right there for that. I think it shows a lack of understanding of the term rights. I keep hearing people say things like, you know, property is or housing is human right. In other forums, you might hear healthcare is a human right. I want to talk about that at some length. I think this bill shows a lack of understanding of economics, of supply and demand, about market principles. I think it all shows a direct understanding of the more specific content of what actually is happening out in the rental marketplace. This is something I have expertise in. I noted earlier today that the chairman has significant experience in some areas that I don't. You know, she's talked about housing authorities, which is something I admittedly I don't know much about, and she clearly does. But this particular topic, I'd venture to guess that on the committee as a whole, I probably have the most direct experience of being involved in hundreds, maybe thousands of real estate transactions and agreements. I believe this proposal is unconstitutional. Some of my questions and answers and dialogue will be purposely to point out the portions of the legislation that I feel do not comport with our state and federal constitutions. And I also think this is somewhat un-American because I think it does go against our free market principles and instead imposes authoritarian rule that eliminates freedom of choice. I wrote down a note here to read a quote from a reporter in Connecticut, Chris Powell. He wrote a story a couple days ago about our public hearing on this bill. And I'll just read it. It's two short paragraphs. He said, "In such a political environment, Connecticut will be lucky to get construction of any rental housing, and then only the most expensive kind. Forget affordable rental housing. No one will invest in it when rent increases and evictions are prohibited. If the proposed restrictions on landlords are enacted, people who already have apartments may keep them longer, but the stock of rental housing will decline and deteriorate as profits are drained, and tenants will have been more selfish than landlords." Now, I don't agree with this last statement because I don't blame anyone. I don't blame landlords or tenants. The fact of the matter is they're doing exactly what they're supposed to do, which is trying to get the most they can out of a transaction with one another. What I have a problem with is the government. Big government is what is hurting us in so many areas because it is separating us from one another into various factions and groups that no longer see eye to eye or are willing to negotiate as they once did. But I'll get more into my commentary after we go through the bill, and I'm going to ask the good chairman some questions as we go. The first question I have is regarding the language in the raised bill, which is Senate Bill 143 LCO 670. And I'm wondering if the chairman can tell me what is happening in section 1, subsection A1, lines 4 through 15.
This applies to any tenant who's residing in a building or complex of 5 or more dwelling units who reside or who reside in a mobile home park we've removed, the existing that's being deleted. Is that what you're asking for? 1 through 15?
Madam Chairman, I'm just looking for a layman's explanation of what this language achieves.
So we're removing the language that limits, this eviction from people who are in a, special class, 62 years of older, and a person with a disability.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. But what is the purpose of removing that language?
Because we're now expanding it to anyone who lives in a complex of 5 or more.
Thank you. And can you speak to why this original legislation may have limited it only to the classes that are described here, which is age 62 and older, a person with physical or mental disability, and also someone who has a physical disability, a person with a physical disability living with them. And the current law limits this just cause eviction protection only to this categories. And I'm wondering why that was the case.
I wasn't here when that was enacted, but I would say that the Disability Act had a role to play in it, and something for seniors, that they were protected, they were declared a protected class of people. I don't know what led to that, if there were problems with people being discriminated for age or because of a disability, but I would assume so.
Thank you for that answer, Madam Chairman. Yeah, I mean, the reason why I ask is because, I mean, clearly, this statute was written in the past and this conversation was held before. And the people that had that conversation in the past felt it was appropriate to limit this protection in some way, not to overreach into the realm of depriving the property owner of their rights. And I just bring it up in those terms because I think that's quite clear from the fact that that's what's before us. They have the chance to create this protection for everyone before, but it's never been done. We're attempting to do it in this committee now, but it should give us pause to recognize that we're not the first housing committee to take on this topic, and it was very narrowly tailored in the past, and that's the law that we have currently. Moving on, just out of curiosity, in the subsection 2 of section 1, which begins on line 16, they start talking about something called a conversion tenant. Can you tell me what a conversion tenant is, Madam Chairman?
A conversion tenant would be someone who is in a common interest community and someone else takes over the property.
I understand. There's a lot of new language in this paragraph about manufactured or mobile homes. How are they being affected by this language regarding conversion tenants?
I believe that they were not included in the previous legislation.
Yes, ma'am. And I'm reading on that it appears that they are now going to be included as long as the park has 5 or more units. The moving down to line 43, this is the operative part of the bill. And to me, this is the biggest issue. When we're creating policy, I think it's important to be fair to all sides of private contracts. There's no, it's just a concern of mine that when the state or any level of government decides that they're going to put restrictions on private agreements, that they be careful about not weighting the scale to one side or the other. And that's the issue with this bill, because effectively, I think what's happening here is the property owner is losing their protections. The tenant still has the protection of choice in every case. The tenant can sign the original lease agreement, whether they choose to or not, as can the property owner. But when that lease comes up for its expiration or renewal, the choice used to be up to both parties in a mutual agreement to decide whether to extend the terms of that agreement or to change them. And that's going away. Now the choice resides almost solely with the tenant. The property owner has got to go through a very difficult process in order to reclaim their property. And I'm curious to know what the justification is for that, Madam Chairman. Why does the state have a compelling interest to deprive the property owner of their right to their own property after the termination of a lease agreement?
What we heard in testimony from many people, many people, that they had been evicted from their properties without knowing what the reason was. And we're not taking away the 13 reasons that you have to disclose. We're just saying you need to give me one of those reasons as to why you're evicting me.
I appreciate the answer, Madam Chairman, although I take issue with some of it because we're not talking about evictions. The fact of the matter is an eviction is something that takes place where the property owner is resorting to legal means to remove a tenant. That's what an eviction is. And this is a critical part of this discussion because, you know, a lease contract, it lasts for a specific term. And if it's understood by the parties that it should end on a day, it's understood that at the end of the lease, unless there's an agreement that suits both parties and they're happy with moving forward with it, that is the end of that lease. And what this bill aims to do is to deprive one party to that argument to say that you don't have a choice in that, only the other party does. Which is why I remember asking during the public hearing, I asked someone if you were required to stay if you wanted to go. You wouldn't like that very much. No, you can't go and move to another property. You have to stay in this apartment, even though the lease ended on this day and we agreed to it. And this is what we're doing to the property owner. We're telling them that they don't have a choice. Despite the fact that both parties did sign on the dotted line in advance, knowing full well what the dates were on the contract, a binding contract, as was mentioned. Your reference to 13 reasons, I think, has to do with the language that is in the statute governing fair rent commissions, but that's not what's at stake here. The new requirements are that if a tenant refuses to leave at the end of the lease term that they had already agreed to, for me and for everyone under current law, that's enough. That is enough. That is it. That is a violation of the contract, the same as non-payment of rent or being a nuisance to other tenants or something like that, or damage to the property. The fact of the matter is not leaving at the last day when the lease expires is a violation of the lease contract. In fact, I'll ask that as a question. Is it the opinion of the chairman of this committee that that is not a violation of a binding lease contract?
I do think it is a violation, but I also think that what we're asking here is to give just cause as to why you're asking someone to leave.
Madam Chairman, I respect that answer, but wouldn't the just cause be you agreed to vacate the premises at the expiration date that is signed in the lease?
I'm not sure about the answer, Jeff. That would be just cause. I can check with my attorney.
Senator Sampson, could you repeat the question?
I was simply asking if it's the opinion of the chairman that the expiration date on the contract is or is not enough just cause for a landlord to ask their tenant to leave?
Madam Chair, I don't believe that I'm. in
Yeah,
a
I don't think that's
position to pass
exactly
it
the
down.
same question. It's not the same question that you asked.
Maybe not in exact words, but I'd still like an answer.
Well, what we're saying here is that at the end of a contract, we want to know the reason why I'm asked that we're not going to continue the contract.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. And I appreciate that. I understand your position, but I'm asking you a very direct question. And that is, do you consider the fact that the tenant signed a contract, a binding contract? You just said it was a binding contract a moment ago. And part of that contract is an expiration date. So is that a breach of that contract or no, that they refuse to leave at the expiration of the term?
I believe without this legislation, it would be.
But I appreciate that. Yeah, I mean, and that's the purpose of the bill that's before us is to eliminate that that reason. Can you think of another time limited contract where that's an acceptable I don't know how to phrase this exactly, where it would be acceptable for one party to ignore the expiration date?
No, I can't think of anything. Maybe you know of one that you could share.
I don't. No, and for me, when I sign a contract, I believe I'm swearing to something. I'm making a promise. I'm committing in writing with my reputation and a written commitment that the other party should be able to rely on in good faith. And I think that this bill, by eliminating that provision, means that people don't have to act in good faith anymore. And I don't think that's a good step forward for the policy making of our state. In fact, I mean, I have a little difficulty actually debating this bill, to be honest with the folks listening, because I find this bill offensive and absurd in so many ways. It shocks me to my core that we are effectively undermining, I mean, I don't know, maybe thousands of years of, what is acceptable common law between free parties to engage in a time limited rental agreement. And this is essentially throwing that away. How is a I have a lot of questions that I didn't want to get to quite yet because I kind of wanted to go into the bill, but I find myself compelled to stray into some of that territory, which is, since we're talking about it, what would be the proper way for the property owner to make a time limited contract with a tenant?
I'm sorry.
Well, so Madam Chairman, I mean, the fact of the matter is that these lease agreements are time limited now. They have a date they start and a date that they end. Okay. And we can talk about whether or not the terms are renewable or people want to engage in another 1 year term or what have you. But the fact of the matter is it is a time limited contract with a beginning and an expiration. My question is, if you are a property owner and you do want to offer your property for rent, but you know that there is a point certain in the future where you intend to reclaim your property for whatever reason, because you want to give it to someone else or simply because you don't want to rent it anymore at that point, is there a mechanism for you to actually draft a contract where you put an expiration date if this bill passes?
It was my understanding that if you were going to take that apartment or whatever it is off the market, it's no longer available, that would be a reason to give someone as to why you would want the apartment back. I don't know about a begin and an end date for contracts because they vary. We talked earlier about month to month, 6 months, 12 months. I don't know what the time frame is.
How about another scenario where a housing provider and a tenant communicate with each other and they make a mutual agreement where the housing provider says, well, I want to have this apartment available for someone I know on a certain date in the future. But I will rent it to you in the meantime. Based on your understanding that you're going to leave, on the date that we put in the lease agreement. Is there a way to draft such a document if this bill passes?
Not that I know of.
Can I just ask if we see a problem with that?
Do I see an amendment coming?
You may.
I won't speak to that. I'll speak to what's in the bill.
Okay. So I'll just continue on with the language of the bill and then we can maybe talk about some of these hypotheticals. And there are countless hypothetical situations that could come up. And I promise you many that I have not considered that are going to happen in the real world that are going to cause tremendous difficulty for citizens, for the people that we are supposed to be working on behalf of. And instead of allowing them the freedom to navigate those issues with one another by coming up with a mutual beneficial agreement that they parties sign and in good faith, we're going to use government force to interrupt their ability to engage in that type of agreement. And to me, it's inexplicable, and I don't see a reason for it. So starting on line 43, these are the reasons why a landlord can bring an action of summary process or other action to dispossess a tenant from their property. And before I go any further, I just want to talk about that for a quick second. I mean, you're changing what has customarily been a peaceful, voluntary respect for a written agreement where the tenant recognizes that the term of the lease has expired and vacates the premises voluntarily, and you are changing it into a requirement that the landlord has to engage in a lengthy and expensive process called an eviction. And I'll just point out, by the way, that the notion of referring to a non-renewal of a lease as an eviction is a falsehood. Okay, that's not what an eviction is. An eviction is something that is a legal process where a property owner has no choice but to involve the court system to remove a tenant that will not leave. That's what an eviction is. The non-renewal of a lease is, hey, we made a deal for this period of time and I don't want to renew it under the, for whatever reason. That's a totally different concept. And to try and equate those things, I think is not fair to anyone. It's not fair to anyone as far as just common sense goes. I printed out an Office of Legislative Research report right here. It's a few pages long about the eviction process in Connecticut. And of course, I thankfully I've never had to actually evict someone. I've always been able to work out any concerns with my tenants. I've always had a good relationship with the people that I work with, and we managed to come up with solutions to problems ourselves without the government getting involved or having to go to court. This is going to involve the court, and there'll be many more unnecessary evictions as a result. But I just want to make sure people understand what you're asking here, which is that the landlord now has to go to court to remove their tenant because their lease expired and they didn't want to renew it. Now that's got to require the same process to remove someone who doesn't pay their bill or damages the property or causes some sort of havoc that rightfully needs to be removed. We're going to equate those things now, that someone doesn't want to honor the date that they signed as the expiration of the date is the same thing as those things. And the landlord now has to go through that lengthy and expensive process. And in Connecticut, we've already made it so unbelievably unfair because the landlord's got nobody paying for their bills, their legal bills. They're going to have to pay for a sheriff. They're going to have to pay for a lawyer. They're going to have to pay for court costs. They're going to lose the rent for the time that this is going on. In Connecticut, tenants are giving legal counsel for free. Why we even have any kind of policy that tells parties that are equal to one another in the fact that they're signing an agreement voluntarily, that one side should get legal representation paid for by state taxpayers, including both those parties. The landlord's paying taxes, so is the tenant, for the purpose of paying for legal fees for their opponent. Only in a system where government has gone wild could that possibly happen. And we could talk for a while here. I mean, I don't know if anyone on the committee has been part of an eviction process, either having to evict one or being evicted, or they have friends or family members that have gone through this process on either side of it. But it's an ugly process. It's a combative, it's not what we want to encourage as a state government. What we ought to be trying to encourage is how people can get along, not how they can fight with one another. And not only have we reduced the understanding that your lease is up, it's time to go, to now you have to evict someone, we have limited the reasons for why that eviction can take place to a very few, very specific items that are enumerated in this subsection B, subsection 1 of section 1. And I'm going to go through them. The first one is non-payment of rent. And thank heavens that's there, that you still allow a landlord to evict a tenant because they don't pay the rent. It amazes me. I mean, what a generosity that this body sees fit to allow that to still happen. Section B says refusal to agree to a fair and equitable rent increase as described in subsection C of this section. This is where things get sticky in a hurry. Subsection C of this section reads, the rent of a tenant protected by this section may be increased only to the extent that such increase is fair and equitable based on the criteria set forth in section 7-148C. So, yeah, thank you. I appreciate the music in the background. So, I just happen to have section 7-148C handy, so we can talk about it. Forgive me, I've got a number of pages here. This is a little insight into just how difficult this process is for those of us in the minority, by the way. I mean, this language for this bill was drafted by the chairs and the nonpartisan attorneys without any input from the minority. I found out just yesterday, late in the afternoon, that we would be debating this bill today at 10 in the morning, and that we had to get our members to get together and have a conversation about what we were going to do about it and so forth. And if you read through one of these bills, and thankfully this bill's only 8 pages long, but you will see that it's complicated because nothing is written in plain English. Well, this refers to section C, which refers to this other statute that's not even in the document. And you got to go look that up to see what that one says. And then in that statute, it's referring to 7 other statutes. So to really find out what's going on here, it gets complicated in a hurry. And I think that there's many things that were overlooked in this drafting of this legislation because I think I read it more thoroughly than anyone who put the effort into drafting the document to get to the bottom line. And we're going to talk about some of those things. But that's the first thing that ends up being a problem, is that the second item is refusal to agree to a fair and equitable rent increase. Let's just talk about that for 1 second, which is fair and equitable to who? Where I come from, the things that we own, we get to set the price on. I don't care what it is. I don't care if it's your grandfather's watch or your car or your home or how much you want to charge for rent. That stuff, if it belongs to you, you should set the price. Period. End of story. I don't think anyone else has the right to set the price of things that belong to you. If I walked up to anybody in this room and said to you, what's the most important thing that you own? And then I decide to tell you that I want to, that you must sell it for half of that value that you've placed on it, I don't think you'd be very happy. And effectively, that's what this law does. This law tells the property owner that they no longer get to be the determiner of what they want to charge. And keep in mind that that's the way it was for a long, long time when we actually lived under freedom and we relied on the marketplace to fix our problems. Things were better then, by the way, and I can talk to a great degree about that. But if you were a landlord or any other business selling cars or houses or anything, and you charged more than your competitors for something of less value, then guess what? You didn't have any business. You know, people didn't buy your stuff. If you, this works for employment too. If you are a business and you're not willing to pay quality employees to work for your company to perform a certain task, and someone else down the street was, well, guess what? You were going to lose your employees to them. That's how markets work. And our market works very well in this country. I mean, we're the recipients of the greatest quality of life of any human beings who have ever lived, because we're in America right this minute in 2024. And that's all due to that free commerce based on free market capitalism. And I'd be willing to debate anyone, even folks who want to make outbursts in the room, to challenge me on showing me how one place or one time that socialism, Marxism, or communism has worked better than the free market, because it never has. And we're gonna get into that conversation soon enough. But I want to leave item number B as the refusal to agree to a fair and equitable rent increase is already a problematic statement, because I believe that it infringes on the rights of the property owner in an extraordinary way. And in fact, I believe it rises to the level of what's called a taking in constitutional law for both state and the U.S. Constitution, by depriving the property owner of the full value of their property. It's what's called a constructive taking. And it gets worse, ladies and gentlemen, because the sentence goes on to say, described in section C of this section. And if you go to section C, as I mentioned, that points you to section 7-148C of our state statutes, which is the statute that governs fair rent commissions. And this it was the subject of a significant topic that we debated in the Senate a couple of years ago. We had a very lengthy debate on the subject. But unfortunately, the fair rent commissions were expanded into many, many communities across the state. And currently they now exist in all municipalities that have at least 25,000 as a population. It's worth noting that they do not exist in places where there is not a population of 25,000. So I wonder, Madam Chairman, if the item B is dependent upon the determination of a fair and equitable rent increase based on the Fair Rent Commission statute. Who on earth is responsible for determining whether it's fair and equitable in a jurisdiction where there is no Fair Rent Commission?
Well, the law is already established on what is fair and equitable. That's established. In the place where when you want to take this beyond a Fair Rent Commission, if there's not one, it's actually on line 72, that they can bring action in Superior Court, determine whether a rent increase is fair and equitable based on the criteria set forth in 7-14(8).
I appreciate that, and I thank you for the answer. I am aware of the paragraph that you're referring to. You said that what is fair and equitable is established. Can you tell me how that is, Madam Chairman?
It is established under that 7-14(8) statute.
I have the statute, I have the statute in front of me and I would argue that it's not determined. I mean, determined is a word that implies that there is some answer to a question. Like, what is the answer to 2 + 2 = 4? Well, we've determined that the answer is 4. Okay, but in this particular statute, nothing is determined because it's utterly and completely arbitrary. The fact of the matter is it implies that a determination of what is fair, or in this term, excessive, they don't even actually determine what is fair and equitable. So, I mean, that's problem one, is that there is no definition for fair and equitable. It's a definition of what is excessive. And the definition of excessive is insane. I mean, for lack of a better term. It takes into consideration things that have no reasonable place in any system or structure of laws, whether it's common law or in the United States or in the state of Connecticut or anywhere else. Because the value of a rent or a rent increase should not be determined on some of these factors. And I'll use some of these as examples. The amount of taxes and overhead expenses, including the debt service thereof. So we're trying to say that the amount that a rent increase should or should not be must have something to do with the expenditures of the property owner. But one thing has nothing to do with another. You could come into possession to any kind of property, whether it's a small item or a large item. You might have bought the right Beanie Babies in the 1980s for pennies on the dollar, and they're worth a fortune now. Would it be right to tell someone that has those items that they're not worth as much because you only paid a small amount for them? No, that's ridiculous. The fact of the matter is that things in the marketplace change in value. Is it right to tell someone who bought, Microsoft stock, way back when, or Apple stock, way back when, that when it was, for mere pennies, that it's not, you can't sell it for the, fortune that it's worth now? No, that would be ridiculous. And there's no reason why the expenses incurred by the property owner should factor into the value. The only thing that should determine the value is the owner himself and the tenant and what the tenant is willing to pay. That is what determines the actual value. Now, you can say that there's a market value to things, but even the market value is not determined by what the expenses of the property owner are. That makes zero sense. And that is crummy law that should not exist. And that's not even the worst of it, ladies and gentlemen. Item number 9 in this statute says the income of the petitioner. The income of the petitioner. So effectively, this, in our current statutes adopted with the Fair Rent Commission bill several years ago, they made it so the determination of whether a rent is excessive is based on how much money the tenant has. Nowhere, anywhere in our entire system of commerce in America can I think of another place where the amount that you can pay for something has to do with how much money you have. When you show up at Burger King and you order a number 5, they want their $13.50 or whatever ridiculous amount it is now. They don't care, how much money's in your pocket. They're not changing that for you. They're not saying, well, you're a rich guy, I'm going to charge you $113, or you're poor, I'm going to charge you $3. No, the value of the thing is the value of the thing. This term, this income of the petitioner language comes to us from a famous person. Maybe I might say infamous person in history. That's Karl Marx. He's the guy who came up with this concept. The idea that we should take from those who have to give to those who need. Now, that's a very nice ideological view, except it forgets every other important thing that we rely on in our world, in society to function. Like, who deserves things? It's not just people who need things that deserve them. It's people that work for things that deserve them also. Any teacher, especially a teacher of small children, will tell you that even kids get this. You know, when you have treats at the end of class for something, and the teacher's giving them out, the kids will call into question anything that they perceive as unfair about the way they're distributed or awards are distributed, because they fully recognize that if one child achieves some goal or behaves properly, they're the ones that actually deserve the treat. And other folks that don't produce and engage, or they misbehave, they don't deserve it. I mean, so that's something that is completely obvious to children, and it should be obvious to every one of us, but it wasn't obvious to Karl Marx, and it obviously wasn't obvious to the people that voted for this bill that created that language that is incorporated into the policy that we are debating today. And on those grounds at all, by itself, the fact of the matter is we shouldn't be supporting the legislation that is before us, because, as was mentioned, in the case of the debt or expenses of the landlord, the amount of money that the tenant applicant has is also irrelevant when it comes to the value of the property. That is an un-American and a communist notion, and it has no place in our Connecticut statutes. So that was number 2 on the reasons that you have to evict someone, even though they have failed to honor their own commitment to the expiration date of a lease. The first one was non-payment of rent. Perfectly reasonable. This one was refusal to agree to a rent increase that is determined by these crazy, insane parameters. Number C, or rather letter C, says material noncompliance with 47A11. Or section B of 2182. And I printed these as well. These seem to be relatively straightforward requirements for tenants as far as complying with, safety and peaceful activities. And that makes perfect sense too. Letter D, forgive me, I did not bring my cheater glasses today, and I'm struggling a little bit. The material noncompliance section that I just mentioned. Oh, look at that. Thank you. My question is, who decides if these violations actually occurred? Can you show me where there is a mechanism between the tenant and the landlord to determine whether or not the tenant has not complied with either of those 2 sections? Through you, Madam Chairman.
I see nothing in the legislation that speaks of proof.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. That's precisely my point. The fact of the matter is that the property owner has nothing to lean on. I mean, they can make a claim all day long, but the fact of the matter is I don't know how they're going to avoid the eviction process and having to go through a court battle that is going to be expensive and with very little chance to succeed. Because they would have to provide documentation, even on the subject of a tenant, being a nuisance to other tenants or something like that. You can say, well, we put that in there, Senator, that's in there. They can evict the tenant for that. Well, except that how do you go about proving that? I mean, or do you have to go ask for other tenants to sign an affidavit? I mean, who's going to do all this? Who's going to pay for all that? And what does the property owner do in the meantime? I mean, who's covering their expenses? during this period where maybe they're not receiving any rent or can't rent their place to someone else because the person refuses to leave. Just moving on, D is voiding the rental agreement by material noncompliance with the agreement itself. E is material noncompliance with the rules and regulations the landlord adopted in accordance with a couple of other sections, which we could get into. But I want to talk about F and G really quick. F says that you can evict, again, not ask someone to leave, you have to evict based on F, which is permanent removal by the landlord of the dwelling unit of such tenant from the housing market. Can I ask, Madam Chairman, what is permanent?
I don't think the word permanent changes for anyone. It's for everlasting.
So if permanent is everlasting, that would mean that if I was a property owner and I decided I wanted to take my property off the market for rent for 20 years, because I needed to use it for some other purpose, that would not qualify. Is that your reading of the bill, Madam Chairman?
Yes.
Do you, I'll ask this question again, because we're all going to vote on this. I mean, do you see a problem with that? Do you see that might be somehow unfair to the property owner?
I'm not here for fair or unfair. I'm looking at this as a way to address people being asked to leave a property without a reason.
Well, respectfully, Madam Chairman, we are here for fair and unfair. I mean, all I heard during the entire public hearing is about how this was done unfairly. It's only fair if, and this is supposed to be drafted in a way that we have to make a decision whether we're going to support the bill or not. Some of us are going to vote yes. Some of us will vote no. And we're going to clearly make that decision on whether we think this bill is fair to the parties that are involved. And I'll say that's completely and utterly unfair. I mean, if you wanted to set some sort of time frame, I think the whole thing is ridiculous. I think, and I'll keep repeating this, both parties signed an agreement with an expiration date. That's the end of the conversation for me. There is no further conversation necessary in a world that relies on common sense and goodwill to operate. But since we're down that road and you've got these provisions in here, to say permanent removal of the landlord of the dwelling unit from the housing market is just a ridiculous thing. What if I decided I wanted to use my building for some other purpose? Maybe somebody came to me and gave me the opportunity to say, look, I'm going to pay you twice what you're getting rent for your house if I could just use it as a storage facility for something else. I might say, yeah, well, how long do you want it for? 20 years. Okay, I'm going to do it. But then 5 years later, this person decides that they're out of that business because they're not making it. Can I go and put the property back on the market then, even though I used permanent removal of the housing market as my reason?
I'm not sure, but I believe permanent removal by the landlord is existing language. It's not new language.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. It's existing statute, but not in this context. Again, this context only existed for a very, very small, minute, in fact, percentage of the renting population. People that meet the qualifications that are being removed in this bill in Section A, subsection A1 of Section 1 on the first page of the bill, lines 4 through 15. So it's not in the same context. This is in every case whatsoever. Any landlord has got to go and evict his tenant. One of the reasons he's allowed to use is permanent removal, not simply removal, not removal for 5 years, 10 years, 20 years. None of those things are adequate. It has to be permanent. What was the term you used? Everlasting. That's right. Okay. And so I'll just go on to the next one, which is G. And that is a bona fide intention by the landlord to use such dwelling as his or as such landlord's principal residence. So again, a million questions. I mean, I don't know how these bills get written. What is bona fide intention? Okay, I can get that that's legitimate intention, but who decides whether it's bona fide or not? Through you, Madam President.
So on this, the landlord would be moving in, so that would be proof, right? That if he's asked someone to leave the premise because they plan on making it their principal residence, that would be evidence. Now, who's checking or who's investigating? I would, if it were me, and you asked me to leave for no reason, and or you told me because you're taking it over, I, as the person who's been asked to leave, would be following up to find out, did you really move into that? But that is not written in law. I'm saying to you that there's nothing here that says there's any type of follow-up to make sure, I don't see it, anything to make sure that that person has moved into, the landlord has moved into the premise.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. So I just want to understand this correctly. You're suggesting that if someone was asked to leave a apartment as of the expiration date of the lease that they agreed to, based on the property owner telling them that they wanted to move into the property, you would suggest that they follow up by tracking to make sure that's true?
I don't suggest it. I said if it were me and I didn't want to leave and I didn't get a reason to leave, that I would be.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. And what would you do if you found out that that person had not moved in the next day?
I believe I would file a complaint with the court systems if there was not a rent commission.
Understood. Let me ask you this. Unlike the previous item 4, which is permanent, everlasting, this one just says intention, bona fide intention, right? Okay, so we were on one end, we're like, it's got to be permanent, everlasting, concrete, no way to get around it. And this one is, I got to have a intention to make this my residence. So what good is it to go and find out if that person actually moved in or not? If they didn't, but it was still their intention, I think it still satisfies the language of the bill before us. Is that correct, Madam Chairman?
Yes. So if they intended, are you asking if they intended to do it and then they didn't?
I don't think it says they have to at all. It only says
It's intention. Intention is an intention. Goodwill, they planned on moving into the apartment. There's no recourse here for someone who has good intention and then doesn't follow through.
Okay. I don't know if it says anything about good intention. I don't think it says anything about actually moving, and it just says the requirement is a legitimate intention. Well, I suppose that's good intention. I'll backtrack on that. Okay, so there is nothing in here that suggests that they have to move into this residence for any period of time, is there?
No.
All right, thank you, Madam Chairman. So I appreciate that. So at least, I mean, I think that's important for people on the street to understand that if they simply indicate that they have an intention of using this as their residence, principal residence, that they could in fact ask a tenant to leave as of the renewal. But they'd still, you know, according to this language, may be forced with having to go through a lengthy eviction process. Lines 62 through 64 say a tenant may not be dispossessed for a reason described in several of the items that I just mentioned during the term of any existing rental agreement. Can I just ask, what is the term of the rental agreement?
I believe their term is whatever they have for an existing lease.
Are you referring to the beginning and expiration dates of the lease?
Yes.
Can I just ask, how do you think this is going to play out, Madam Chairman, in the future, if this law passes and effectively expiration dates are irrelevant? Because now the tenant can stay indefinitely, except for one of these very specific reasons. Do you think that leases are going to be continued to be drafted in 1-year increments as is commonplace?
You know, I've never dealt with the lease, so I really couldn't speak to what is going to happen in the future, but I will speak to what I heard in the way of testimony of people being asked to leave properties for reasons other than anything that we've heard in any of the reasons, and sometimes not given even a fair chance to speak with the landlord to know why they're asked to be moved.
Forgive me, Madam Chairman, I got distracted. I was trying to read the next section for my question. Can you repeat that?
What I said is I don't know. I've not engaged in leases with anyone, so I can't predict what would happen. But I do know that we may be protecting people who are asked to leave a place where they've lived for a while without a good reason. And based on the testimony we heard from people, there were various reasons that didn't fit within anything that we've mentioned earlier.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Yeah, no, I remember the testimony very well. Is it, again, the position of the chair that the mere agreement to an expiration date is not a good enough reason to indicate that that is the time for the tenant to go?
Yes.
Thank you. I appreciate you being so forthright on the record. We did hear a lot of testimony, and I mean, it sounded like my personal experience. I mean, you know, obviously there are good landlords, there are bad landlords, there's good tenants, there's bad tenants. I mean, this is the world we live in, you know, that, you know, not everybody is going to live up to the same standard and so forth. But for me, this bill proposal that's before us is extremely aggressive. It's throwing the baby out with the bathwater, you know, is the expression. You're going to go ahead and cause a tremendous hardship for property owners, first and foremost. I want to get to the tenants and how they're going to be impacted by this in the conversation as it goes. But I mean, the immediate thing that's undeniable is you're going to be making a significant impact on perfectly decent and honest property owners who are trying to be fair with their tenants and simply run a business and survive. I almost feels like this bill is less about this interaction between landlords and tenants and you know, trying to solve a legitimate on the ground problem with what happens and a shortage of housing and more about some sort of social justice effort or something like that. And that's fine if it is, but we should be clear about that, because I don't think that this is a solution to a real problem. There are solutions though, and we should explore them to make sure that there are ways for people to have access to housing that is safe and affordable. And I want to, that's why I'm on the housing committee, because I want to do that. I want to work to make sure that there's more safe and affordable housing, and that, you know, that people not only benefit from housing as a place to live, but that housing is something that drives American success for people, you know, of all backgrounds and all income levels. So that's why I'm here. It's frustrating because I believe that this is just a very dangerous bill that's going to impact a marketplace that is already shaky. I highlighted some of these other notes throughout the language of the bill. I know that the next section after this, line 68 through 75, has to do with, you know, if there is no such fair rent commission, the next action is to go to Superior Court. But this would mean that the tenant is going to have to, you know, file some court fees and so forth, as opposed to a fair rent commission. And I would just point out, from a tenant's perspective, if you're a tenant in a small town that doesn't have a rent commission, you're actually negatively impacted by this this language, in that you don't have the same rights as somebody that lives in a larger town. You don't have the same access as someone who's in a larger town. And I don't like the fair rent commissions. I don't think that they serve a proper purpose based on the statute that was written. If you wanted to have a commission that effectively meant that the terms of the contract could be protected and adequately enforced for both parties, that is a laudable endeavor. That is something that should be done. You know, people need consumer protections. They need to know that when they make a contract or they purchase something, that they get what they paid for and they deserve it. And, you know, we need some way to hold landlords accountable that don't maintain their buildings and all that. I'm all for all of that. And that's the kind of commission we should have. But instead, what was created is a political organization that imposes Marxism into the housing market via fair rent commissions and the statute that's there. That's not fair to anyone. But I'll just point out that this section effectively is making people that are tenants in small towns where there are no fair rent commissions go through a much more expensive process for the same result. The next section, 76 through 82, is bracketed out. This is removing the former protections, since they now are expanded to all tenants and tenant applicants. Lines 80 through 89 is about mobile home parks are going to be required to issue some sort of written notice about the provisions that are in this bill. They have to tell them their unit owners that they have these protections under law. Madam Chairman, is it common to write statutes that require private citizens to inform other private citizens of the law?
You know, this is my second year in housing, but been in other committees, and it's not unusual to try to get something in writing that communicates between the tenant and the landlord, in my experience.
Well, I agree. I mean, the fact of the matter is, I mean, all of your correspondence, if you're a smart business person, whether you're a tenant or a housing provider, you should be making your correspondence in writing. That's not what I asked, though. I'm asking about whether or not it's common to tell one private citizen, hey, Bob, you have to tell David, you know, what the law is. He needs to tell you that the speeding limit's 55 or whatever. I just don't know that that's common. Do you?
What would you say? How would you describe common?
Another example.
Excuse me?
Another example.
I don't have it for you. Sorry.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I appreciate that. Okay, so moving on. There's a few more sections to this bill. I don't know that we need to go through them. A lot of it is conforming changes. I'm just making sure there's nothing else substantive that I want to talk about before I get on with my soapbox about the bill instead. And I definitely do want to get on my soapbox about this bill. I mentioned right out of the gate that I thought this is one of the worst pieces of legislation that I've seen. I've been here 14 years and I've worked on a lot of different proposals. And, you know, there's a lot of things I agree with, and more than happy to work with my colleagues on. In fact, I mean, I think a little known fact is that somewhere around 75% of all legislation passes the Connecticut General Assembly unanimously. I mean, it's pretty amazing. So we do work on a lot of things together, but clearly there are some items where we're not going to get along and we're not going to see eye to eye. And those are the things where, you know, our ideologies clash. And I've already expressed that I think that this is a bill that is symbolic of where I think the progressive Democrat Party leans, which is, you know, government is the answer to a lot of problems, versus where me and Republicans tend to lean, which is that we want less government intervention in the lives of citizens, and that there's ways to resolve these things. So, and this bill is a pretty good example of that. It is an understatement. Most of the time, these things happen in a somewhat incremental way. And I can, you know, get angry. I can vote against these policies when I see them slowly but surely encroaching into different areas of life. But this is a giant leap. This is not a incremental encroachment. This is a massive, giant leap. Basically upending contracts, upending private property rights, upending, the way landlords and tenants have interacted with one another since the beginning of time, and in almost every corner of the world, there are rental agreements, and in almost every corner of the world, going back centuries, those rental agreements were time limited. I mean, it's just common sense. Hey, I need to rent your space. Okay, I'll rent it to you. Well, how much do you want? I want this. And how long is that price good for? Okay, 6 months. Okay, good. Let's shake on it. That's where we began. And as time has gone on, we've only solidified the significance and concrete details of these agreements as an effort to protect the parties. The reason why we put it in writing, the reason why it has an expiration date, is to make sure both parties know what they're getting. So no one's taking advantage of the other side. And if there is a dispute, you can walk into a courtroom or with a mediator and say, this is what the agreement says. That's what I agreed to. And that's what I expect to happen. And the other person didn't live up to it, et cetera, et cetera. And you can argue it out, but it solves problems. It solves disputes to have this in writing. When you go ahead and say, well, that agreement doesn't mean anything, we're going to pass a law. First off, I don't think the state has a right, first off, to pass a law interfering with what two private citizens decide between them. They don't need us. They don't need this building. They don't need the people in this community to tell them how to handle this transaction. They can do it on their own. They're free people, mind you. Free people. And free people have the power to do all kinds of things. That's what separates us from the rest of the world, is that people here have the right to own property. And therefore, they should be able to do what they want with that property. And this bill is completely and utterly undermining both of those concerns, contracts and property rights. Madam Chairman, I have some basic questions. I just want to get on the record for the purpose of building a strong case. God forbid this ever goes to court. Who, in your mind, is impacted by this legislation? What segment of society?
I don't have the actual data, but based on the testimony that we received earlier in the week, it's low-income people, it's people of color. That is my observation from what we heard.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. So is the purpose of this legislation to somehow create equity for people of color?
Well, not just for people of color, for anybody who's been disenfranchised by the systems, and giving them a voice. You're saying it's freedom versus force. I'm saying it's trying to create something that's equitable, right? Maybe not fair the way you describe fair, because you did not hear me use the word fair in my speaking, but I believe in equity.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. You brought up the fact that this bill impacts people with low incomes and minorities. I didn't. And I think it's actually very interesting because we heard testimony on this bill and also on the other bill on our agenda about the collateral consequences from a number of tenants and landlords from all strata of life, and different income levels and so forth. Because I think this bill is going to impact far more people in far more ways than might be readily apparent from our simple conversation about the text of the bill. And that's why I asked, because I do believe that this is going to impact a lot of people. Is it the intention of this bill simply to provide an equitable result for a portion of the population?
I would say yes.
Thank you very much for that answer. I respect that that's where you're coming at this from. I just don't think that that is the proper use of government. I think our job here is to protect the rights of all of our constituents. It is not to advance certain groups or separate them out by giving them different set of opportunities or rights. All people deserve to be treated equally. Anyway, how about commercial property? Is commercial property affected by this legislation?
Commercial properties are not in this legislation.
I understand that commercial property is not contemplated in the actual text of the bill, but is it impacted by this bill? What do you think that the availability, the cost, or any other concerns about commercial property might be impacted once this is passed?
Only if we start doing more development on commercial properties that lie vacant.
Understood. That's certainly the case, but I also think that you may see certain types of residential property become commercial property, because I think that property owners are going to be measuring the impact of this legislation, and they're going to be deciding, well, you know, the commercial property market is not nearly as regulated by the state. Doesn't have the same harsh impediments imposed on property providers in the residential realm. It's different, you know, so commercial might be the way to go for some people. They might say, oh, you know what, I'm going to take my 3-family house and I'm going to go down to town hall and I'm going to beg them to turn it into a mixed use building so I don't have to worry about this law. And I really do think that's going to happen. How about condominiums, Madam Chairman? Are they impacted?
Common interest communities? Yes,
In what way?
they fall under this giving cause.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I think that you're right in the sense that rental condominium units would definitely be impacted, but actual unit owners are not explicitly addressed in the bill. But I do see the potential, and the reason why I ask is because I do see the potential for some apartment buildings to become condos as a result of this, because that's another way that the market will react to significant regulatory policy interrupting the ability for commerce in residential real estate. Do you see what I'm talking about?
I hear you.
You hear me? All right. Good. I'm glad we hear each other. I mean, that's important. That's what, you know, it's always, you know, a regret of mine that we don't actually engage in more real debate. You know, I mean, I like the fact that we can challenge each other on different views and questions. And I think people benefit from hearing that. That's why Representative Butler and I before we should have let that, we'd be still talking, I bet. And it would be good. Yes. Understood. It's all pure respect though. And I want to just state as a quick aside that I feel very fortunate to serve with you, Madam Chairman. You know, I think we have diametrically opposed views on some things. I mean, we really do, but I like you. I think you're a good person and I respect you. And I feel like I get that same respect in return. And that's what's important. And I think that's a good example for people on the street that, you know, you can disagree. This is, you know, the beauty of living in a free country, that we can have different views and say, yeah, well, you know, they're entitled to their opinion. I don't agree, but I can see where they're coming from. So thank you for that, Madam Chairman. How about corporate landlords? There was some conversation on another bill today about absentee landlords. How are they impacted in this particular legislation?
I think a landlord is a landlord, and I don't think it matters if they're corporate or not.
I love that you said that. I appreciate that, because a lot of the testimony that we heard was, you know, blaming out-of-state landlords. And I'm like, you know, look, maybe there is a situation where some out-of-state landlords are bad landlords, and that I'm not denying that. But just to say that they're a bad landlord because they're out of state, I think that's going down a very dangerous road. That is discrimination, you know, based on superficial characteristics. We don't approve of discriminating against people based on their gender or their race or their religion, because these are superficial things. Just because somebody has some characteristic doesn't make them good or bad. And we got to get past all that. I mean, we really do. We got to start remembering we're the human race, and that, you know, people should be respected and treated the same. And I don't want to say that every out-of-state landlord is a bad landlord. And I don't like it when I hear it from anyone. And I sometimes hear it from even from my own colleagues, and I don't like to hear that either. They should make a distinction about, well, these are bad landlords and these are good landlords, but not every person that fits another category is going to end up being good or bad. And the same thing goes for tenants too. I mean, and we're going to talk about that much more when we get to the collateral consequences bill, because I think that that's the difficulty there, is that you're talking about making a determination of who is a good tenant or not. And that is a very hard question to answer when you don't know someone personally. Madam Chairman, do we have a housing shortage?
According to all the reports in the last 2 years, I believe we do, and I believe it's real.
Yes, ma'am. And how do you define a housing shortage? I mean, are you defining that as the way I did earlier, that there's just not available housing, or that there's no housing at all?
Well, considering that we haven't really done a lot of development in housing since the 80s, we fall short. I don't think we'll ever have enough housing for everyone, right? But the availability of more housing is needed. And I don't know, I don't have the numbers in front of me, but until we start to address it, the number is going to continue to grow.
Understood. You know, whenever maybe I'm deep, maybe that's my problem, Madam Chairman, I'm just deep. But whenever I get a bill in front of me and I want to look at it, I start asking myself like really basic questions. I want to just get like pull back and make sure I'm not just, running with some sort of preconceived assumption or something that I heard or something like that. And because to me, I mean, the only evidence that I have that there is a housing shortage is a lot of rhetoric and news reports. And occasionally when I do list a rental, I get a little bit more activity than I have in the past. But I'll tell you, I have a rental listing right now that is competitively priced, and it's been on the market for 3 weeks, and no, it still isn't taken. So I mean, is there an extreme shortage of rental units? I don't know. Is it going to be in some geographical locations there's more of a shortage than others? Is it in some sub $1,000 a month rentals? There might be a really big shortage with inflation and all. So all that's probably true. But Madam Chairman, of course.
I just want to respond to that. I've been looking for a 1-bedroom in West Haven for 2 weeks. Now, part of the reason I can't find anything is because they're all over $2,000. So some of it has to do with price. And then some of the other locations that I did find, it's not someplace where I think it's safe for anybody to live. So I think there's many reasons why some properties sit. I don't know why yours is sitting. I hope it's a good piece of property in a good neighborhood and with a good landlord, I hope. But everybody is not a good landlord. And you're right, there are some bad actors. And part of the reasons that we're here today is because we have to protect people. In my opinion, that I need to be able to protect people who have to deal with bad landlords, who don't have the wherewithal, who don't know their rights, right? And something else that you said is about building. We are building on what we did in the last session and some of the things that we didn't go through. And I think why would you need elected officials if we didn't have a job to do to protect people and to help them? I think that's part of our responsibility.
I couldn't agree more. I mean, but when I say protect our constituents, I mean protecting their civil liberties and protecting their rights. I don't mean taking from one of my constituents to give to a different constituent. And that, I am afraid, is more what happens in government than not. Is there any data about the housing shortage that you could share that might tell us a little bit more about geographical locations where we need more or anything like that?
Certainly. So Connecticut Partnership for Strong Communities had a great report. Home Builders Association, which I'm published in, by the way, had a great report. There are several articles that you could Google and with real data and can specify where there are availability of properties and where there's a shortage. So it's there, it's available for us.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. So do we, what is the number one reason that you would put on why we have a housing shortage?
The lack of development in the last 40 years.
That would imply that somehow the available supply of residential housing has declined or the population has increased. Do you have any data on either one of those things?
The only data that I have that I can tell you specifically was in the Home Builders article that talked about our lack of building affordable housing or any type of housing. I know in some places that I've watched really large mansions be built and smaller properties where it might have been 2 houses built on a lot, purchasing both the lots and building one larger mansion. And that's just some of the things that I've heard and that I've read.
Understood. Yeah, no, I've been looking at this too and trying to wrap my head around, whether we really do have a shortage of existing structures. I mean, I want to separate that from whether or not they actually count as housing or not. I mean, do the buildings exist? Do we have these people here and we have some buildings? Putting them together requires more than just having those two things. We need to have, willing participants in rental agreements, and we need to have them scaled for the needs of the tenants and affordability. And I guess that's what needs to be fixed more than anything. But I think that those factors are contingent on many other things, and it's difficult for us as just the housing committee to start to discuss what's affordable or not, or to make policy that impacts the price of housing anywhere, because there's so many factors. I mean, mortgage interest rates are higher than they have been in recent years. Inflation is out there affecting the cost of everything. I mean, literally everything. I mean, gasoline's 50% more than it was a couple of years ago. The cost of groceries is off the chart. I can't even believe it. I barely covered the bottom of the cart, and it's $50, for it's like there's 4 things in my cart. It's hard to believe how much stuff it costs these days. And I don't know if that's going to get better. Madam Chairman, I'm going to push you on the spot, and I'm going to ask you if you think that the actions of state government have led to that rise in costs for everything, particularly housing.
I think federal government has had some play in it. I think we all have to take responsibility for what people are experiencing, all of us. I don't use the word never and always very frequently, but I think we all have to take responsibility as legislators for what's taking place. Not just this group of legislators, but past. It is our responsibility to make this United States better than what it is all the time, improve on it, build a standard. And I think we've dropped the ball in many places. And I just want to speak back to the housing. I live in a 1-family house by myself. I'd love to sell that house and go live in a condominium, right? But if I can't, I'm not going to sell my house and with another mortgage for a lot of money to go in a condominium that I can't afford, not at this age. So if I can't move out of my house, then I can't make way for a small family. I just have a 3-bedroom. I can't make way for another family to come in and take the house, right? Or move into the house and let me move. So we're not even seeing that happen where people can afford because of the interest rates, because of the availability, and all the other things that have increased in inflation. We're stuck. We're stuck. So I want a nice condominium that I can afford, 1 level, but it's just not available.
A good realtor, Madam Chairman. So I will definitely keep it in mind. And I know that there's real issues out there and problems that need to be solved. I guess our differences really rely on whether or not we think it's the role of government to solve some of these problems. And I won't take responsibility for what's going on. I'm sorry to say. I do my best to vote against agenda items and policies. Notably, our most recent state budget, I voted no. It was a significant increase in state spending, 9%. That is passed on to consumers of all different levels. I know there's discussion about a really tiny income tax cut that was in there, but it's hard to justify a tiny income tax cut for a few people when the overall spending is increasing, multiple billions of dollars. That means we're all paying more taxes. And I just don't support that. I also think, our state property taxes are an impediment to living in Connecticut, period. And if there's a single item that I think is driving up the cost of property and rents, it's property taxes impacting rents for sure. Because I know that for me, that is the number one I can't get rid of expense. You could pay off your mortgage potentially. You could do a lot of things to reduce your costs as a housing provider. But if the property taxes continue to go up, there's no way to get around that. And those costs are passed on to tenants, and tenants need to realize that too. I mean, when they're at the ballot box and they're voting for what their government looks like, they should recognize that anything that they do that is going to impact people that they interact with may be passed on to them. And I think that's true in for all of us. I wanted to get into a lot more in-depth discussion about the interaction of the state government, but I think that this bill speaks for itself. I have heard from literally dozens of property providers in the last several days as a result of the public hearing we had. And they're scared. I will tell you that people are going to change their direction, Madam Chairman. There are people that own rental property in the state, and they're prepared to make significant changes based on the policies that are happening in this committee right this minute. And I'll say it doesn't even have to pass. It doesn't even have to become law. I mean, the fact of the matter is that if you are a rental provider in Connecticut right now, you're watching this and you're scared of what could happen. And the very threat that this body meets every year and comes back with more and more regulatory and hostile legislation is sending a message. We don't want any more rental providers in our state. We're going to make it the hardest place to do business in the whole country right here in Connecticut. So if you want to be in that business, you should leave. You should go someplace else. I mean, that's the message that this bill and this committee conveys regularly. And I'm being very blunt about it, Madam Chairman, because I want you to hear it, because I don't know if you're hearing from those same people that I am, but that's what they're telling me. And I will also let you know that I'm concerned as well. My own personal business has become the subject of conversation in this committee, and certainly in several newspaper articles. I don't know if there's an effort to try and silence me in some way or make me out to be some rich person. I'm not rich. I promise you, I'm not rich. And I will tell you that being a landlord doesn't make you rich either. People go out of business regularly. The governor of this state during the pandemic basically told tenants not to pay their landlords. I know people that lost everything. They lost literally everything. I know someone who borrowed against the home that they live in, their single family house, to buy a rental property. And during the pandemic, when their tenant stopped paying them, they couldn't pay their own mortgage. They ended up having their home foreclosed on. Their tenant was still fine living in the other property, but they were losing their place to live. So, I mean, to just have this very theoretical and stereotypical, and I'll even add discriminatory view that somehow landlords are rich. One of our colleagues used the term generational wealth. Well, I mean, no one gave me anything. I grew up in an inner city. I grew up in Meriden. My parents did own a home, but it was a very modest home. They didn't pass it down to me. And the fact of the matter is, people, they make it, they work hard and they achieve things. And I also don't think we should be taking away from people just because they do have things. or they were left things. I mean, that's not right either. When I was growing up, when we saw someone who had nice things, and I'll remember very vividly one of my classmates when I was in high school. I think he showed up in our senior year during the summer, driving a brand new Mustang convertible. And I'm telling you, we were all jealous. We were like, man, that is a really, really sweet car. And but the feeling among me and my friends was like, this student, I won't even say his name, but we knew he worked hard. We knew he did. This is a guy who slaved away to make sure he earned the money to have that car, and we respected him for it. And we all said, kind of the same thing, which is, I'm going to work my butt off and I'm going to get, X, Y, Z. Today I worry that when people see other folks doing well, there is less desire to emulate hard work and achievement and more desire to tear those people down and say they don't deserve it. That was given to them. And I mean, I don't want to get into like a bunch of, cruddy politics and people talking about things like white privilege and stuff like that. But I mean, that's what that is for me. That's all racism. That's all putting people into different boxes and categories. And that's all bad. It doesn't matter. It's been bad since the very first day that anyone judged anyone based on the color of their skin. That was wrong. The first day it happened, it's still wrong today. And it doesn't matter who's doing it to who. And I don't like to see legislation that goes down that road. And I worry that when we start to write policies like this, I think there is an element there of social justice based on the stereotype of the wealthy property owner and the disenfranchised, tenant. And I just, that's not entirely true. Now, it may be the case and it might happen often, but that's not every case. And when you write laws, you cannot be using assumptions and stereotypes. You got to be more fair than that. And the way we overcome these type of prejudices is to be just, to treat people fairly, and to write policy that is not going to impact different people in different ways. For me, the equality argument ends with the fact that both the landlord and the tenant sign a contract. And again, you can make arguments about how the tenant has got a more difficult position, and there's, it's the same argument I hear in the labor committee about the employer versus the employee. But at the end of the day, it's a voluntary agreement. No one is forcing anyone into it. And yes, people sometimes are in a bad situation and they have to take circumstances that they don't 100% agree with. But that happens to everyone. It literally happens to everyone at different points in their life. I don't, with few exceptions, I think other people always have situations where they don't get entirely what they want. Madam Chairman, does this bill respect the fact that a lease rental agreement is a private contract?
It does.
And if I said, no, it doesn't, because the expiration date is a part of that contract and it's being ignored by this legislation, how would you respond?
I don't think it's being ignored. I think it's being considered, but also considering, you talk about equitable. The world that you describe on some of this, I have no idea where that world is. It's not the world I live in and what I've experienced in life. But I believe there needs to be a protection for both the tenant who may be treated unfairly. And I also listened to what the owner said and how many people who owned really large properties, tenants, property owners who manage large property. I listened to what they said also. I think this is fair and equitable, and that's where I'll leave it. I do. I wouldn't, if I thought this was leaning more toward one, I wouldn't sit here with you and stand on it. I would just fold and say, I don't believe it, but it is what I believe is fair and equitable. And based on what I've heard from people, I believe it's fair and equitable.
I certainly acknowledge and respect that you believe that. I hope that I can get through to some of your colleagues though, because I really don't see that this is fair and equitable in any way. There's no other example in our system where free citizens engage in commerce that the government takes such a strong weight on one side of the transaction to basically negate the written contract that both parties agreed to. And that's what's happening here. Does it concern you that the mechanism for the termination of the rental agreement is no longer going to be the voluntary returning of the property owner's housing unit? It's going to end up in more cases with evictions. Does that concern you?
It doesn't concern me, but it does say to me that the tenant and the property owner both have a course of action. If that property owner believes that it was unfair, he has the same rights as the tenant to go to court with it.
I don't know what you mean by the same rights. I mean, there's no, it's not a right to have to go to court to evict someone from your property. I mean, is that what you're considering equal or equity and the rights of the landlord?
I would say he has the same opportunity as the tenant to pursue legal actions.
Well, I mean, and I appreciate that we're having the kind of back and forth, but I mean, I don't see how you can say that those things are equal. The tenant can leave if they want at the end of the lease. The lease ends. If they want to go, they will honor it and they have no more obligation to the landlord at all because the contract expired, the terms are over with. They can go about their way freely and they're not under any other obligation. But we're saying that the landlord is still under the obligation of those terms of the lease. And the only mechanism they have to get out of that is to go through a costly, expensive eviction where they're going to lose money. I mean, no matter what, even if they were completely justified in engaging in that, they're going to lose money. They're not going to get a free lawyer. They're not going to win court costs. They're not going to get anything. If they're lucky, they'll get their property back after they've lost revenue and paid all these lawyers' fees and courts fees. So, I mean, justify for me that these folks are on equal footing.
We mentioned what are the reasons that you could, the 13 reasons, right? What would be another reason that you would get rid of someone? Can you tell me what that other reason might be? So now, if you don't mind, I'd like to ask you that question. Would that be okay?
Yeah, Madam Chairman, I'm here asking the questions, but I'm prepared, so I don't mind. I can think of many examples. What if I wanted to rent my property to some personal friend of mine that is in need? There's nothing in this that would allow me to do that. My best friend in the world is down on their luck. They have a medical condition. They need a place to stay. I'm willing to rent my apartment that I'm getting $2,000 a month for. I want to give it to them for $500, which is my, the bare minimum I need to keep it going. Can I do that under this bill?
No, you can't, but you would put someone else in the same position as your friend by putting them out of a place that you've rented them to bring somebody else in. Because he's your friend. Not because.
Well, I appreciate that, Madam Chairman, but again, this goes back to my property. Do you respect the right of someone to own their own property? I mean, do you own your own car? I mean, if I told you that I needed your car more than you do, are you going to give it to me?
Yes. Do you need it more than I do?
I mean, if that's a requirement for someone to be able to vote yes for this bill, I defy other people in the room to be able to do that. Maybe you're sincere. I'll take you at your word for it that you'd give me your car based on that. But I doubt most people would. And I don't equate, the idea that I would be giving this property to creating the same problem for someone else. That's not true, because that person was paying the rent at whatever the rate was. I just believe that, you know, if it's your car or the landlord's house, ultimately they have the final say how it's used. And not someone else. What if you wanted to do renovations on the property to make it a nicer property because you want to charge more rent? I mean, we can get into the whole thing about the profit conversation we had, and I'm dying to have that chat, but that's a legitimate reason for a landlord to want to have a tenant leave at the end of their lease so that they can improve it and rent it to someone else at a higher amount. Or they simply want to make the house nicer because it is going to be worth more when they pass it on to, you know, their kids, or they sell it to finance their retirement. Would that be allowed under this bill?
Only if it's not in compliance, regarding health and safety.
What if I decided I wanted to turn my 10-unit apartment building into condominiums? Because many of the tenants there have expressed a desire to purchase their units and convert it into a condominium association. Would I be able to remove the 1 out of 10 tenants who wants to stay there under the lease agreement beyond the date of its expiration that we both signed? I know I keep saying that, but I want to keep reminding people that both parties signed the agreement with the expiration date on it. No one's asking for something beyond that from the housing provider perspective.
It would be the permanent removal. Sub F. Line 55. Yeah.
If you ask.
I'm just
Line 55, permanent removal by the landlord of the dwelling unit of such tenant from the housing market. Yes.
Thank you for that answer, but I go back to what is permanent. I mean, very few things on earth are permanent. I know everlasting. I mean, but you know, at some point the moon's going to crash into the earth, and the earth's going to crash into the sun, and you know. I mean, I don't know. At that point, there are no more apartments. So I mean, I don't know if you can say anything is permanent. Would you agree that a contract has certain parts, Madam Chairman, and among those parts would be the mutual acceptance of the parties to the contract?
I think you asked that before. I agreed to that.
And you feel that once somebody has signed a contract in writing that is binding on both parties?
I agree to that.
The one thing you have not agreed to is that the expiration date should be binding on both parties. And I'm wondering why that is an exception. Are there any other exceptions to what you might agree to in writing that should not be honored?
I have nothing else to offer.
Okay. One of the things that we didn't talk about is what really makes a contract is offer and acceptance. Okay. Without having someone offer something and the other party accept it, you really don't have a contract. And I believe that this bill eliminates the fact that there's a contract in place, because the moment the property owner is forbidden from making the offer that they choose because they have to accommodate the regulatory scheme that's laid out in this bill, there's no chance for acceptance. And I think that's a key ingredient here. And the other part of that offer and acceptance is the mutual consent. So if you're suggesting that we still have a contract, even though only one person is accepting the expiration date and the other person is not accepting that, but they're accepting some other interpretation of the contract created by this statute, you do not have mutual acceptance any longer. So I think that that makes is an important point about determining whether or not there's still a rental agreement in place. I asked this question of somebody during the hearing. I said, you know, so when does the agreement end? And that's a good question.
And what did they respond? I don't have an answer for you on that. I would say it ended at the end of the termination of the written or verbal contract. That's it. I would say that's when it ended.
So so you're suggesting that the contract still ends on that date. What is the mechanism by which the tenant would still be allowed to maintain and live in the property, and why would they be paying rent based on what?
First of all, let me step back a minute, that if the contract ended on December 30th and the landlord was not going to renew it on January 1st, that he would have given notice that he's not renewing the contract, right? And then it would go into a discussion as to why you're asking me to leave, right? That's the discussion that would take place. You've mentioned it yourself that there are not a lot of, you know, every landlord is not a bad landlord. A good landlord would be in a discussion with that person that I'm asking you to leave. And that person, being the good landlord that he is, would disclose the reason of why he's asking him to leave. And that it would fall into one of these categories.
Well, I appreciate that answer, Madam Chairman, but you asked me a moment ago to list some circumstances that were legitimate that don't fall into those categories. For instance, I want to offer the property to another person that I know that is in need. So now we have a problem because I think that's still a good landlord. Or is it your opinion that that person's not a good landlord?
I would say that if you wanted to include that as one of the reasons, then we would write it into law.
So am I to take that offer as encouragement to bring many amendments to expand this this bill into something that can be improved?
You make that amendment and let's close this down and vote on it. You got it.
I think that might be a helpful amendment, and you might just see it, but I don't think that that's going to get there all by itself. Yes. So let me ask you this. What about existing rental contracts? Does this just only apply to new rental contracts that go forward, or does this apply to existing rental agreements?
There's a date in here that line, I think it's line 83. It begins on, for all contracts starting January 1st, 2025.
Thank you for that, Madam Chairman. But I guess my question is, I understand the date that is in the legislation, but I guess the problem I'm having with all of this is, like, if the date doesn't matter any longer on the existing renewal rental agreement, and there is no actual expiration date because the tenant's going to be allowed to stay beyond that date with only limited and very specific recourse from the landlord, is that is an existing agreement, or is that a new agreement? See, it says, because this says a rental agreement is entered into or renewed with a tenant. But effectively, if I have a contract that goes until after January 1st, 2025, but it expires, say, on February 1st, 2025. And I don't offer a renewal to my tenant, or I do rather. If I offer one, is that actually a renewal? But if I tell them that I don't want them to, I'm not going to give them a lease, but they suggest that they're going to stay anyway, and I'm going to be in a position of evicting them, is that lease considered to be renewed? Is that an active rental agreement?
I believe it is. I think what I'm reading here is that a renewed contract is something that you're beginning again. It's not something that's existing.
Yeah, I would say that that's true under normal circumstances, but remember, I just had this conversation with you a moment ago about offer and acceptance, and the fact of the matter is that the landlord is not being given an opportunity to offer terms or accept terms. He's being told by this body via a state law that they have to accommodate the requirements. I won't drive you crazy. I mean, we've had enough conversation about the contract aspect of this thing. And I think I've laid the groundwork that I want to, which is to say that this is not a contract anymore. As soon as the state decides to pass this into law, the existing rental agreement ceases to exist. It's not a valid contract anymore. The state has undermined its existence because the dates, which are a key ingredient. I suspect that new lease agreements are unlikely to even have expiration dates. Because I asked this before, how would a landlord ever write a time-limited contract? And I don't see that there's a way to do that. The only way you could time limit your contract is if you could foresee one of the items that you're allowed to evict someone for. And effectively, that's not a time-limited contract, because you're not doing that via offer and acceptance or mutual agreement. That means that you're being forced to give up your property because the state tells you to, until a condition occurs where you are allowed, by the generosity of the state, to have your own property back. Yeah, it's, I mean, I'll go back to, this is one of the worst bills I've ever seen. I asked some opinions of some attorneys who deal with real estate law yesterday, when I knew that this bill was coming, and asked them, I mean, is there a feasibility? This is the question I asked. I said, is it feasible to have a lease agreement that does not have any time limitations? And they told me no. And the answers that they gave me with that most legal systems don't allow indefinite leases, to provide both landlords and tenants predictability and flexibility to change terms and to predict what's going to happen. And this undermines those predictability and flexibility options. They also said that, circumstances change over time. Property values fluctuate. The needs of the tenant evolve. Maybe they want to move someplace else. They get a different job. They get married. Who knows? An eternal lease would not account for those changes. Property ownership. Properties do change hands. If I want to sell my property to someone, the way the law reads now is that if I have a piece of property with a tenant and I go to sell it, the new buyer has got to honor the contract, but only for the term of the contract. So now, I guess this is a question I will confirm with you, Madam Chairman. If a purchaser buys a property that has a tenant in it with an expiration date, 1-year lease, with a new property owner fall under this bill, will they be forced to keep this tenant on unless one of the exceptions comes into play where they can evict the tenant for cause?
I'm going to recess for a moment, all right? Sure. I'm gonna need, I see it for condominiums.
So is the general question whether when
If
a
the-
new owner acquires a unit that has an existing tenant, whether they would be subject to this bill?
Yes.
If it's a qualifying building, I think the answer is yes.
Thank you. I'm calling meeting back to order. The answer is yes.
The answer is yes. So that means that the person buying the property would be subject to the terms of this bill. So that would mean that if I was going to sell my property, I am going to be severely limited if this is a residential property that can be used in a different way. Than if I had the option, or if the buyer had the option to reclaim the use of the property. They're going to be stuck having to use it for the purposes laid out in the bill. Again, I'll go back to the comments I made earlier about, our constitutional protections in the U.S. Fourth Amendment, and I think it's the Eighth Amendment in the Connecticut Constitution about due process and the taking of private property, and that this is a constructive taking again. So, I mean, lawyers, please hear me out there when you go to file a lawsuit to get rid of this law, that's a place you should go to. You should go to the fact that this is a taking. It also is a freedom of association issue. I was talking about the question and answer I had with some attorneys about whether or not a lease that lasts forever is feasible or not. And we covered legal constraints, changing circumstances, the ownership of the property, and what happens to a purchaser. But the other thing they mentioned was public policy. Perpetual leases could lead to inefficient land use, hinder development, and create unfair situations. And you can imagine lots of different things that could happen in those circumstances, as well as anyone can. Leases have fixed terms. That's just the way they've been done. And like I said, that's been going on since there was the first property and the first renter. Having something that has no expiration date doesn't make any sense. I wrote down on my notes expiration versus eviction, because that's what we're talking about here. We're getting rid of a lease that expires on a certain day, and there is a desire for some to call it an eviction. It's not an eviction. It's an expiration, because the agreement was written and agreed to by both parties as having a certain deadline or expiration date. And to force one of the parties to have to go through the court system to end that agreement afterwards is unjust and unfair. And I know I asked this question before, but I have no doubt in my mind that this is going to lead to many, many more evictions, and needlessly so. It does not have to happen. This policy, I don't think, is going to benefit anyone. During the public hearing, I mentioned that, this is just how things are. A lease has an expiration date, just like when you go to the movies and the movie's over, it's time to go home. You don't stay and sit there through the next, movie, or the next 5 movies, or the next 5 months or years of movies. You don't. When you rent a car, you sign an agreement that says, I'm going to rent this car for a week, while I'm on a trip or something. And at the end of the week, I got to bring it back. The car belongs to the rental car company. It doesn't belong to the person renting it. And they need to return it. I mean, are we going to see legislation like that down the road, where when you rent a car, it's up to you, you can keep it indefinitely, and the rental car company has nothing to say about it? What about other property type agreements? Madam Chairman, what about renting a hotel room, which is effective a very short-term lease? Does this impact hotels?
Hotels are not included in this legislation.
Thankfully. Is there a reason why we wouldn't include hotels? I mean, people, pay a rent for a period of time, just like they do with any other type of agreement. What makes that time limited lease different than a typical rental agreement?
Well, do people take out leases to live in a hotel?
Yes.
It's just not included.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, you could be looking at this simply from somebody who's staying in a hotel temporarily for a day or two, but some people rent hotel rooms for years on end. I don't know if they're going to end up being captured by this legislation or not, depending on the terms of their agreement. I guess I don't know what is the determining factor of who ultimately falls in this agreement. Does it have to be it doesn't have to, I mean, clearly it could be a commercial property owner. So that could be a hotel. Yeah. So let me ask again, because I think we need an answer to this question. Will a hotel chain, and some of them that have relatively long-term extended stay, for example, they offer lengthy periods of rental to, effectively tenants. Would they be covered under this bill? Through you, Madam Chairman.
There's nothing in here that says anything about hotels or includes hotels. When you're saying that, I can't imagine low-income people being able to afford to stay in a hotel for extended period at $200 a night. I wonder who that person, who would be that would be staying in a hotel, unless it was someone moving from a fire or something like that. So I don't know the condition, but I know it's not included in this bill.
I appreciate that response, Madam Chairman, but the bill is not just about low income people. And just so you know, people that have modest incomes often do rent hotels. I mean, there are some hotels in many towns across Connecticut that are cheaper than renting a apartment. Or they're willing to work with you to come up with terms to make them reasonable to rent. So, I mean, that definitely does happen. And I know you said that you don't believe that that's covered under this, but I'm curious to know why. I mean, I don't know why a hotel would be different than a commercial landlord if you're talking about, I mean, what is the deciding factor that whether this bill applies or not? Is it that there's a rental agreement in place, or is it that there is a landowner and a tenant? I mean, what exactly decides whether or not this applies? Through you, Madam President.
So the legislation does speak of a rental agreement. It doesn't speak of commercial properties. It doesn't speak of hotels. So it's not included in this legislation. And I believe there is actually a description in statute on what a hotel is versus what we're doing in this bill in the way of apartments or a tenant. And I don't know, I'm telling you, I don't know that in a hotel that a person is considered a tenant. I don't know. It would be something I would have to look at.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I think that this is something that needs to be researched, though, which is that in the case of like an extended stay or a small independent hotel, and I can think of several, in my district, in fact, that I think have long-term tenants. They just work it out as if they're a landlord like any other landlord. So I don't know if they're going to get wrapped up in this or not. I already asked the question. I'm sorry that I'm kind of redundant about some of these things. It's just that it keeps coming up to me how nonsensical it is to have an agreement that doesn't have an end. It's just like, I wrote a bunch of questions that we've already kind of answered, like can either party end the agreement? And the answer is the tenant has got the ability to end the agreement at any point after the expiration date of the lease. And are they, I don't believe they're have any stipulation or requirement. Madam Chairman, can either party end the agreement after the expiration date on the original rental agreement?
I believe, are you speaking of the lease, the rental agreement? If there was an agreement, I believe they could. The renter? Are you speaking of the rental or the? Excuse me.
Madam Chairman, yeah, I'm trying to get to a secondary question, but the first one I asked is, can either party, the landlord or the tenant, end the agreement after the lease expiration? And you can, I mean, the answer is only the tenant can. The landlord has to go through an eviction process. I mean, you would agree with me about that, I assume.
Unless there is mutual agreement on both sides.
Understood. But if there's not mutual agreement, the landlord's prohibited. They have to go through the process laid out in the bill, but the tenant can end that agreement at any time. Is the tenant required by anything in this proposed bill to provide notice to the property owner?
I see nothing in the bill that says that the tenant has to notify the landlord.
Right. So, I mean, this is another example of where it's not, it may be equitable, but it's not equal and it's not fair. So the landlords can only use the specific reasons. And we talked about some already, and we talked about how even though the property owner owns the property, they do not have the right to use it in the manner that they choose, which means that they would not be able to, for example, offer the property to a friend or a different tenant that they would prefer for whatever reason. They couldn't even do it out of a sense of charity or kindness for someone. Those are not acceptable reasons that are laid out in lines 43 for 58. They could not do it for renovations to improve the quality of the property for a future tenant. They cannot legitimately do it for change of use unless they can demonstrate that it's permanently going to be taken off the market. Selling the property does not resolve any of the requirements of the current owner or future owner. They are still bound by this agreement. If a bank forecloses on a property, Madam Chairman, are they still bound by this agreement too as the new owner of the property?
Let me just check, please. Thank you. According to what we have in this bill, we see nothing to address that.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I just overheard the conversation, and it sounds to me like, there may be some debate over whether or not the mortgage company is responsible to carry out this agreement, effectively leaving the tenant in there indefinitely until one of the items in lines 43 to 58 can occur and they are permitted to do an eviction. But it seems to me that they would be. I don't know how they could avoid suggesting they're the owner of the property once it's foreclosed. Also, there's a process of foreclosure where I don't want to get into it right here, but let's just leave it at that. I think that the bank is going to be on the hook for monitoring this policy and maintaining the relationship with the tenant, even if they choose not to. There's a lot of other things too. I mean, can and you might say yes to these things, but I'm going to push back just a little bit to say, in theory, these things can happen, but I'm curious to know how it would actually work in practice. But could you, as a landlord, go through this eviction process to reclaim your property simply because you had complaints from other tenants?
Well, I would say yes, if it would, if it had to do with health and safety under those conditions. If they complained uh, on that condition of health and safety and pointed it out to them, but not just a regular complaint, like, I don't know what else they would be saying, but according to everything that we have in the way of what's acceptable, I don't see anything here that says a verbal complaint from another resident would give justification for
Thank you. Yeah, no, yeah, the fact that it's very narrowly tailored is a concern. You know, most of the public hearing testimony we heard from housing providers on why this bill is a problem. I don't think they contemplated just how big a problem it is, to be honest with you. But the thing that they kept bringing up was the fact that sometimes you have one bad apple in a building, and that person is impacting the other tenants negatively. And I can think of this happening not in any property that I was personally involved in, but investors that I know, where, you know, you have one 6-unit apartment building in New Britain, for example, and you have lots of tenants that have been there for many years, and everybody's getting along fine and everybody's happy. And then you have a tenant that shows up, and this person is, just drama all the time. There's making a racket late at night, or they bring bugs into the building, or the police are being called, or there's a domestic dispute happening all the time. And what happens is the other 5 tenants, they're losing their peace and enjoyment as a result. And the landlord is trying to do the right thing trying to help out the other good tenants to make sure that they, have a good place to live. But this bill would prevent that landlord from being able to get rid of that difficult tenant. And I think that's an issue. And I mean, the same thing applies too. I mean, it could be complaints from neighbors as well. But I don't see a mechanism that is in the bill that allows the landlord to remove that person without going through the eviction process. How about police activity, Madam Chairman? Is that a sufficient reason if the police are at the residence on a regular basis?
If you don't mind, I'd like to go back to what you mentioned about bringing bugs into the building. I think that would fall under health and safety.
If you could prove it.
If you could prove it, right. And we hope that people can prove what they accuse other people of, right? I don't see anything in here about police being one of the reasons, but I also go back to health and safety. If the police are constantly going to the facility, I would think there's a safety issue.
So, Madam Chairman, I'll just, I'm almost done. I mean, there's so much more I could say about this. A lot of this same concerns that I would say about this bill are going to come up in the other bill that is on our agenda. So I'll reserve some of my remarks there, but I'll just touch on a few things in a little more detail than I did earlier. I mentioned big government. And I'll just get on my soapbox for a second and just say that, government is the threat to most good things. If you want to look and see what's going wrong in the world, you can almost suggest that it's government, because when government grows, effectively the power of the people that serve in government grows. And many people are still going about their lives in America not really worrying about what their government is up to, what's going on in Washington or what's going on at the state capitol, because they grew up in an era where they didn't have to worry too much, that the government was limited in a way where they're not going to do anything that's drastically affecting your life. It's kind of unseen and unheard. And yes, they spend money, and there's various government agencies, and you need driver's licenses and some kind of regulations and stuff like that. But no one really interfering with your freedom, mandating that you put vaccines into your body, or telling you that you have to abide by certain requirements, or telling your school district that they have to accept certain curriculum, even though the school district doesn't want it. I mean, and you just go on and on. These things are happening more and more all the time. And the free exercise of rights that people naturally possess are being limited more and more by government policy. And as that happens, the people in government, as I said, grow in power to start affecting people's lives more. And if you're not watching your government, they're going to be up to no good, in my opinion. And I think far too few people are watching what their government is up to. And I really think that if we had a really engaged public, where people took a genuine interest in what laws were being passed, I think most people would be shocked. I know that people often find out about these policies after they pass. I think the majority of small to medium-sized landlords that are going to be impacted about this bill don't even know it's happening. They're going to find out in a courtroom someday, or when their tenant files a claim with CHRO or something. It scares me. I'll just go back to the fact that as government grows, the influence of the people in government grows. But the reason why they do things is not always, and I mentioned this very briefly. I got Representative Butler's hair up when I was talking about this. I'm not trying to point to any specific person and blame them. I just think this is the nature of what happens. If government has more responsibility and more ways to affect people's lives, it's going to. But what's going to drive the decision making? Is it going to be a really contemplative look at what makes the most sense? Are we going to do an in-depth analysis and try and figure out all the potential ramifications? Or are we just going to react to what we think the people on the street expect or want to hear? And I believe that is what creates a multitude of bad policy. We shift policy based on numbers. There's more employees versus employers. Therefore, when it comes to writing laws, the employers are going to suffer at the hands of the politicians wanting to ingratiate themselves with employees. And this bill is the government trying to find peace with tenants that feel aggrieved, and maybe rightfully so. But the fact of the matter is, it's putting a weight on the scale where it does not belong. If you know the history of America, you know that the concept of government was an anathema to the founders. They wanted to have freedom be the paramount goal of America, not government interfering in private contracts, taking people's property from them, deciding that the best use of their property is what the government says, not what their person believes it is. None of those things are envisioned. And for me, this hits me right where I live, because I love my country and the way it was founded on those principles of freedom and equality. To me, that's what matters to me more than anything. And I trust people. I believe people are genuinely good. And if we have a government, the government should be there just to protect good people and their rights. I mean, that's the reason for it. We even have concepts in our laws to protect against this exact type of legislation. There are tests, that the courts are supposed to apply to law when it comes before them. They're supposed to say, is this clear and unambiguous? Otherwise it doesn't stand on its own as a legitimate law, because you can't expect people to follow laws that are vague and hard to follow. And the fact of the matter is, this law is vague and hard to follow. Permanent, what's permanent? What's bona fide? I mean, we have these questions. There's no clarity. And therefore, it's going to be an arbitrary decision down the road by some judge or some court that's going to make that decision. And the relying on the statute 7148 C, I think it is. The Marxism statute, the one that says that the determination of what an excessive rent relies on how much the landlord owes in debt and how much money the tenant has. That is also completely arbitrary and ambiguous. There's no definite decision. You could give this same set of rules to 20 different people and they'll come up with 20 different answers. That's not how we do laws. In America, the rule of law is paramount. The application of law equally is paramount. That means that everyone should understand what the law says and not have doubt about whether the speed limit is whatever Mr. XYZ thinks, or is it 55 miles an hour? We say it's 55 miles an hour because we're trying to be clear so no one can be the recipient of improper or unfair treatment. But this bill is an open door invitation to unfair treatment because of all of these speculative and arbitrary statutes that are pounded on top of each other. There are two wedges at work here. One of my good friends who's on the staff here, gave me this perspective that the two wedges are that you are getting rid of the ability for the landlord to end the relationship, and you have the fair rent requirements to limit rent. Those two things together prevent landlords having freedom to do what they want with their property, and they effectively create rent control. They effectively create rent control by virtue of suggesting that the landlord's got no way out, and the determination of what fair is going to be an arbitrary amount. I want to just remind people of history, okay? Especially, people that are concerned about discrimination, racism, injustices of the past. Those things are a result of bad laws. Those things are a result of unclear laws. Those things are the result of putting individual people in power of deciding the fate of people. That's different than having the rule of law that's written down and clear and concise, which is what's necessary. It's up to Steve over there. I'm leaving it up to you, Steve. You're going to decide whether this person's guilty or innocent. That's what's happening here. We're going to leave this up to this vague idea of excessive when it comes to rent amounts, for example. That's not how things should be done. And it is literally an invitation to be abused in a big way. And I have a big concern about it. I mentioned that this is not just a violation of individual property rights, but it is also a intrusion on the right to association. Because in America, the citizens are allowed to decide who they associate with. And if you're forced into a business relationship you don't want to be in by virtue of a statute that doesn't let you out of an agreement, a contractual agreement, then you have lost your right to freely associate. Madam Chairman, direct question. What is the state's compelling interest in putting forth this legislation to become law?
When you say the state, I look at us as legislators, as the state. And we are moving forward on this based on the testimony of over 150 people who gave testimony and gave their personal experiences of what they're facing.
Well, thank you for the answer, but I'm looking for a direct answer to my question. What is the state's interest? What compels the state to have to do this? And when I want to, I'm not trying to be disrespectful, Representative. I'm not.
We're going to call order.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. I appreciated your answer very much, and forgive me for any apparent impropriety. I wasn't trying to be disrespectful at all. I'm trying to get to something I should maybe state more clearly. When I say compelling state interest, I mean a significant goal that the government aims to achieve. So what would be the goal of this legislation that the government aims to achieve by putting this into law?
I would think that we would be addressing some homelessness, that people aren't being displaced without a place to go would be one of the reasons.
Do you have any data to indicate how many people would be displaced if not for this legislation, or how many folks will not be homeless because this is passed?
I don't have the data, but the Partnership for Strong Communities did publish the data. I just don't have it in front of me.
And that what you're suggesting is that passing this law that denies the property rights of the landlord, ignores the expiration date of a mutual binding contract agreed to both parties, and overrides the rights of association of the landlord. That reason that there may be some impact on homelessness is the reason why this justifies overriding those individual rights that are protected by our Constitution?
I don't agree to your summary, first of all. I think there's many things it could address, not just the homelessness, but discrimination does exist. Whether you are in any part of the state, there is discrimination. If we didn't have an ADA, people with disabilities would be ignored. So I think it's both to protect renters from discrimination. I think that's one of the reasons.
Well, thank you for that, Madam Chairman. I'm certainly concerned about discrimination also, and I don't want to see discrimination, but we already have laws to protect against discrimination. In fact, we have the Commission on Human Rights and Opportunities in the state, something that they don't have in a lot of other places. There are numerous mechanisms within state law for someone to bring a claim of discrimination in a rental context. How does this differ from those? What is this doing beyond those situations that would fight discrimination?
Well, if you were going to ask me to leave because of the color of my skin, because of my nationality, because of my gender, yes, I could go to CHRO. But you need to disclose that to me if that's the reason that you're asking me to leave the property, and it doesn't fall into the category of what we have.
I understand that, Madam Chairman, but we already described numerous situations where the landlord should have a right to their property for what I think I certainly, and many people, and I think you even acknowledged some of them were legitimate, other reasons that have nothing to do with discrimination. It's just the owner's property and they want it back because the agreement's over, and they consider the contract signed by both parties as a compelling reason to suggest that they should have a right to their property back. I don't want to beat a dead horse, and but I do want to say that I don't believe that the state has a compelling state interest here. And I also want to just, push back a tiny bit on the notion that folks not supporting this bill are not interested in combating discrimination. I mean, I think the bill is discrimination. I think the bill is discriminatory against property owners. And that's no better than being discriminating against tenants. It's no better than being discriminating against people based on gender or race either. All discrimination's bad. If it is affecting people in a way that they are treated unfairly and unequally in the eyes of our laws. That's the worst kind of discrimination that there is when you enable policy in the form of statute, in the form of law, with the force of government behind it, to actively discriminate. And that's what this bill does. It takes a private contract and it says that we are going to choose one side to benefit more than the other. And this brings us to rights, by the way. I just want to address this conversation, which is that, people were coming to the public hearing and suggesting that housing is a human right. And I don't want to be insensitive, okay? Because I mean, look, people need to have housing, and I believe there are a lot of ways for people to end up with housing. Back in the day, there was enough charity out there to make sure that we didn't have an overwhelming, homeless population. And I think that, that is the best way for it to happen is when people actively care for one another in a way to want to help. Giving the government the job of, well, we're going to tax this group of people, and then we're going to take their money, and then we're going to decide to give it to this group. That's not charity. And the problem is a lot of things are lost in that process, including a lot of money. That money, if it had been directly granted to the people in need, might have actually resulted in a much greater benefit than having to be filtered through government policy. So that's one issue. And again, I am absolutely in favor of mechanisms to end homelessness. I advocate every day when I come here for ways to create more opportunity in the world so people have the chance at better jobs and better housing and a better life. I mean, that is what we all ascribe to. I just don't see that the government passing some unfair rules on different parts of our society is the way to get there. And that will fall in a conversation about economics. But right now I'm talking about rights. And you don't have a right to someone else's property. We talked about it earlier. As much as you would grant me your car, Madam Chairman, I don't have a right to it. And if you said, no, I'm not going to give you my car, then I shouldn't be able to take it. And you don't have a right to someone else's house or apartment either. You don't. And when you sign a contract to rent it, you're agreeing to a fair and free exchange for a period of time. And once that this bill passes and that free and fair agreement between both parties is out the window, we live in a totally different society. And it's an authoritarian society, and it's a very dangerous society. And that's why I'm here spending all of this energy talking and making people sit through my lecture. I'm not doing it for my health. I'm doing it because I don't have any other way to try and stop this from happening. But I believe it's absolutely a necessity to stop this. It is going to be very harmful to people that we all care about. And some folks may not see that. They may be too short-sighted to recognize how this is going to impact not just landlords, which they're clearly aiming this bill at. We're aiming this at landlords to make sure that they can't harm anyone. But in the process, you're going to harm landlords, you're going to harm tenants, and you're going to harm our entire system of laws and justice. And I can see it very, very clearly. But back to my point, which is you don't have a right to someone else's property. And there's no such thing as saying that housing is a human right. There's no such thing as saying that healthcare is a human right, because in order for something to be a right, you have to actually be naturally capable of having it. You can't have housing be a human right because housing comes from someone else. It doesn't come from thin air. It has to come from the fact that someone else possesses the housing or built the actual structure. If you are demanding as a right the labor of some other person, that's immoral. That's why healthcare is not a human right either. People should absolutely have access to affordable and safe housing. People should have access to quality and affordable healthcare, and we work for that every day. But you don't have a right to it, because anything that requires the labor of someone else, you do not have a right to. I just wanted to get that on the record. Stealing is wrong. It just is. Murder is wrong. And our system is founded upon the respect and protection of our natural rights, life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. It said in our Declaration of Independence. And also property rights, which are an extension of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And these are all the natural rights that we all have. It's why slavery as an example was wrong. Even when it was legal, it was wrong. Obviously, everybody knows it was wrong and immoral from the very first day, and it should never happen. It's a dark stain on the history of this country. But it's why we keep working to try and get back to the goals of that were laid out in that same document. All men are created equal, endowed by their creator with these rights, and that those rights should be protected and should be honored by government. The purpose of government is not to meddle with who gets what or to play favorites in private contracts and transactions. The job here, the one we all signed up for, is to protect and serve and secure those natural rights. That's what we're supposed to be doing. Our system requires consent of the people that we work for. And that means people on all sides of the transactions that we're affecting the policy for. I mentioned earlier that we don't have a divine right. There's no king that that rules over us. It is the actual citizens that are royalty. We are just servants of those kings and queens. That's who we are. We are servants to the people, and they're the ones that hold the power. The people themselves are sovereign, and no person should have authority over another person. No one should also have any more rights than another person. And those rights should not be based on what group someone belongs to. Certainly not whether you're a tenant or a landlord. You shouldn't have more rights than the other person, any more than any gender or race should have more rights than another person. And every time it's been done in our laws that we gave some group based on some characteristic more rights than another, it was wrong. And that's why we shouldn't do this here either. Our job is to protect the rights of all the people. And anything else I consider to be immoral. I'm just going to close with a couple of comments about economics. This is going to have a negative impact on our state's economy. I have no doubt about it. The first thing that's going to happen, obviously, is that you're going to see a direct reaction by housing providers. They're going to be frustrated. They're going to be fearful that their quality of life, the way that they earn an income, is going to be negatively impacted. And there are some people that probably don't care. They're like, well, you know, those people, they're successful enough to own property already. I can tell you that I know many, many people that own property that no one would consider wealthy. People that purchase a, you know, a two-family house, which I know is not covered under this bill, but it's an example. You know, and you know, they're relying on their tenant to help them pay the mortgage, and they're trying to make something of themselves. But even that person ought to be scared, if you ask me, watching what's going on here. And the fact that the government is taking the position that the property owner doesn't have the right to decide what to do with their own house, that the government is going to decide for them how it's to be used. That concerns me greatly, because the right to your own property is something so much a key ingredient in what it means to be an American. And when the government starts to dictate to people, you know, that their property is not theirs anymore or can't be used by them in the way that they choose, it's really dangerous. The next thing that's going to happen is that tenants are going to be impacted. If you think there's a housing shortage now, wait till this happens, because people are going to leave this industry. They just are. Because if you tell people that it is less profitable to be doing something, they're not going to do it. We only have more of things we reward. If we punish things, we have less of it. And that's what's happening here. You are making a choice by voting for this bill to punish housing providers. So you will have less housing provided. It's just natural. If that's just in the short term. The fact of the matter is that I think that it might not even be recoverable in a relatively short period of time, because once you have housing providers leave the market and transfer their property into some other type of service, like for example, for me, the rental property I own is single family houses. And those are rented right now. So that is actual available rental property in the state for tenants to rent it from. But if it goes away because the property owner, me in this case, says, you know, it's too risky to even be a landlord, I'm going to just sell those houses, and they're going to end up in the hands of families, you know, that are going to use them as their owner occupied residences. That is housing that will disappear, and we will have an even greater shortage of housing. And that to me is not even a question. These are facts, folks. These are not even opinions. I think that any person that you brought in here who was an objective student of economics is going to agree with every word I'm saying here. And they're going to say it's not even worth arguing against me. It will be proven that when you impose strict regulations on housing providers, you'll have less housing providers. When you have less housing providers, you will have more demand for housing. When you have more demand for housing, the price of the housing will naturally go up. And if the government tries to interject and fix prices, guess what? You are going to create more impediment to housing creators. The end result is more government housing. And maybe that's the goal here. Maybe the goal is to have nothing but government housing. But I can tell you that despite the fact that we heard that some of these housing projects are nice and modern and well managed, and I believe that to be true, I don't know that that's true in every case. I know that in the very first bill of the day, we were giving money to community groups to improve housing projects because we didn't trust the housing projects to actually use the money to fix the buildings up themselves. I'm concerned that we're going to end up with less opportunities for property owners and for tenants. And that's how economies work, by the way. You know, when you stifle economic growth and you tell people that they can no longer earn a living, that means that they have less money. And when they have less money, they have less money to spend, which means they have less money to purchase other goods and services, which means that the whole economy shrinks. The inverse is true also. The reason why our economy grows is when people are creating things and making new things and new ideas and new products, and people buy them and earn a living to be on the assembly line or to be any part of the process of producing and making new things in the world. Our country is so successful because we've had free markets where people were able to make things, to compete with one another, and to bring new, amazing products and things into the world. And they only did it because they were trying to advance themselves. That's the reason why people go to work every day. That's the reason why Steve Jobs created the Apple or the iPhone. That's the reason why Henry Ford created the assembly line. All of those things were not because they were trying to, bring things to other people. They were trying to make success and wealth for themselves. So when I asked in the hearing the other day whether it's a terrible thing that the property owner makes a profit, and people were aghast, it shocked and scared me, because that tells me that people are being encouraged to look down upon profit. And that only happens in communist societies. And you know what happens in communist societies? There are no cell phones. There are no cars. There are no nice places to live. There are bread lines, poverty, and death. I will take the chance that our society is built on capitalism. And yes, there's great disparity in wealth in capitalism. But the one thing that happens in capitalism is opportunity. That doesn't happen in other systems. People can use their own hard work and their own minds to create things and become successful. And the sky is the limit. And we've seen it over and over again. Look at people that have become successful in America that would never had a chance anywhere else. And that's going away. I mean, I see people around the room, and I imagine what people are thinking about what I'm saying. And those opportunities, I think, are less today than even when I was a kid. And that kills me. And I believe that the reason for those opportunities being less today is because of government. Government is standing in the way of freedom and opportunity and people achieving things and being successful. You know, somebody who's a tenant today who might be struggling might want to be a successful landlord down the road. And in America, they could. If we're going to make it so you can't be a successful landlord or a successful garage owner or a successful anything because it's unfair that some people have success and other people don't, well, guess what? Then no one will have anything. And I feel like sometimes that's what's the goal here. It's like, okay, we're going to make everything equal by bringing everybody down to the bottom. We all benefit when some people do better. I know it sounds crazy, but the fact that some people are extremely successful and rich doesn't hurt a single person. You know, people try and tell stories that somehow if you are poor, it is because someone else has wealth. And that is not true. Those things are not connected at all. There is not one pie of wealth that if one person has a big chunk, you have a small chunk. That is not how it works. The way it works is wealth continues to grow. And every time something is produced in the world, whether it is a new product like a cell phone or a new vehicle or a new anything or a new home, those things being brought into the world are wealth. And our country is extremely wealthy because people worked and produced. And we all benefit from that because even the poorest people in America are better off than they are in communist countries. Even the poorest people, most of them have a cell phone. Most of them have a roof over their head. There are homeless people. I'm not trying to minimize anybody's pain and suffering. I'm just saying that we are far better off because there is an extreme amount of wealth in this country. That means there's more things for people to have a chance at having a piece of it. And the other thing about our system that is based in capitalism and not socialism or communism is that it's a free system, which means it's a moral system. Nothing happens unless both parties want it to. You don't buy something from someone unless you're willing to give them the money for it and they're willing to give you the thing for your money. That's freedom on both sides. That works in employment too. You know, people say they're exploited by their employer, et cetera. Well, if you have a job, you agree to the terms of the job and the people are exchanging freely. And that free exchange is what's moral. I mean, and you can complain about all the inequities that happen with it, except for the fact that the inequities in other systems are far more astounding. You might not get to choose what your career is or where you work or when you work or where you live or how you live or even if you live in other places in the world. This is a bill that is intended to hurt a class of people because they own property. That's what it's for. I hate to say it in those terms, but that's what it's for. And I don't know if that's based on some misguided notion of social justice or because there's a true belief that somehow this is the only way to protect people from being harmed by the few tiny percentage of bad actors that exist in the world. But I will tell you that this is not going to end up benefiting anyone. We will all suffer for this. We will have less economic growth. We will have less housing opportunities, higher rents, and fewer places for people to choose from. I cannot support the bill that's before us, Madam Chairman, and I beg of you to reconsider going forward with it today. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Comments?
Thank you. And I thank the good senator for many of the points that you'll be happy to know that many of my list got quite a bit shorter as I listened to the good senator speak. So I'll spare you much of the time, but I did, we got through the economics and obviously the history of America and some of the Constitution. And I just say it, I am in my second year here in the legislature. And, we witnessed a lot of bills last year, and I would say that this is, to me, one of the, probably the most harmful one I've seen. One of the most egregious concepts that that have been before me, prior to being elected, being a small business owner. You just wonder what goes on up here in Hartford, and seeing this is very concerning. I think what I'll do is talk about a few stories, just a few examples. Connecticut has a reputation for being a tough place to do business. From starting a business, running a business, being employed, being an employee, it's expensive, and it's a tough place to do business, and it's an expensive place to live. We have a high energy, high taxes, property's expensive. On the plus side, we have access to really talented workforce. We've got, a great environment around us. It's a great place to live, but it's a tough business environment, and therefore it makes it, tougher for us to compete. And I think that, this state, we're not in a bubble. Some of the success of this state depends on investment from the private sector, certainly, but money has to come in from out of state. We don't survive on our own. Part of our success relies on private investment from outside the state. And a private investor, they're evaluating risk when they're making an investment. Just as we, you may have a 401k, some of us have saving accounts, stocks, maybe even real estate. And all of those are investments. And you weigh those when you make that investment. You may weigh the risk. Is it time to buy? Is the interest rate right? Hopefully the house that you buy, or the place that you live, the property that you own, is worth more when you're done, when you sell it and move on, than when you bought it. And outside investors look at that the same way. So I think private investment, it's critical to our success, and it's good. It's a good thing to be in. We want to. If you have people investing here from out of state, it means that our environment in that area is competitive. So we talk about out of state landlords, and again, we have quality housing providers, and you've got the bad apples. I would argue, we heard testimony from lots of people last week, and there were talks of, I would argue, I'm gonna make a statement. It's strictly opinion, is that the property owners who showed up here to testify were examples of probably some of the finest that Connecticut has to offer, because they showed up, some of them remotely, some of them in front of us, to talk about how they conduct their business. I will also argue that the ones who weren't here are the ones that this bill is concerned with. And so it concerns me that the people who showed up to defend their industry are being penalized by this legislation. So Senator Sampson gave an example of a hotel, and whether this rule could apply to them. Senator, you clarified that it doesn't, but I wonder, is this a warning sign? Is this a slippery slope, that if we would do this to people providing long-term housing, could it apply to short-term housing? I have one correlation. If you lease a car and the lease ends after 2 years, and you've agreed on the mileage and you've agreed on the time frame, but you didn't bring back the car, there really wouldn't be much of a negotiation. It'd be considered theft. It would be repossessed. They'd come grab it, and maybe the police would show up at your door. So I really liken this to on a grander scale. It's the same to me. It's a direct correlation that would be theft. And so allowing somebody to stay in a residence after the term that they agreed on, and Senator Sampson covered this in depth, but that's a correlation that I see. The other thing we heard from were many people who showed up on the resident tenant side, who talked about poor living conditions. We heard this last year, and I was really upset, dismayed to hear some of the conditions that people are living in with health violations, building code violations, rats, unsanitary conditions. Inexcusable, absolutely inexcusable. And one of the, I noticed that this was coming from two areas, and this is not an absolute, but many of the people who I made note of were coming from the New Haven and Hamden area, and they named by name, I won't do it here, 3 or 4 property owners, landlords who were, who owned these properties. And I look at that and I say, that's certainly a failure of the landlords, in state, out of state, I don't care who they are, leaving conditions like that, but I also see it as a failure of the local government and the municipality who is putting us in this position of having to make a broad brush piece of legislation that applies to everybody around the state, every housing provider around the state, whether they provide quality housing, take care of their residents, or they're somewhere in New York, inaccessible, not caring one bit about their residents. So for me, this should be at the feet of the municipalities before it comes to us, because there's a building department. In my experience in the construction business, we've dealt with the building department. There's a fire marshal, the health code, the mayor even, where that's the first line of defense. And I've seen buildings condemned where the municipalities, if they're doing their jobs, there's a piece of, there's a lock on the door, and this place is, you're not going to be charging rent, and it's uninhabitable until you fix these issues. So again, I don't know what's going on down there, and this isn't just an indictment on those two. That was just a concentration. So if that's occurring anywhere else in the state, seems to me that should be the first point of remedy, should be to ask and call on the municipalities, none of whom showed up here, by the way, to testify. I didn't see anybody from New Haven or Hamden or anywhere else at the municipal level testifying as to why we should be injecting ourselves in an issue that's happening as a failure at the town level. I'll leave that there. Senator Moore, you mentioned the history of why we haven't developed, why there's a housing shortage. And I've heard you referenced the home builders, that regulations, zoning, it's a density problem, that if local towns and cities allowed more dense building, it would make it, especially nowadays, cost of building is so expensive that it doesn't make sense for a builder to put up 2 or 3 or 5 apartments. It'd be more cost effective to do a single family home. They can make more money. And if the zoning laws were loosened, again, town by town, it might be more appealing. I would say for years our population has been stagnant. I travel around the country quite a bit for work, and everywhere I go almost you see big pieces of yellow equipment pushing dirt, building things, and you don't see that when you return home. It's a lot of aging infrastructure. So exactly why? I don't have every answer, but we're heavily regulated here, and the money and the investment goes where it's easier to build and easier to invest and easier to develop. Guess I would like to just ask a few questions of this bill to Senator Moore. Through this bill, how will a landlord be able to evict an illegal occupant? And I'll just legal occupant I'll describe as I have a legal agreement with the tenant, and the tenant allows his or her brother to come live. The lease ends, tenant leaves, the brother's still there. What's the recourse for a landlord to evict that illegal occupant?
I was so used to going back and forth with Senator Sampson. The button was on for a long time. I didn't have to do anything. The laws are still the same for, if that person was not on the part of the contract, not part of the lease, then that's an illegal tenant. That's my understanding. That's almost like a squatter. I would think if you're not on the lease, how do you get to stay? Right?
So then what differentiates a tenant whose contract legally ends and decides to stay? What differentiates that person from a squatter?
They had some type of legal agreement, some type of contract with the person, be it verbal or written, that says that they lived in whatever that apartment is or whatever that space is.
And the contract ends. They now no longer have a legal right to that property. So what differentiates them from a squatter?
First of all, there was not a contract with the squatter to be in that place, I would say. And then for the person who had the contract, under this, you would have to tell them why you're asking them to leave. Under this legislation, if passed.
Okay. And then can you tell me what is the rationale, pardon me, for 23C is 47A 23C was the mechanism for providing protections to a small group of people. You referenced this, the elderly and the disabled under the current law, not the proposed.
Mm-hmm.
So what is the rationale behind extending those rights that were initially reserved for a protected class, small population of people? What's the rationale for extending that to the entire population?
Well, based on the testimony we heard and the request for this legislation, that people were being asked to leave without any reason for them living. So that was the impetus for the bill.
So if a valid reason is given if a landlord provides a valid reason, how does that change the outcome for the tenant? If the tenant still has to move out, how does that keep them in there?
It doesn't. If they give a valid reason, that's the end of it. It's when they don't give a cause for having them leave that the bill would then become effective.
So part of what I heard, and I heard a lot, so I'm trying to make sure I recall correctly, but part of it was, that this could lead to more homelessness. We want to protect against that, and this bill could have a role in protecting against homelessness. So again, if the landlord has a reason that matches the criteria put forth in this bill, I don't see how that helps the homeless piece of this.
Well, it may not help the homeless, but I think it eliminates some of the homelessness that could take place. And if you're being asked to leave for one of these reasons, then that seems to be reasonable compared to asking someone to leave without giving them a reason.
Okay, and I don't want to go back and forth. I think we'll disagree on what's reasonable, because at the end of the contract, to me, that would be reasonable that we had an agreement up front, and now you're breaking the agreement. And now as the property owner, I have to provide additional documentation to give a reason for why I want the property back to my own enjoyment, whatever that reason is. So I guess it's going to go through the court system, but it is absent of a valid reason. Does that give the tenant or the resident the right to stay forever or in perpetuity?
I think what we decided that it would go into the court system, and that decision would be coming from the court system. That's the existing, what would happen now, and we're not changing that.
And I know that you went back and forth with Senator Sampson on that, so I won't be, whether we disagree, we definitely disagree. I won't belabor that anymore. I guess I will probably close with, again, I mentioned how Connecticut has a reputation as a tough place to do business. It just does economically. We're towards the bottom of the barrel, and we have. I met a person who I know the other day who's got some properties, and he was asking about this bill and a few others, and he said, if this stuff goes through, I'm really thinking about selling part of my portfolio, not maybe the whole thing, but my fear is if we go forward with this, just as other cities and states who implemented rent control saw pretty quickly and swiftly that that was a bad policy, and it led to some of the better investors leaving town for greener pastures, and some of the higher risk investors coming in where they can pick up properties maybe a little cheaper, grind it out. Maybe what we're talking about is defer maintenance, get the rents, not be accountable. My fear is that, you know, the people who were here last week testifying as to how they handle their business and their portfolios and how they treat their residents, none of whom, you know, met the level of not even close to some of the awful stories we heard, you know, that we're going to drive those people away. You know, their money, some of them are, they're investing their money themselves. Some of them have private investors backing them. So I think this sends a message. You know, I wrote this down to, you know, who does this affect? And just a short list. I'm sure somebody smarter than me would be able to make this list longer. You're going to obviously get the housing provider, the landlord it affects. It affects the tenant, the resident, the banks or lenders, investors, certainly the courts. This is going to have an impact on the courts, not having them to decide what was clear is now ambiguous. The attorneys will probably love it, some of them, because it's going to be more business. And I think it's going to affect the municipalities in terms of how this is, you know, how this is handed out. So I think we're really sending a message. That's, again, one man's opinion sitting up here, and also having done work for a lot of, in the construction business, having done work for a lot of these housing providers over the years, and just having a basic understanding of economics, that we make it more difficult. The easy money goes somewhere where it's easy to work, and you get the money in here where people have a higher penchant for risk, and who don't mind the more regulation because they're not going to follow the rules anyhow. And I think we're driving the good ones out and inviting the ones who we're trying to avoid. You know, we want to rid ourselves of the people who are behaving poorly, and I think we're gonna end up with that. And I think it'll be a pretty quick. I think we'll see the results of that pretty swiftly. That's just my prediction. So I will close with that. I cannot support this bill. And again, I think this is about as bad as I've seen. Very concerning. I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you. I just want to mention, you used the analogy of a leased car, and I actually have experience where I kept the car 30 days beyond the end of the lease, and I got a bill for the 30 days, a day-by-day charge for having the car longer than 30 days. So they didn't send the police for me, but they did give me a bill for keeping the car beyond the end of the lease. So, and in the case of someone in an apartment or wherever their living arrangement is, they are still going to be responsible for that rent. It doesn't negate that they don't own rent while they're in dispute. They still have to pay. Yes, sir.
So while the end of tenancy is in dispute, will they be responsible for paying that rent all along? Like, you know, the lease ends, I think you said December 31st, so say, and they don't leave, and then they're in dispute in January and February. Are they responsible for getting that check to the landlord on the 10th of January because they're staying there, or does this language allow them to hang on to that money until whatever dispute process is over?
There's nothing in here that negates existing law that says they're no longer responsible for the payment of rent.
But they're not responsible. This law does not dictate that they're responsible for paying it. You know, if the previous term was by the 10th of the month, the new law would not make them responsible for paying. The new law would say they're responsible sometime, but it could be 6 months or a year down the road when the case is adjudicated.
I thought I saw something in here about late charges, if they didn't pay on time.
Okay, so they could potentially rack up 10 months at whatever the month, you know, however many months of non-payment, and have a lump sum due at the end, but we're not requiring them to keep paying as if they still had a lease.
I think existing law, you still have to pay your rent. I don't see anything that says you don't have to pay your rent, or that you can go 6 months while you're disputing this and not pay rent. I'm gonna.
Representative Scott.
Thank you. As I mentioned, I'm not as verbose as Senator Sampson, so this will be pretty brief. I do have the same similar conversation or concerns as Senator Sampson made on specifically about the fact that it is a contract, is a private property, and the ability to extend that contract beyond the dates of the contract is concerning. That is concerning to me. Senator Moore, I know she just left, says that a lease is a binding agreement except for the expiration date. So that's a little worrisome to me. So I do want to acknowledge that and put that to the side and say I concur with other people that have spoken on that issue, and put that to the side. What I want to talk about are two different things. Number one being many of the issues when we heard people come in and talk to us, and I've talked to a lot of those folks out in the halls after they talked, is their conditions of their place. It's not necessarily the lapse of time eviction. It's them worrying about not being able to complain, but that without being retaliatory against, right? That's their complaint. My idea is, and I'm more than willing to work with anybody. We heard many of the housing providers speak up and say the same thing: is let's make those penalties stronger to those folks who are providing horrible conditions for those folks that they're afraid they can speak up. If we fix those conditions, they won't have to speak up, and then they won't be worried about having to be evicted from a time lapse standpoint. Because what I would say is that's what they're afraid to speak on. But even if they do speak up and they're worried about getting evicted, it's still not fixing the fact that a vast majority of the issue is the crappy conditions they're in. That's not getting fixed in this bill. Even if they stick around, even if they don't get kicked out, they're still living in crappy conditions. That's unacceptable. We need to do more. And if the municipalities, cities, whatever, the housing authorities, the whatever it is not doing their job, the building officials are not doing their job in fixing this, then we as a state need to step in and fix it for them. This bill does not do that, but that's what I heard. That's the number one thing I heard on the public hearing. I sat here for 13 and a half hours. I was here, I was listening. And I'm going to keep listening because that's a problem that's not going to go away, even if this bill passes. So I want everyone to know that even if this bill passes and comes out of committee, there is still work to be done on the side of that. And that's meaning let's fix these horrible conditions that they're living in. Rodents, bed bugs, whatever it might be that they're living in and they're afraid to talk about because they're retaliatory, but they are not getting that fixed. That's a problem. We need to do more to help them if they're not getting helped by these municipalities. That's number one thing I think we need to keep on mind, which is a side part of this exact bill. Number two, and the last piece, this is a little nitpick, I guess, but something I definitely want to see talked about. I've had conversations already about this, is there's 7 different ways that a landlord can still evict somebody from a time lapse standpoint. The last one on the list was because the landlord intends to use the dwelling unit as his or her principal residence. I think that's too short, too narrow. We have to expand that. So I was giving an example to somebody. I have 15-year-old daughters right now. They're twins. Let's say I have a property. I don't, but let's say I do, that I'm going to rent out. Well, my daughters go to college and they want to now have a place to stay and they don't want to live at home. They don't want to come back and live at home with mom and dad after being in college and having their fun, right? Well, I have a property. They can't live there. Theoretically, they would not be able to live there. My elderly parents, right? If I have elderly parents who want to sell their home, downsize, but I have a property that they can stay in for free because they won't pay me rent maybe, right? In this scenario, the way it's written here currently, I would not be allow it them potentially if there's a tenant in there that wants to use this bill to protect their stance to stay in there in perpetuity, basically, to do so. So I think we also need to look at that part of it. I think we need to immediate family, whatever. I know Senator Sampson mentioned about it. Is it a friend of theirs that just needs something? I don't know how far we extend it, but immediate family, it absolutely should be extended to. Like, I think that's a minimum that has to be changed here. We want them to be able to help support their family, their parents, their kids, to find that housing if they own it. I think that's at least a minimum we need to do when we do so. Overall, again, I'm going to be a no today. I think, Senator Sampson had his soliloquy of why, I do support a lot of that idea. I do think we just need to keep having conversations on this. I think there are some pieces we can talk about that we can land on together. I do look forward to those conversations. I know we said this last year in committee where we'll have further conversations and they really never happened. I do hope that those conversations happen as we continue to keep moving on after we're done with committee and before we start getting onto the floor. But I do appreciate this conversation as long as it was today on this topic, and I hope we can have more as we go forward. So thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Butler online.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just like to state that, I'm going to vote to pass this bill out of committee, but I still feel it needs some work to make it equitable to all parties involved here. Through reading a lot of the testimony, there's areas of concern on both sides that I think need to actually be addressed, but in an equitable way. So I'm going to support this going forward, but I think that we, the state of Connecticut, really need to take a look at the eviction process at large. I mean, there's a lot to do with evictions, from whether or not it's the administration of it, how it works, how it doesn't work. And really, going forward, this is something that's been questionable for decades now. And it's time for somebody to sit down and really maybe have a task force to be realistic about what's working and what isn't working. Because no matter who you talk to, you get stories about what is working and what isn't working. What we have in front of us today is just a small part of a very large problem. So with that said, Mr. Chairman, I will be supporting this today, but I think we need to really do what we can to make it a better bill and to have a discussion on the eviction process at large, which really needs help. Thank you very much for allowing me this time.
Thank you, Representative Butler. Any other hands online, Austin? I would just clarify that obviously passing a bill out of committee doesn't mean that we don't continue working as we get to the floor to make sure that some of the issues that we've heard here and in public hearings get hashed out. And I'd like to take a quick recess just to let Senator Moore return from her quick break. We'll call the meeting back to order. We will call the roll.
Thank you.
This is a roll call vote to JF to the floor, SB 143, an act concerning evictions for cause. Representative Felipe,
Representative Felipe votes yes.
Senator Moore,
Senator Moore votes yes.
Representative Scott,
Representative Scott votes no.
Senator Sampson,
Sampson votes no.
Representative Khan,
It's going to be.
Representative votes yes.
Senator Lesser, Senator Fanfara, Senator Hockendahl. Representative Brown,
Representative Brown votes yes.
Representative Butler,
Representative Butler votes yes.
Representative Gonzalez, Representative Roberts,
Representative Roberts votes yes.
Representative Paletta,
Rep. Paletta votes no.
Representative Weir, Representative Zulo, Representative Belton,
Mr. Clerk, if I could just go back, my video wasn't working correctly. Rep. Zulo votes no.
thank you, Representative.
Thank you.
Representative Belton,
Yes.
thank you. Representative Weir,
Weir's no.
thank you.
Sorry, Representative.
Come on, guys. We're doing the work of the people. All right, thank you all. The next bill we're going to call is House Bill 5242, an act concerning the collateral consequences of criminal records on housing opportunities. It's a JF to the floor. And the summary of the bill is to prohibit housing providers from considering a prospective tenant felony conviction in connection with a rental application after certain time periods. Are there comments?
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. And I just want to add a few remarks and then I have a few questions on this bill. But before I do that, I just want to say that.
Excuse me, sir.
Yes.
I'm sorry. I'm got a little lax in my duties. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
And I don't think my senator here was going to let me know that I've done that either. It's been moved and seconded. Now we'll take any comments and questions. Thank you.
You were almost going to get me when you said make a motion. I almost said yes. Would have been out of here quick. So again, as I was stating before, I've been listening and this agenda, while it's very egregious, I understand that there's been a lot of advocacy around a number of issues, and I'm very sympathetic to folks that come in here that are truly insecure with their housing, and they're experiencing some sort of homelessness. I've sat on this committee for a number of years, and prior to this, I sat on the Labor Committee, which I know there's a few people on here that sat on that committee as well. And a common theme that I would always bring up is when we're passing a bill, sometimes we're hurting the people that we're trying to help. We're hurting the people that we're intending to help, rather. I'm going to give you a real life example. It has to do with the minimum wage. A few years ago, we passed a bill to increase the minimum wage far in excess of the federal average to $15 plus per hour. Now a Big Mac is over $18. According to the Connecticut Examiner, which accurately did a story a couple days ago. So we passed this bill and we had a lot of folks come in at the time and speak about why they thought it was a great idea. And now the folks that are purchasing food, groceries, gas, household items are seeing prices skyrocket, not only across the state of Connecticut, but in the last 3 years across the country. And now we're seeing automated machines, right? We're seeing Stop and Shop. You walk in Stop and Shop and there's a robot going around. You ask the robot where the food is and it takes you to the aisle. Never could we have imagined this, but it was stated a number of years ago that if you pass a policy that discriminates against one sector, you're going to see that sector retaliate. And what happened? You're paying more again for food than you've ever paid. That is affecting everyone across the board. That's affecting tenants. That's affecting those on fixed incomes. That's affecting our senior citizens. That's affecting our most vulnerable in the state of Connecticut. So it brings us to this committee. right? Here we are again. We get an agenda with a number of items that are looking to hinder the ability of a housing provider to do their job, similar to what we saw 4 or 5 years ago. Hinders an ability to, you call it a restaurant owner, a convenience store owner, to do their job and make some sort of profit. So what do? They resort to other options. I'm going to give you an example. We heard during the public hearing that if a number of these bills pass, you're going to see a lot of housing providers pull their units off the market. Now, what happens if they pull their unit off the market? I'll tell you what, there's federal tax code. They can write it off as a loss. And you know what? You know who suffers? The people that are looking for housing. And I feel bad for those folks. I don't want to see that happen, just like no one on this panel wants to see that happen. We're here to get more housing in the state of Connecticut at an affordable rate, not to lower the stock of housing. If you think prices are high now, can you imagine taking 200 or 300 units off the market in the next year? What's going to happen? One person goes and applies for a unit, they're going to be faced with 60 or 70 other applications. So we're hurting the people that we're intending to help. We're trying to help a populace of people that are looking for housing, but yet we're telling the housing providers, we're going to make it so difficult for you to do your job that if you don't follow our rules, well, guess what? You can't do business in the state of Connecticut. Well, that's simple. I can either sell or take my unit offline. With this bill, the first instinct when I read this bill and speaking to people on both sides was we passed the bill last session. So it brought me back to the clean slate bill. And I don't know if it's going to be Madam Chair or Mr. Chair. The clean slate bill that we passed last session in a bipartisan way, I thought dealt with some of the issues that we saw brought up in this bill. Could you briefly highlight how this differentiates from the clean slate bill that we passed? Because if you listen to some of the debate, and I went back and listened to some of the debate, a lot of these issues were brought up. Folks were being discriminated against because of their criminal past. And then well, first, I will say also, I think this belongs in judiciary, but that's not going to make that motion right now. But in judiciary, during the public hearing, it was brought up and fleshed out in a bipartisan way. What exactly between passing that bill and getting to this item right now, what changed where that bill wasn't enough and we had to supersede it with this through you?
The clean slate legislation obviously is, clearing an erasure of a criminal record, and the difference between this and that is there's a determinate amount of time between how long you can look back on a misdemeanor and a felony in the clean slate law. In this legislation, you can only do a 3-year look back on felonies.
And thank you for that. So what? I didn't catch the last part.
Yes. In clean slate, there are determined amount of time that you can go back to see somebody's criminal record, whether it's a misdemeanor or a felony. In this legislation, it's only 3 years looking back at felonies.
And thank you for that answer. And my next question was, wasn't there an erasure part of that bill that basically got rid of some crimes from your record that you may have committed that basically go away and they're now off of your slate, quote unquote?
Yes.
So then, and thank you. And so then why would we not follow the piece of legislation that we put forth last year, that if there is a crime on your record and listen, I mean, folks make mistakes and I'm very sympathetic. You make a mistake, but if there is that precedent that's already been set in a bipartisan way, why are we now going above and beyond that and trying to negate in a way what was done last year?
The determination made when you talk about a clean slate is overarching, right? It has to do with many different things, including job applications, housing applications, whether or not you're serving on certain boards and commissions in your town, things like that. When it comes to this, we're only looking at housing, and the advocates seem to think that it took a different look when we were just looking at housing specifically.
Thank you. And I caught something you said, the advocates seem to think, but I'm very sympathetic, but at the same time, I don't think that that's correct. I think that we have a bill, we have laws on the books, and we should enforce the laws that we have on the books before passing more laws. This convolutes the situation. There was a time when, you know, a unit would go on the market and a housing provider could consider an array of things of whether or not they're going to lease that apartment. Those reasonings have shrunk, and this is, you know, shrinking it even more. And it kind of gets me into my next line of questioning, which under this piece of legislation, would someone convicted of any sex crime be permitted? Would that be sealed at all under this piece of legislation? A sex crime committed by an individual, no matter when it was, would that not be permissible now for a prospective housing provider to screen for a prospective tenant through you?
There are no carve outs for any crimes that were not committed within the 3-year look back period. Or, yeah.
Okay, so an individual who molested a child 10 years ago would not, if I'm understanding this correctly, an individual who molested a child, the housing provider would not be able to consider that in their in determining whether or not they are to be a prospective tenant.
That is correct unless they are they have been released within the prior year.
So an individual molested a child 10 years ago and is applying for an apartment in a 2-family home with a single mom with 2 children on the first floor, and the landlord shall not consider that prior crime committed so long as it happened greater than 1 year ago?
We'll recess for a moment. Sorry, Representative, just for the record, repeat your question.
So if an individual was found guilty or pleaded guilty to a crime regarding a child, then that person applying for a residential unit, let's say a building with 5 units or more, I realize there's a carve out, that then the landlord cannot consider that act in determining whether or not they're best fit for that parcel of property.
Not unless it was done in the 3 years preceding, or if they were released from incarceration in the year preceding.
So if I'm understanding this correctly, if an individual molested a child 5 years prior to applying for this unit, the landlord would not have the ability to deny them based on that crime that happened only 5 years prior, even if there were children living in that facility.
Technically, no, because the conviction for a crime of that magnitude would be longer than 5 years, or it would take longer than 5 years because they would either have been released within they would either have done the last 3 years or been released within the last year. So technically, the answer is no when you talk 5 years.
Understood. You're saying that the conviction, I'm sorry, did you say that the conviction is longer? What if they did not receive a conviction? Because it is very difficult to receive a conviction in the state of Connecticut. So what if they were not convicted of a crime? What if they were just found guilty of a crime? They pleaded guilty to a crime and they received a sentence. Are you saying that the sentence would automatically be more than 5 years? I couldn't understand your answer.
The sentencing for a felony of that magnitude would usually be long enough that they would either fall within the 3 years or the 1 year. But can you just clarify your question?
My question is whether or not an individual that was found guilty or pleaded guilty to a sex crime will be able to rent an apartment next to potentially someone, call it a single mom with children in a residential unit building with 4 or 5, whatever the bill says, 4 or 5 units and above. If I'm understanding what you're saying, the answer is that the landlord cannot, if this bill were to pass, consider that so long as they've been released or 1 year.
Yeah, that is correct.
They've been released for 1 year. Am I understanding that correctly?
Yes. Or have committed the crime within the 3 years previous, yes.
Okay. So,
And just to clarify, that person under current law right now could buy that unit or that house. They just cannot rent it if
Sure.
the landlord was to discriminate against them or to
Right.
determine that they are not fit to live.
oh, absolutely. Purchasing, I mean, that's not right, not pertinent to this bill. So that's very concerning to me. I think it's very concerning to the people across the state of Connecticut. There are a number of misdemeanors and crimes, and as was said in the public hearing, where folks have paid their debt, they've done time, and they're on a pathway when they're released to becoming again productive members of society, reintegrating. And I want nothing more than to see those folks reintegrated and get into housing and working good paying jobs. I can't imagine there's someone in this building that doesn't believe that. I mean, that would be unfair. What I'm trying to get at here is that there needs to be some sort of carve out in this piece of legislation to protect vulnerable people who could perhaps be living in a compromised situation with a dangerous individual. And that's my next question. Do those same guidelines apply to someone that was convicted of a dangerous either gun crime or violent assault? For you?
Yes.
Okay. So we've established, I think, some footing where we could be dealing with, maybe not in all cases, but in some cases, violent individuals living next to women and children, the same building, the same hallway. That doesn't sit well with me. As someone who values public safety, as someone who speaks to people in the greater Waterbury area, I, in good conscience, could never support this bill as written. And honestly, if you are a mom and you're living in a unit and you have 2 young children and you knew that your landlord could not screen a person living next door to you, or perhaps was kept in the dark on what the past was of that person when a crime as awful as those that I just mentioned were committed, I would like to see those people, and we didn't hear them, come here and testify in support of this bill. Would never happen. This is a very dangerous piece of legislation if passed as is. Do I think it can be compromised? Excuse me. Do I think there's a compromise in the works that could be worked on by both sides? Yes. I'm a person, I listen to everyone, and I've talked to the advocates that are sitting in the room in the hallway. And I know, and I feel for some people that have been denied housing based on some of their past. But there is not enough specificity in this bill to get me to vote for it. And I would imagine that most people reading, if you read through this bill and you took it section by section, which I know others will go through, you're going to see that you could actually be presenting a dangerous situation for the current folks living in the said dwelling. It again brings us back to the crux of what we've been talking about all afternoon. that if a housing provider is going to be restricted on so many facets of their business, then how do you expect them to move forward in the state of Connecticut and continue to maybe expand their portfolio? What's going to happen is, one, which I think is a terrible situation, you're going to see a lot of sale of properties to out-of-state housing providers, which is detrimental to the small mom and pop landlords across the state of Connecticut that do this as maybe their main source of income or as a supplemental source of income. That's one. Two, if it's sold to an out-of-state landlord, there is no wiggle room. There is no, this month's tough. Can we skip a month, or can I pay you a little at a time? That's going away. You're going to see the evictions skyrocket. When you tell someone that, or that was one. Two, the other option is, as I mentioned before, the market, the unit comes offline, off the market, which again is equally as dangerous to the folks that are seeking housing. Now you have boarded up places, or you have places that, are not getting rented and just sitting there and used as a tax write-off. And that is not the goal of this committee. It shouldn't be the goal of this committee. The goal of this committee should be to expand housing and to have more affordable housing across Connecticut, not less, and not punishing people that are willing to become landlords or housing providers. I would like to see this legislation modified, although I don't have an amendment to offer today, and I'm still trying to understand every piece of this bill, because while I've seen versions of it in the past, I haven't quite seen this version for long enough to dive into every section of the bill like some of my colleagues have done prior. But what I can say is, just by skimming it and looking at it, it's not going to result in more housing. It's not going to result in more affordable housing. And it's not going to help the people that it's trying to help. Again, we've passed bills in this building so many times over the years where we think the intention is there to help people. And then 2, 3, 4 years down the line, we go back and say, what did we do? And I'm not going to take the road that my colleague took before about government, but I am going to say, while I agree with him on some, I'm going to say that there is maybe a place for government in this committee. Safety, number one. But when we're trying to take the right away from someone to screen another person for the safety of another person, that really concerns me. That's going down, and especially in a time where, we had 23 murders last year in Waterbury. 23 murders. Who would have thought? A shooting at the Brass Mill Center Mall. Okay? You can't turn the TV on at night without hearing these horrifying stories across the state of Connecticut. And then we're going to try to pass a bill that makes it harder to protect vulnerable people. I don't know how someone, the way this is written right now, can vote for this with good conscience. Honestly, I don't know how someone could vote for this. I think it could be worked on. But as it stands, the way it is, without a carve out, without some protection for vulnerable folks that are already living in these places, I don't know how anyone could support this. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do echo a lot of thoughts and concerns that Representative to my right has. It is a worrisome, and it's also worrisome to the folks that are in these units, right? So you have a 50-unit facility and you have someone moving in, those 49 other units don't have a say, they don't have any protections about that. someone who might be on the sex offender list who they don't know, right? So it's not just the landlord that it's the people that also live in that unit, in the unit surrounding. So it is worrisome. It is something that we need to think about. And again, when we talk about having conversations, let's continue to have that conversation and see how we can do it. One thing I want to go back to is, the process works is there's a screening process where, leadership of the committee sits down and talks about these bills before they get raised, and then before there's a public hearing and stuff like that. A little bit of my frustration is on this one, and I'm going to talk a little bit behind the scenes, inside baseball, is this bill is really not like how was discussed previously. Previously, until we saw the language in actually this bill, it was not what was being discussed internally about this. We had been discussing a misdemeanors of allowing a look back of 3 years. And then for a felony, there's gonna be 7 years. We come now when the language actually gets written, which I understand, we don't have a bill, and we talk about it all the time when we're raising bills. Oh, this is a concept. And we ask questions to try to get understanding of what we're even voting on. We kind of had an understanding in this situation, and unfortunately, it changed. We are now at 3 years for a felony when you committed the crime, when the conviction happened, and then 1 year if coming out of being incarcerated. That's vastly different from what we had originally talked about. That is frustrating to me as someone who's willing to talk and willing to sit down and have conversations with everyone. We have multiple screening meetings to kind of be, I don't want to say blindsided, but to not understand what we're actually going to be talking about, what we're actually going to be discussing, what actually is going to be in front of us. That's what I heard. And the fact that this bill is vastly different from that gives me just worrisome already, that this is something that is not being transparent to us. So again, a little frustration and understanding that that's a concept, and now this is the actual bill, but they don't match up. I do have a question. Can housing providers right now, if this bill were to pass, are housing providers actually still allowed to do a criminal history background check, looking back as far as they want or whatever, is to do a full criminal history background check if this bill were to pass as is? No. So they cannot do a criminal history background check at all, or they can only do it through 3 years? What? I'll ask that question. So let me ask this way. What is the housing provider allowed to do then in terms of criminal history background checks from a housing provider point of view? What are they allowed to do if this bill were to pass as it?
We'll take a quick recess.
Subsection B is referenced here. So it basically except for conviction or felony, describes subsection B during a 3-year period. And then if you do it on subsection B, it does allow for before denying. So if they do it before they deny, they have to consider these facts, subsection B. So
But that's for the 3 and the 1. Yeah. Got it.
These are
We'll come back to order. Just ask one more time, just for clarity.
No worry. So my question is, my original question was, will housing providers, if this bill were to pass as is, be able to still do a criminal history background check on the proposed tenant, looking back as far as they would like, and getting a full criminal history background check if this bill were to pass?
No, it wouldn't be a full criminal background check. It would be the 3 years for a felony from the point of conviction, or the 1 year following conviction. And in section B, it talks about that before you do a denial, you must review the nature and severity of the crime, the relationship of any of the crime may have to a prospective tendency of a person, the information pertaining to the degree of rehabilitation, or the time elapsed since the conviction.
So I'm confused. So maybe I misread the bill. I understand that they can't use that data for a description, but you're saying now they cannot even do a criminal history background check at all. Because again, that was not something that I was understood of. I'm not saying they can't use the information. I understand that. to make a determination on the fact if they're going to use that as a way to provide that tenant housing. But again, I'm specifically asking, are they allowed to even run the background check itself? Sorry if I know I'm asking a duplicate question, but I think, I don't know if we're on the same page, and that's why I'm only asking for a second time. So are they even able to do a background? Not saying they're going to use information, but can they at least hold the information itself? That's all I'm at, like, hold the report.
I'd like to ask LCO.
Yeah, Rep. Scott, as currently drafted, there's nothing in the language of this bill that would preclude a landlord running a criminal background check.
Thank you. So just in case anyone online couldn't hear that. So I believe, yeah, they are allowed to, so to confirm, since you heard with LCO, just so we have it on the record, they are allowed to pull the criminal history report. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So and that gets to my point of, it's kind of like when you're in a court trial, you watch on Law and Order or whatever, and someone blurts something out crazily in court, and the judge goes, "Hey, disregard anything you heard there." Well, it's already out there, right? Like you're not going to be able to, you could see their criminal history. But yet you're not supposed to look at it. You're going to have to do the math to figure out, does this fall into that window? So my point being is that, how is this ultimately going to be policed? So how is this going to be determined if that specific housing provider is doing something wrong based on these two things that they're allowed to do? They're allowed to look within 3 years of being convicted and 1 year of being released. That's okay to look at those, but you're not supposed to look at anything else. How is that going to be policed by people who might have a complaint on this situation, tenants wise?
All right. It's my understanding that any infractions of this law would then be able to be reported to CHRO within 180 days of the offense.
So CHRO now, so here's my biggest worry. One of the biggest worries is CHRO now is going to get, if there's a housing unit that has 20 applicants. We hear all the time that there's not many units out there for folks. And a lot of people hear from the landlord saying, I get 20, 30 applications for someone I posted in a weekend. I can rent it. So you have 20 or 30 people who are literally applying to try to get this unit. One person who might have a criminal history gets denied. They are going to go and now go to CHRO. I worry that CHRO is going to get flooded because it is now opening a door for every single person who gets denied. The other 19 people in that scenario, if any of them have a criminal history whatsoever, they could say, well, I got denied because of that. And there's 19 people. Well, obviously not all of them got denied because of their criminal history. There could be multiple different reasons. They could have a 1 point lower credit score. That could be a reason why they pick somebody else. But now the burden is going to be on CHRO. The burden is going to be on the landlord to now keep all this paperwork, make all the decisions, and then keep this so that every single person who might complain that they didn't get this unit, and the reason why, when it might be a legitimate reason, but now they're going to have to go through all that because we're opening the door because it might be a criminal situation. I think that's a penalty to the housing provider. I mean, it's going to make it very burdensome to justify. And also, I don't think there's any teeth to it because there's going to be an easy way for any of these housing providers to go ahead and say it was 1 point higher of this or whatever other reason they come up with. There's a million different reasons to deny someone housing that they don't have to go down this path. I'll be honest, this is going to be more of a feel-good bill instead of something that's actually going to help these folks get a housing unit. That's what it's going to be. I don't think there's any teeth here. I don't think CHRO is going to be able to stand on this because I don't think there's going to be any rationale that they can't, go on behalf of them because no housing provider is going to say, hey, yeah, I denied it because they were this or that, because they know what the law is now going to be. There's going to be a million different reasons why they can do it. This is not solving the problem of getting them housing. It's not going to. We're going to be back here again next year, back here 2 years ago, 3 years, 5 years from now, have the same issue. It's not going to solve that problem. I worry that we continue to keep passing bills that aren't solving the problems. It's just like the other bill we just talked about, where there was problems in the units. That's what was causing those folks to have issues about worrying about getting, evicted at the end of their lease. It's the problems that was in the issue. We're not tackling that problem. We're hitting at the little edges. Let's go at the problem. Let's get more housing, right? That's what we talk about. We talk about all the time in this committee. Get more housing. This is not doing that. This is, and I agree with Representative Paletta. Like, we have clean slate that's kind of going down the direction. Like, this is just like an extra step of that, but it's not going to do anything. Clean slate actually could do something. Actually will do something. This is not going to do anything. Like, I think we're not continue to keep not tackling problems. And I don't know why. I don't know why we don't do it as a committee to really go after the issues of what's the problem. And I understand they're going to be, well, you guys, it's NIMBY. You don't want to do anything in your backyard. I get all those complaints, but then this is what we're going to spend the most time on. This is what we spent a lot of time on our public hearings on. This is what we're going to spend a lot of time debating on the floor when it's really not going to actually do anything. We're going to be sitting here 2 or 3 years from now, and they're being about the same problems. I do want to talk about the 5-unit or 4-unit carve out. So can you confirm that anybody who has a 4 units or less is carved out and is not applied to this bill if passed as is? Is that correct?
I don't think that's in the language of this bill, Representative.
In my notes, I made the notes. I might have gotten confused in another bill. I will acknowledge that, but I have it in my notes is here. I didn't write it down on line item, so I'll have to go back. It's 14 pages. I'm not going to pull that back now. I will go back later in the future and pull that back and have a question later if I need to on it. But I'll land there. So again, when we're passing things and talking about stuff in housing, we tend to kind of go off the fringes and maybe do things that people want us to do, but don't realize that it's not actually going to help us. It's not going to help them. Representative Paletta was talking about it. We're actually hurting the people that we're doing. This is not going to help them. So I think we need to do and focus things on more times where we're spending the time and effort, and especially in a short session, to do things that are actually going to drive the help to the folks that we're talking about, not be able to provide to get the housing. So I'll leave it there. I know there's a couple other people that are going to want to talk here. I do have worries about this. Again, I want to have more conversations and how can we do this to make it work and make it help. I don't know if we're going to get there on this bill specifically, but the idea is that we need to keep talking and really getting to the root of the problem. And again, I just don't think this bill does that.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Weir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just I'll share a couple brief thoughts. And part of this is my experience as a business owner, also as a law enforcement officer formerly. And part of that is just to note that no 2 crimes are the same. And I think, we get in the habit up here of painting a lot of these items with a real broad brush that seems to cover. I guess we think we're doing well by that. I don't know if it's easier to paint things with a broad brush, but I would say that crimes are not all the same. And so for me, using the example of my colleague Rep. Paletta, where he talked about a sex offender molesting a young child, and then meeting the parameters of this proposal, being placed next to children and being put in a position where we're possibly affecting the safety of a family. Unintended consequences. That to me would be far different than someone who perhaps was drinking, had a accident, ran from the scene, whatever that would be, where the person caused injury or significant damage enough to rise to the a lapse in judgment at a particular time rose to the level of a felony. And there's 1,000 different examples. And I'm using two examples, molesting a child being at like the very worst thing that a human being could inflict upon another human being. So it seems to me that we'd be making a huge mistake to even consider voting this bill as is forward without really giving more thought to how we're protecting the people who are just trying to go about their lives while also trying to recognize that somebody who has gone to prison and has done their time and is looking to get rehabilitated and looking to get back into society, how do we help them on that path? But this bill is not that path in my observation. As a business owner, there have been plenty of times where, when possible, we've hired people with a criminal background in an opportunity to give them that second chance. The person had paid their debt to society, was looking for an opportunity to better themselves, and we took that risk. And more often than not, it paid off for everybody. Paid off for me. We had great workers. It paid off for the person who was looking to be productive and get that footing back to being a productive member of society. But that's somewhat of a chance that I took as a business owner, but we did, of course, take that criminal record into account when making that decision to hire. And so somebody who had, it opens up some liability to the employer in that case, or the housing provider. For me, if I have somebody who was arrested for theft, I have to consider, am I going to put that person in somebody's home where they're handling jewelry and they're moving things in and out of somebody's house? That's a consideration and a risk and a calculation that I have to make as a business owner. And the landlord has that same responsibility, I think, to look at the makeup, the severity of the crime, the circumstances involved. And I don't think that the entirety of the argument should be, or the consideration should be, based on a criminal background, but it has to weigh heavily. And I just cannot see, using the example that my colleague gave, that you could ever put those two together and put either person in that situation, either party in that situation. So I'll be a no today. This bill, if it's going to go forward at all, in my opinion, needs a lot of cleaning up and a lot more thought and a lot more work. So I'll be a no today as is. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. And for the record, I just want to point out that the good House ranking member talked about dwellings with less than 4 units being carved out. That is not exactly true, but it is dwellings with 4 or less units that are owner occupied. So just for the record, I wanted to put that there. Any other members? Senator Sampson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. So, discussing House Bill 5242, an act concerning the collateral consequences of criminal records on housing opportunities, and listening to my colleagues, and I can tell there's some frustration in their comments that they want to do something here, and the bill is not written in a way that's conducive to good policy from our perspective, and I think that's a frustration. And that's a difficult part of this job, which is that, sometimes you are desirous of making policy because you recognize a problem, but it's very difficult to come up with the right answer. And some people might argue to say, don't let the imperfect be the enemy of the good or anything like that. But this bill is really imperfect. And I think it's dangerous, just to echo some of my colleagues' sentiments. And that's too bad, because there is a real problem here. I want to get into the meat of the bill. I just wanted to preface my discussion on it by saying that I'm very frustrated, because I would like to do something that is an actual solution here. But maybe the problem is that you're trying to put the problem on housing providers when there's no way they could possibly be the decider or the solution in a case like this. The fact of the matter is, if we had a criminal justice system that worked perfectly, and that you could know that after someone served their time that they were rehabilitated, then this wouldn't even be a conversation. We would just happily accept tenant applicants based on their other criteria, and housing providers would not even consider that as a factor. But that's not reality. Reality is that some people are going to leave incarceration reformed and better people trying to set their life on a proper path, but other people will not. And this bill kind of says it's up to the landlord to figure that out. And that's just not fair. For one thing, I don't know how you can put that on a landlord to figure that out from a rental application. I'm supposed to take a chance on whether someone is not going to be a detriment to my business, to the other tenants that I live in my properties. So that's the problem. And if you want to solve this problem, what you've got to do is you've got to find a way to say with certainty that someone that is got a criminal record, has a criminal record, is no longer a potential negative, by saying with some certainty that that person is reformed, or there is some other mechanism that will ensure that whatever happens, it's not the landlord who's at fault. Because I think that's the problem here. I think that the concern is that if you're a housing provider and you take on a tenant that has a criminal record, if something happens down the road, you could be held responsible for that. And it's something you obviously should have known because you have this record. I'll talk more about that after I kind of get my thoughts straight, but I just want to clarify a few things that are in the bill. Just looking at it, on the very first section on the first page, when it says conviction, on line 5 going to line 8, it says conviction means a judgment entered by court, blah, blah, blah. I think that this is where it makes it quite clear that we are only talking about felony convictions, and that this bill, in fact, requires housing providers to ignore all misdemeanor convictions. Is that correct?
Yes.
And we've had testimony during the public hearing that there are actually some violent misdemeanors. I think I remember suffocation was one of them, strangulation. I mean, that to me, those are terms that would alarm me. If I was a housing provider and I had an applicant that was convicted in a recent time frame for strangulation, particularly if you're talking about a minor involved or something like that, to put that tenant in the same building with other tenants and make them potential victims to a future crime. Now, look, in fairness, people who have no criminal records are going to commit crimes, and you can't know or predict any of that. But at the same time, I think that putting it on the housing provider to be the decider to say, well, this particular person that has a criminal past is completely reformed and nothing's ever going to happen with them, versus someone who may not be, is an impossible feat. I mean, the housing provider is operating off a background check and potentially a response to a request for information from the tenant applicant themselves. That's the extent of the information. I mean, we have, court trials that go on for months and months and months, and sometimes they convict the wrong person. I mean, this is not even close to that. This is like hardly any information at all provided. And I don't mean this in a disrespectful way, but it's obviously biased. The applicant is gonna be biased in favor of themselves. I mean, it just doesn't make sense that they wouldn't. So it's not even from an impartial source. So that's a concern. So just going forward, section 2, which is the meat of the bill where it says new. And now it says it shall be a discriminatory practice in violation of the section for a housing provider to refuse to rent after making a bona fide offer or to refuse to negotiate for the rental or otherwise make unavailable or deny a dwelling unit to any person based on such a person's criminal record. This is kind of confusing. I tried to read through this like 5 times and try and make sense out of exactly when these timeframes begin. Do these timeframes that are here listing the relatively few items that a housing provider can use to make a determination, are these dates based on the date of conviction, the date of release from incarceration, or some other date? Through you, Mr. Chairman.
The 3-year period is from the date of conviction, or no, sorry. Yeah, the 3-year period is from the date of conviction, and the 1-year period is immediately preceding the rental application itself.
Right. So just thinking about that, these are relatively short periods of time. The clean slate legislation that some of my colleagues have been talking about went back way farther. So they are proposing to do away with criminal records that are fairly old, 5 or 10 years. And in this particular situation, we're going to be negating crimes that could have happened quite recently, especially when they're based on conviction. I mean, if you get convicted for a relatively serious crime, you might serve more than 3 years, and therefore, you know, the day you're out, you're eligible. Which I think is interesting to put it in that perspective. I guess my concerns about this bill really come in the next subsection, though. This is in subsection B, little b, under section 2, starting on line 75. And this is where it says that before denying a rental application based on a criminal record, a housing provider shall consider the nature and severity of the crime. And the fact of the matter is, you know, so that's the first thing they have to consider, but I don't know that they're going to have any detailed information. They're going to only have basically what's going to show up on a background check. And that might not tell you a whole story. The crime may be far less significant than the actual crime that was charged, or it might be much worse. It's hard for somebody to know. The next thing is the relationship of any the crime may have to the prospective tenancy of the convicted person. And that makes perfect sense. If it is a, you know, white collar crime about stealing the recipe to KFC, I don't think anybody cares about renting to that person, versus a violent offense, for example. So that makes sense. The next point really is the one that really gets me, though, which is information pertaining to the degree of rehabilitation of the convicted person. So landlords have to determine the degree that someone is rehabilitated based on having just the criminal background check. I don't see how that's even conceivably possible. And again, I go back to my opening comment, which is, I get what we're trying to do here, which is to say that, you know, not everybody that has a criminal past is going to be a criminal in the future. Many good people, you know, have turned their lives around, and we want to make sure they're granted a full opportunity to have the best chance to be successful going forward. And I want that too. But what we're doing here is we're putting this back on the landlord to be able to make a determination they cannot possibly make. And so what is the downside, Mr. Chairman? If a landlord gets it wrong and says, I'm going to bet on this person who committed 11 previous crimes, okay? And among them were sexual assault and maybe some other, you know, violent crimes. And this person takes a chance on this person after interviewing them and talking about their criminal record. So they put them in their apartment building with a number of other tenants. And a year later, there is a atrocious crime, a rape or murder or something, and that person is responsible. What liability does the property provider have at that point? Can they be held liable in a court for damages?
Within the context of this legislation, that is not clear.
I understand it's not in the bill. But I would believe that you absolutely could sue a landlord. I mean, you can sue anybody, but I think you could even be successful in suing a landlord if you can demonstrate that the landlord should have known. This person had multiple convictions. They were violent convictions. Can I ask why there is no provision in this legislation to create immunity for the housing provider so that they're more inclined to take a chance on someone?
It's just not something that we have discussed previously, at least not in my limited experience in this committee, Mr. Ranking Member.
Understood, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, and I'm not even suggesting that's a good idea either, because I really don't want to have a situation where the housing provider doesn't care at all anymore because they're immune. They're like, well, whatever, we'll just take everybody. Because now that's not a good situation either. I mean, this is just a very difficult problem to solve. There's in lines 82 to 91, they talk about how an applicant's rental application may not be denied based on a few different things. Excuse me. First one is an unofficial record of arrest, or even an official record of arrest, not followed by a conviction. That makes sense. You've got to be guilty. Second, a violation of a condition of probation or from conduct act if it were not prohibited by such. Sorry. And then it says a record of a conviction that has been erased. And but the last one is what gets me. It says, and remember, these are items that a rental application may not be denied based on. It says when the applicant was a minor. Now, look, I get it, but the fact of the matter is you have some minors out there right now that have rap sheets that are multiple pages long. I mean, I talked to my local police chiefs, and they've shared with me that there are some folks that are running around that have 20, 30 crimes on their rap sheet, and they're still out there, stealing cars or God knows what. What if a minor, burns down the building that they live in, and now they're trying to, a couple of years later, rent an apartment? Wouldn't it be a reasonable thing, I think, for a landlord to be able to take that into consideration?
That is.
It's specified in the bill. It says an applicant's rental application may not be denied based on a conviction that occurred when the applicant was a minor. I'm just curious, why not? When it seems to me that there should be some situations where it would make sense to do so.
I just don't think that we should be going into the records of minors. There are many studies that people have done due to brain function and the way that people develop. It's just not something that we've thought was necessary.
Well, I can appreciate that, but I mean, at what point is somebody's brain developed?
According to many studies, that'd be around 24 years old.
Okay, but this says minor. So what if the person committed this act when they were 17 and they're trying to rent from me when they're 19?
They were a minor when they were 17.
Right, but their still brain's not fully developed, so they might still be.
Absolutely. It's definitely more developed than it was when they were 17.
Definitely. I appreciate, your attempt to defend the position, Mr. Chairman, but it's a pretty indefensible position. The idea is that you're telling someone that they cannot take into consideration information that is completely relevant. And I think any person on the street, I think even people that are advocating for this bill would have to admit that, yeah, that's in some cases, it's going to be relevant what people have done. So in the next section, this says before denying a rental application, housing provider shall provide written notice to the applicant that the application requires further review due to the applicant's criminal conviction. And the housing provider shall provide the applicant not less than 5 business days in which to respond to such notice and present relevant mitigating information and evidence. So a housing provider does a background check and they find out that someone has numerous criminal convictions on their record, and it raises a red flag for them. They have to make a decision between this person and other tenants that don't have a criminal record. They want to do right by this person because they've served their sentence and everything else. However, now they're gonna go back to the applicant and tell them, say, look, you have a long criminal record. I need you to respond and explain to me why I shouldn't take this into consideration. Can I just ask, Mr. Chairman? I mean, what would you expect is going to happen at that point?
The tenant or the prospective tenant would have the opportunity to plead their case, and then the person who owns the unit, the landlord, the property owner, would be able to then accept or deny based on that information.
Are we to expect that this, I mean, that this person's going to be 100% truthful about their situation? I'm sure some people will be, but what if they actually are a criminal?
I think you'd have to take into consideration what the documentation is and who it comes from, whether it be that person themselves or references.
Can I ask, Mr. Chairman, is the applicant under oath when they complete this documentation, or do they have to sign something under penalty of fraud or anything like that?
Under the text of this bill, no.
So there's really no binding protection for the property owner to say that this person is not just totally lying to them.
No, but the property owner has full right to deny based on any information that they receive.
I appreciate you saying that, Mr. Chairman, and I'm getting there. Because full right to deny would imply that somehow the landlord has the say in this matter, and ultimately they can deny an applicant without fear of retribution. And obviously that is not true, because the whole rest of this bill, the next 10 pages, is dedicated to what happens going forward, and effectively is completely one-sided, with the potential being that the landlord loses their rental income. They incur numerous criminal court costs and legal fees, and ultimately can be charged with discrimination. So they really don't have full say to do anything. So it says in line starting 109, it shall be a discriminatory practice in violation of the section to discriminate against any person in the terms, conditions, or privileges of the rental unit, or in the provisions of services or facilities in connection with the rental of such dwelling unit because of such person's criminal conviction status. So now you're effectively creating a mechanism where the housing provider could be charged with a crime, or not a crime, but can be held civilly liable for discrimination. I also noticed that this squeezed into the end of that paragraph. It says that that it's a discriminatory practice, not just to prevent someone from having access or certain privileges at a dwelling unit, but it also to inquire about an applicant's prior arrest, criminal charges, or convictions on initial application for rental of a dwelling unit unless required to do so by federal law. So this policy is also going to prevent a housing provider from even asking the question about whether someone has a criminal record?
Unless specified in the 3 and 1 year provisions in the beginning of this bill, that is correct.
Well, I don't.
On the initial application.
This is am I misunderstanding that this is in a subsequent step to the initial application that this is prohibited, Mr. Chairman?
I don't think it's a subsequent step. However, if you look at the section, it's inquiring about the initial application for rental. and specified in the beginning sections of this bill, you can look at those 3-year and 1-year look back periods.
Yes, I mean, it's clear that you can run a background check and you can contemplate those items. But that's different than having the ability to ask the question. Because this basically says you can't even ask the question. It says you can't even, it's a discriminatory practice to inquire about an applicant's prior arrest, criminal charges, or convictions on an initial application for rental.
Yes, that's how it reads.
So, I mean, this is pretty one-sided, much like the other bill that we had earlier today. And because the way this has been presented, Mr. Chairman, is that somehow this is being very fair, you know, that the landlord has an opportunity to, you know, review the person's record and to ask for more information and so forth. But effectively, what's happening is the housing provider is being told you cannot ask. And if something shows up on the criminal record, you have got to make a determination without any real information about what you're going to do. And if you are leaning towards not accepting the person, then you've got to give that person an opportunity to make their case for why you should accept them. And then if you deny them that, then the process goes before an administrative body to make a determination. And ultimately, the determination, if it doesn't go in favor of the housing provider, they're going to be guilty of discrimination. So, I mean, if you're a housing provider, how do you take that risk?
That's more of a philosophical question.
Well, it's not just philosophical. It's in this bill that's about to become law.
How they take that risk is not in that bill.
I understand that, but the fact that they are going to be taking that risk is undeniable. And I think that's a large concern. I think that reading through this and understanding the potential for the interaction with the Commission on Human Rights and Opportunities, the potential to end up being fined or worse, to be categorized as someone who has committed an act of discrimination. The fact that the Office of the Chief State's Attorney may be involved to do an investigation against the housing provider now. And I believe the Attorney General's in here too. I mean, we got the whole lock, stock, and barrel of the state's criminal justice empire stacked against a housing provider simply concerned about putting somebody who has a criminal record into an environment that might cause a problem. This is a pretty hard to believe bill, Mr. Chairman. And I say that being probably as sympathetic to anyone about someone who has been incarcerated and trying to get their life straight. But I just can't look at this bill and ignore the reality of what is being asked here. Before I make a closing statement, I want to ask another question too. On line 41, well, it's this little subsection 8, where it says housing provider means a landlord, an owner of a dwelling, an agent of such a landlord or owner, and then it says a real estate agent, a property manager, housing authority, etc. So why is a real estate agent included as a housing provider here?
Take a quick recess. Senator, can you just repeat your question for the record?
Yeah, this small section which defines housing provider includes obvious people like the housing provider themselves, the owner of the dwelling, or an agent of the landlord acting in their capacity as speaking on behalf of the owner, and then a property manager, which would be the same thing. But it also says a real estate agent. And I'm just curious why that would be. Real estate agents traditionally are not making a determination about who a housing provider accepts. They may collect information, but they're not engaging in the actual selection process.
I think real estate agent is added in this section to protect, in the case that a real estate agent is the one distributing rental applications.
So a real estate agent could potentially end up embroiled in this situation and be accused of discrimination if a housing provider ultimately doesn't accept a tenant applicant because they have a criminal record?
In a situation where they are giving out the rental applications, possibly.
Well, I can tell you, I mean, I'm surprised that we didn't have any testimony from the real estate organizations in the state, because I can tell you as a licensed real estate agent, I don't know, that's alarming to me. I may just decide I'm not going to ever engage in another transaction involving a rental. I mean, the fact of the matter is that the real estate agent is operating on behalf of a owner, housing provider, and that person is the decider. They're the person making the decisions. The real estate agent is just a facilitator to advertise a property, maybe distribute an application and return it back to the housing provider, but they're not making any distinction or determination. If the housing provider hands a real estate agent an application and asks about criminal record, could they be as it says in the section I was referring to on lines 109 through 124, where it says that it's a discriminatory practice in violation of the section to inquire about an applicant's prior arrests, criminal charges, or convictions. So that would mean that if my landlord client hands me a rental application, says give it to the tenant, and it says on there, do you have a criminal record? Now I'm guilty of a discriminatory practice?
Yes, you distributed the application.
Interesting. Do you know if is there any way that folks that work as real estate agents in Connecticut are going to be informed that the dissemination of a document asking about a criminal record is a discriminatory practice?
That is not specified in the legislation.
It's very concerning to me, because I can see, and you know, this is something that maybe is not going to resonate with people who have not followed our state government. What is this horrible noise going on? Oh, I thought it was something mechanical going wrong. Ah,
That horrible noise.
They didn't expect us to be here this long.
It is the last of Black History Month.
yes.
Extra day.
Okay. Well, from here, it does not sound like drums. It sounds like you know, we're behind a yes. Good idea. Okay. Anyway, Mr. Chairman, I'll just continue by saying that I think that there is a series of events that is laid out in the later sections of this bill about what will happen to the housing provider, or potentially a real estate agent, or some unknowing assistant to the landlord who hands out a form. You could really end up having some serious legal problems without any ill intent whatsoever. And that is deeply concerning to me. Is there a reason why the so much legal ammunition, as I mentioned, you know, CHRO, the Office of the Chief State's Attorney, the Attorney General, I mean, this is all being brought to bear on a housing provider over the issue of whether or not someone with a criminal record actually might be suitable for housing. It's not over any other type of discrimination. and simultaneously, the housing provider is not receiving any legal protections from anyone. What's the reason for that, Mr. Chairman?
I think the intent is as much protection as possible for the prospective tenant.
I hear you. Okay. I guess that's my answers I'm gonna get, right? I'm gonna do my best to make a few comments and wrap this up, and I'll try and do that to the rhythm that we're listening to. Yeah, I don't know if I can keep up. It's a pretty high tempo out there. So much like the other bill that we reviewed today, this bill is problematic for a lot of reasons. It interferes with a private contract between the landlord and tenant. It ignores the property rights of the housing provider. It infringes on association again. I would consider it a constructive taking again, because there are parts of this bill which effectively prohibit the housing provider from being able to determine how their own property is used. The fact that it does not allow, number one, that it becomes a discriminatory practice to even ask if someone has a criminal record is extremely surprising to me, because for eons, it's been perfectly acceptable for someone to ask whether someone has a criminal record as a perfectly legitimate question to find out if someone's suitable for housing. And suddenly that's not a legitimate question any longer. And to go so far as to say that crimes that may have happened yesterday, that fall in the category of misdemeanors, but might still be as violent as strangulation, or I saw something else about, what was it? Assault of an elderly, blind, or disabled or pregnant person. That's not supposed to factor into your calculus to determine whether this person is a suitable tenant. That's absurd. And any reasonable person can see that on their face. The timelines for major felony convictions are also too short. There's nothing in here that recognizes that recidivism is actually quite real. I know I'm leaning very hard on the negative side of the potential applicants here, but I'm going to be very fair to them in a moment. But I want to just point this out, that recidivism is real, and statistics on it show that a great many people that serve time in prison end up going back to prison. Now, and that may be because they don't have the proper chances when they get out. But the fact of the matter is that only some that happens to, and others do not. And this bill effectively creates a protected class for criminals, and people with criminal records. And the way it does it is by putting it on the housing provider as if there's some magic person that's supposed to know that this person is actually a good person versus this person that is going to go back to a life of crime. They're supposed to know that. And if they guess wrong and they say that I looked at this person's record and I saw that they have a dozen different violent crimes and a pattern, and when I met with them, I got a bad vibe. When they go to make an issue of it, they are going to end up against the entire state government's arsenal of criminal justice representatives, the attorney general, the chief state's attorney, the CHRO organization, etc. Obviously, the game is rigged, and any landlord is going to say, I'm not taking any of those chances. I'm accepting every person, and I'm no longer going to even bother doing criminal background check. I think that's effectively what you're going to create with this legislation the way it is. Is that what we want to see happen, Mr. Chairman? Do we want landlords not to do criminal background checks at all?
I think the intent of the bill is what's written in the bill.
Well, what's written in the bill is enough to scare anyone into compliance, in my opinion. And I'm quite certain that's the way it's going to play out. there was a lot of very emotional testimony on this bill. And I had some very nice conversations with folks that are advocating for this legislation. And I would be lying if I didn't say I was sympathetic to them, because I just can imagine if I ended up in a bad situation in my life, committed a crime, served the time, and then got out, I would want to be treated fairly afterwards. And I can understand how people want that. The problem is that not everyone who commits a crime is going to be rehabilitated. And the landlord is not the person to ask, because they have no way of knowing. There is just zero chance that they're going to be able to figure that out based on the information that they have. And the people that are drafting this bill and putting this forward as a potential law know that. And it's unfair. It's unfair to put them in that position to be the decider of who actually is reformed and who is not. And then to do nothing to protect them from liability if they get it wrong. If you get it right, the best thing that can happen to you is you don't end up getting in trouble for discrimination and no one else gets hurt. But the odds of that are much less than one of the other options, which is you end up in trouble for discrimination or something bad does happen. It's a very difficult situation. I just want to say a couple of other things too, which is that, you know, criminal records are part of the penalty for committing a crime. They are. Otherwise, they would not exist at all. When our criminal justice system was created, they would not have kept records. They would have said you served your time and that would be the end of it and there'd be no record of it. And I understand that we're attempting to go back that way with policies like Clean Slate and even the policy that is before us. The problem with that is that criminal record history is a reliable source of information to predict future activity. Now, some people may not want to accept that because obviously there's good people that will get out of prison and never commit another crime, and more power to them. But the fact of the matter is that they probably are in the minority. And to ignore that and to pretend that that's not true, I think is dishonest. I also want to take issue with some of the testimony we heard where people said, you know, why do I have to be punished for this for my whole life? I already served my whole time and everything. I'm like, well, I would ask that person, did you or did you not know that when you were committing your crime that you could get caught and go to prison for it? And I think they might say yes. But I'd also ask them, did you not know that once you went to prison for it, you'd have a criminal record that would be held against you also? And I think that they would have to honestly answer yes too. So I'm just being fair, because one thing that really is important to me is personal responsibility. And I get people that want to be treated fairly because they're good people, and I want that too. But you got to take responsibility for your own actions. And to try and suggest that somehow other people are being unfair because they're using your actions against you is just not true. I get that somebody said people don't want to be in jail. And no kidding. I understand that people grow up in bad circumstances, and sometimes you know, crime is one of the options that they have. But I would point out that not everyone that grows up in a inner city neighborhood or in a bad environment ends up a criminal. Plenty of people never commit a crime despite that. All right, so that's me being harsh. Now I just want to be a little bit sympathetic and say that, look, I want to be able to vote for a bill like this. I want to be able to say that we have reached a point in our society where we can say without any doubt that once someone has served their sentence, that they're rehabilitated and that there's no reason to be looking at anyone's criminal record. But we're not there. We just aren't. If there's any data to look at about recidivism or the past crimes being a predictor of future crimes, it will prove to anyone that looks at it that the odds are not good. And the way this bill is drafted, it puts all of the responsibility on the housing provider to make the determination. And I called them a magic person before, because that's what they got to be. They got to be a magic person. They got to have this magical power to be able to decide whether someone is going to be good for the rest of their days or not. Permanent, like we talked about before, Madam Chairman, everlasting. And I don't know that you can do that. And it's so unbelievably unfair to put that on the landlord. Why don't we have some other proposal that actually creates some other mechanism to determine whether or not someone's criminal past is relevant in a housing situation? If there is such a desire to provide this housing, then why isn't the state requiring an increased role of the housing authorities that we heard about earlier that provide such amazing quality of life and opportunity and places to live? That seems like a reasonable mechanism to me. If the state has the resources and these housing authorities have so much money that they can start expanding out of their towns and providing housing, are they under the same rules as a private landlord in this proposal, Mr. Chairman?
No.
How do those rules differ for housing authorities?
For one, there are differences in terms of what you can look at in terms of registries, which we talked about earlier.
Did the housing authorities get to look at more or less?
More.
So they get to restrict more people than a private landlord. Is that correct?
Any public housing, yes.
Keep going. Keep going, rather.
Keep going in what sense? Sorry.
I had asked you for the ways in which a housing authority was treated differently than a private housing provider.
Just give me 1 second while I find the section. The provisions of this do not apply to public housing who has a conviction for the manufacture or production of methamphetamine in the premises of federally assisted housing, to a person subject to lifetime registration requirement, which we just spoke about, under state registration program. And nothing in this section shall be construed to limit the applicability of 24 CFR 960-204 or 24 CFR 982-553 regarding public housing authority.
Well, that clears it up. Yeah, I didn't go back and look at what these regulations are, so I don't know. But based on the first thing that you listed and possibly these other items, it's quite clear that private housing providers are going to be required to take more applicants with criminal records than public housing providers. And that doesn't even begin to make sense to me, that we would be making policy that says that the private housing provider that has liability for what happens in their property, that could be sued, that could lose everything, has got to be put in this position of being a magic person when there's public housing that could fulfill the same exact role. Forgive me, Mr. Chairman, I have a lot of notes because I did a lot of things earlier. And I'm not going to spend any more time repeating a lot of stuff that I've already said today. All of the same things that I referred to in Senate Bill 143 regarding the government putting weight on the scale in traditional private housing contracts, the interference with property rights and so forth. All of that is the same. We've discussed it at length. This is another bill that is going to adversely impact the ability for housing providers to provide housing in the state, period. And as we discussed earlier, when you do that, you end up with less housing. So if the goal of this committee is actually to create more affordable housing opportunities, this bill is the last thing that they should be doing. I am going to close by saying that I am going to continue to rack my head around how we're going to figure out a way for people who want to turn their lives around to do so without having to carry a stigma that's unfair. But the problem is that that is something that can't happen magically as this bill is attempting to do. And as a result, I've got to vote no on the bill today, and I'm sorry about that. But I am hopeful that the conversation will continue, because I don't think that this bill can pass and become good policy the way it is. We need to talk about this more, and we've got to find a way to make this a bit more reasonable and achievable in the real world. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator. Representative Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I heard a lot of conversation today from all my colleagues. What stood out to me, especially with this bill, is someone spoke about crime, and then I kind of like put in my mind, like, crime happens everywhere, but majority of crime doesn't happen in someone's home like that. One of my colleagues spoke and said, in his city, crime happened at a mall, and a shooting at a mall. And it kind of like brought me back to a lot of the conversations that we heard in our testimonies, with the young lady stating that she comes from a dysfunctional home, and a lot that, transpired with her story. And a lot of people actually got up there and stated that they would rent to that person after she was rehabilitated and she had her daughter there. I also heard from another gentleman when he testified that he did not want this bill, but then stated that his brother was actually ex-convict as well. And I then went and asked that man a question as well, like, so is your brother rehabilitated? He said yes, and he has a home and he rents with his wife. So I start to see that there's opportunities for this, but more so I start to see that, I do see the concern, but if someone has paid their debt to society, I feel like they're given a chance. I also heard one of my colleagues say he's a business owner, and he does hire, or he has hired someone. And I don't know, to the nature of if they did a great job or whatever the case may be, but I think that what stood out to me within these testimonies is people got up here and they stated they could get a job before they can get shelter. And that might have been the scariest thing. So when we talk about if this is hurting housing, I kind of see it as we just JF'd about $22 million to homelessness. So if we're not giving someone shelter, we're only putting them back into the process of being homeless, I'm sorry. So it kind of like hits me hard. And I don't know who said it today. Someone said, as long as you're paying your rent and you're not damaging the property, you should be perfectly fine. As a landlord, that's what we care about. And that stuck out to me today as well. So I'm back, and I'm not torn no more. I'm more so asking that if we can fix it, let's fix it. And we're looking forward to seeing it on the floor. But I just it hurts to see this happen, and we talked about clean slate, and we know clean slate was low-level crimes. Majority of those crimes, we know, low-level misdemeanors, maybe marijuana charges. And we see, how that's going through within the state of Connecticut. I really think that this is a great way to start within the state of Connecticut, because if not, and I got to be blunt and honest with you guys, people relapse. People may not be rehabilitated in a lot of people's eyes, but no shelter becomes homeless. After that, what do? Knock at your door next? So we have to be honest with ourselves. We cannot sit here and say we support homelessness we divvy out $24 million and then still say we can't rent to you because of your criminal background. Because if that's the case, what are we really supporting here today? So it really hits me hard to understand everything that was discussed today, from testimonies we heard yesterday to now about a lot of issues. So I deeply appreciate being able to speak, Mr. Chairman. So thank you.
Thank you, Representative Roberts. Representative Butler online.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And this is a situation that is means a lot to the entire housing market out there in terms of everybody involved. I mean, we need to find a practical solution to what is before us. My whole approach to housing is always trying to bridge the gap between all parties, whether it's tenants, current tenants, those who are trying to rent, and property owners, landlords who have the availability to provide the housing. I see our task is to bridge the gap of all concerns to make it work, because if you just lean on one side or the other, it's not going to be fair, and it may not work at all. So I'm going to vote for this bill to get it out of committee, but it needs work. And the areas that really need to be worked on is the fact that, you know, you can't mandate certain criteria that make it difficult for property owners to actually rent their units without knowing the risk, because it's not fair in that category, because the people or tenants in their property currently have to have confidence that the people who are actually doing the renting are going to have new tenants that are going to be, you know, coming and being viable tenants that are going to fit in. And if we actually pass this the way it is, I feel that we're going to have a lot of mom and pop property owners that are going to be leaving the market. And when they leave the market, there's going to be less housing available. And when there's less housing available, that means that the price of units go up. And if their units are sold to out-of-state people, which we're seeing a lot of today, the pricing is going to go up, which is going to adversely affect those people who are seeking rents as well. So we need to really think about, you know, the whole equation. You can't just look at one part of this and see if, you know, okay, I could make it work on this side, that, you know, it's going to balance out the equation or it's going to work, because that's not how housing works. I really think that, you know, some of the people with criminal records that spoke, they were very articulate. And I'm sure that given the opportunity, people would rent to them, because if they spoke the way they spoke at the public hearing, I tell you, I was impressed, very impressed. And we heard some landlords that actually said they currently already rent to people with criminal histories. So I think that with the representatives, members that actually expressed interest in finding a compromise to make this work, let's come together. Let's find a way to bridge the gap. Let's make it work. I believe we have the ability to do that. So I'm hoping that once this gets out of committee, if it gets out of committee, I believe it will, that we could work on a solution that ultimately is going to have the income that the impact that we're hoping it will. And as was previously stated, we the state of Connecticut also need to find jobs for people with criminal backgrounds and not discriminate in those areas, because when people have jobs, that makes their whole viability in terms of having housing even better. So if we hope to have placement, we need to actually have all the support for people that have criminal backgrounds or recently released from incarceration to actually make this work. So I'll pretty much end my comments there. But really, I think that we need to find a way to actually bridge the gap is what I'm trying to say. And I know we can do that. So thank you for this time, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative Waterbury. Spent a lot of time on the floor today. Just to wrap up, newsflash, guys, we did not solve housing today, and I don't think we will by the end of our next JF meeting. There's always a lot of work to do. We are going to disagree on the various things that we need to do, the ways that these need to be worked, or maybe how hard they need to be worked. But we've come together and we've had some robust discussion. One thing I do want to say on this particular piece of legislation is we've heard a lot from folks on both sides of the issue. And I just want to make sure that we're being very fair when we use the term criminal with who we're talking about and the various levels that takes, whether it be somebody who's rehabilitated, somebody who committed a crime a long time ago, or just the severity of the crime itself. These are people like everybody else, and we're all different. We all have varying levels of education, and the way that we look at recidivism also needs to be brought into a different lens. And when I say that, I just mean the folks that have a lack of opportunity usually fall into that group that has a higher rate of recidivism, whether it's a job opportunity, housing opportunities that we're talking about here, education, or just the mental health supports that are in their own communities. So while we move forward, I just hope that we treat people fairly and equitably. I feel that for the most part we have. And I just hope we continue to do that. And with that, we'll have a roll call vote.
This is a roll call vote to JF to the floor, HB 5242, an act concerning the collateral consequences of criminal records and housing opportunities, on housing opportunities. Representative Felipe,
Representative Felipe votes yes.
Senator Moore, Representative Scott,
Representative Scott votes no.
Senator Sampson,
Sampson is no.
Representative Khan,
Representative Khan votes yes.
Senator Lesser, Senator Fanfara, Senator Hockadell, Representative Brown,
Representative Brown votes yes.
Representative Butler,
Representative Butler votes yes.
Representative Gonzalez,
Representative Gonzalez vote yes.
Representative Roberts,
Representative Roberts votes yes.
Representative Paletta,
Rep. Paletta votes no.
Representative Weir,
Weir is no.
Representative Zula, Representative Belton.
Belton votes yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Votes will be held open until 7 p.m. Yes, and May 5th, we have a public hearing. That's Tuesday, or March 5th. Excuse me. Tuesday, March 5th, we have a public hearing. At 10 a.m. Any remarks from chairs or rankings? I hope not. All right. No,
Mr. Chair, are we in recess?
Yeah, and we will not be in recess.
Mr. Clerk,
Rep. Zula votes no.
Representative Zulo, did you want to go through your votes first?
Yes, please.
Give me 1 sec, sorry.
No problem. Thank you.
Representative Zulo, how do you vote on SB 142? An act establishing a housing authority resident quality of life improvement grant program and a housing choice voucher task force.
Rep. Zula votes yes.
Thank you. Give me 1 sec. Representative Zulo, how do you vote on HB 5158, an act concerning the standardized valuation of affordable rental housing?
Rep. Zula votes no.
Thank you. You're all set. Have a good night.
Thank you very much.
Representative Butler, how do you vote on HB 5154? Give me 1 sec. An act appropriating funds for the security deposit guarantee program.
Representative Butler votes yes.
Thank you. How do you vote on HB 5155, an act concerning the legislative commissioner's recommendations for technical revisions to the housing statutes?
Rep. Butler votes yes.
Thank you. How do you vote on HB 5156, an act requiring notices of rent increases?
Representative Butler votes yes.
Thank you. All right. And how do you vote on HB 5157, an act repealing provisions concerning the state assisted housing sustainability fund?
Representative Butler votes yes.
Thank you. And how do you vote on HB 5158, an act concerning the standardized valuation of affordable rental housing?
Representative Butler votes yes.
Thank you. You're all set. Have a good night.
Thank you very much. You too.
Thank you.
Austin, did I miss any votes?
I'm checking right now, Representative. I don't have your vote for HB 5157, an act repealing provisions concerning the state assisted housing sustainability fund.
Okay. Representative Khan votes yes.
Okay, thank you. Just double check. How do you vote on HB 5158, an act concerning the standardized valuation of affordable rental housing?
Representative Khan votes yes.
You. You are all set.
Thank you.
Belton votes yes.
Or an act concerning reserve funds and common interest ownership.
Hello.
Hello. Hello. Hello.
Jamie.
What is the person who you want to talk to? Hi. Hello. Hello.
Sorry about that, Senator.
All good, Austin. How are you?
I'm doing well. How are you?
Good.
Okay, so
I think I just missed the last vote. Is that?
yes, that's HB 5242, an act concerning the collateral consequences of criminal records on housing opportunities. How do you vote?
In the affirmative. And that's, you sure that that's it? Nothing else?
I believe when we talked earlier, you said that the ones up until that point were all yays, but I can go through them again if you'd like, real quick.
No, as long as I didn't miss a vote, that's all. I
Nope.
think we, yeah, okay, good.
You're good.
Terrific.
Have a good
Thank
night.
you. All right, you too. Take care.
Thanks.